AI-based dad joke to help, well, reinforce your learning. I'm sorry. For those who don't know us, ADA is a London-based research and deliberative body with an independently funded basis with a mission to ensure that data and AI work for people and society. We're so excited to once again sponsor this year's event on ethics and society, where we'll discuss several crucial technology ethics issues. We're excited to provide you with an exciting lineup for this day, a discussion centered on a range of topics, including biometric technologies, the future of social media regulation, the use of vaccine and health passports, healthcare inequalities caused by COVID, and the effectiveness of corporate ethics research initiatives. And there are so many more fantastic events that will be happening on this stage over the next 2 days, which include things like diversity in tech, the future of AI, what we mean by good data and good outcomes, practicing anti-racism in AI research, and something I think many of us can relate to, how we can stop the doom scrolling that I think many of us have been doing over the last few months. This is just a smattering of the events that are happening across CogX this week, and you can find a full agenda on the cogx.live website or via the CogX app. A few housekeeping bits before we introduce our first session. First, this is a hybrid festival. So throughout the next 3 days, CogX will have sessions that will be in person, some part in person and part virtual, and fully virtual. You can find the information on which are which on the CogX agenda and the CogX app. Our discussions today are not just virtual lectures. We do want to hear from you. So there will be an opportunity to provide question and answer at the end of each panel for about 10 to 15 minutes. You can do so by placing your questions in the chat, and the CogX team will surface it to the moderator. We do encourage you to ask constructive questions, but please be aware that CogX does have a code of conduct available on its website, which explains what behavior is and isn't appropriate in the event sessions and the process by which any bad behavior can be reported. Now, if you're a social media influencer, aspiring or actual, you can tweet your thoughts, feelings, and questions at #CogX2021. There is currently no TikTok hashtag at the moment, but please do start one. We will happily support you in that venture. If you like what a speaker has to say, you can visit the CogX online bookshop, which features works from various speakers on stage. You can find that by searching CogX Bookshop in the Hop-In Expo. Excellent. Thank you. I'd now like to introduce our first panel on the topic of vaccine passports and the next generation of digital infrastructure. As the pandemic response moves into vaccine distribution, we're seeing certification and health status applications offered as a promising digital tool to enable freedoms. This panel will get into the questions of what those risks are with these kinds of technologies, what the challenges these technologies pose are, and how we can use these technologies responsibly. This panel will be moderated by Imogen Parker, Associate Director of Policy at the Ada Lovelace Institute. So I want to thank you so much again for joining, and Imogen, I'll hand it to you.
Good morning and welcome to this first session of the Ada Lovelace curated Ethics and Society stage on vaccine passports. It's a really great topic to kick off the day and the festival with, getting, I think, to the heart of some really thorny questions about technology and data's role in society. So by way of intro, vaccine passports, we're using that term as an umbrella term to cover the sorts of technologies we've seen evolving that bring together health status, vaccines or testing, identity information, and verification by a third party to allow or permit something. And that might be borders, that might be pubs, that might be entrance to festivals and events. Vaccine passports have really been on the agenda since early on in the pandemic. At Ada, we've been looking at this since April last year. And there's been different waves of interest from companies and from countries. Very early on, there was tools thinking about natural immunity. There was a second wave of interest when we got reliable antibody tests. But things have really felt like they're taking off in this third wave now when we've got vaccines coming on stream. And we're seeing a number of tools rolled out across the globe. We're seeing a lot of interest at European level. We're seeing a lot of very polemicized, I think, debate in the UK about this topic. Advocates say that building these technologies could help society open up safer and sooner by allowing a more granular sense of risk, allowing people who are lower risk to go about their daily lives, get the economy moving, and get us away from those really damaging mass lockdowns. But fears have been raised about creating emergency infrastructure that might stick around, built on evolving and uncertain science that is fundamentally, in some way, about discrimination at an individual level about health status. And it's really important we dig into those potential benefits, those potential harms in advance of any of these sorts of tools. So to get stuck into this topic, I've got two absolutely phenomenal speakers. We have Lynette Taylor, who is Associate Professor at Tilburg Institute for Law, Technology and Society in the Netherlands. And her research has been focusing on digital data, representation, democracy, with particular attention to transnational governance issues. She's also been leading the Global Data Justice Project, which aims to develop a social justice-informed framework for governance of data technologies at the global level. We also have James Wilson, who is Professor of Philosophy at UCL, University College London, where he's also co-director of the Health Humanities Centre. He's co-investigator with the UK Pandemic Ethics Accelerator, a member of the National Data Guardians Panel, of the Faculty of Public Health Ethics Committee, and was a member of the Ethics Advisory Group for the NHS COVID-19 app. So we are so grateful to have you both with us today. Perhaps we should start by just laying out the landscape for people that haven't been following this evolution quite as closely. I wonder if, Lynette, you could kick us off in just painting a bit of a picture about the sorts of tools or approaches we're seeing around the world. Where's countries of interest? Where should we be looking?
Sure. Thanks, Imogen. So I guess the main place that we're looking when we think of ready-to-go vaccine certification systems is probably the EU. We're seeing the Green Pass being developed, somewhat on the model of Israel's, which was in play because they got vaccinated the earliest. In terms of international scale, it's mostly the most vaccinated countries that are thinking about basically how to control movement from less vaccinated countries. So we're looking at high-income countries as the major procurers of this tech, whatever that means at this point. The WHO issued guidelines back in 2020 for private companies to bid to create a worldwide system for certifying vaccination. That is not in place yet. And so we're seeing regional efforts and national efforts. We should also be aware that there are going to be a lot of private sector efforts on the more local level that will feed into businesses' efforts to certify people as safe to come to the office, for instance. And events organizers will also be using these systems. They may or may not link up with national systems and international ones. That is not clear yet. So we're seeing a bunch of different levels on which this is playing out. And it's still very early days to understand which systems may be more functional than others and what exactly the effects of these systems will be. We can only hypothesize at this point. But generally, they're being, as you say, constructed to discriminate between people who are vaccinated and unvaccinated. And they are generally being built to keep out citizens of countries which are less vaccinated countries.
That's great, thank you. And are there dominant models emerging, or at this stage, is it more just different countries are taking different approaches? Are they starting to converge around certain approaches?
At the moment, it seems like it's a bit of a free-for-all. It's not entirely clear what the WHO is going to come up with. Maybe James has more insight on that than me, but it's clear that this will be built in stages, and that there will be travel certification between high-income countries in place long before we know what the entire system, whatever that is going to look like on the global level.
Fantastic, thank you. Now, James, I think a lot of the debate around this has been from the perspective of ethics and impact on society. Before we've seen countries like Germany commission independent ethics reviews on this, and I think, have a lot of back and forth about where this should go. I wonder if you could just give us a bit of an introductory sense of the sorts of ethical terms or frameworks or debates that really arise when you think about something like a vaccine passport?
Sure, thank you. So I think that whenever we're thinking about introducing a new technology, there's various sort of obvious and central questions that we have to ask. First of all, what's it for? What's it trying to achieve? Second thing is the aim of it a good one? Is it something that's in the public interest? Is it something that enjoys general support? Next, is this technology actually necessary to achieve that aim? Are there ways of achieving that aim that could be equally good or better? And last, you can ask, is that technology proportionate as a way of attaining that aims? Do the potential benefits outweigh the potential harms? And so that won't just be a matter of thinking of we should add things up, but rather think about, are there particular reasons to think that this technology may have effects on vulnerable groups? And that one of the reasons why vaccine passports has been so ethically contentious is that there are basically two different ways of framing them from an ethical perspective. On the one hand, you could think them as it were, as a passport to freedom, as a way of allowing us to get from a situation where everyone's freedoms are curtailed in problematic ways to ones in which at least a good proportion of the population are able to do more, which then might be connected to increased economic activity and various other sorts of things. But alternatively, you could focus on the people who are excluded, the people who are unable to do the things that some other people are then able to do. And you might be particularly worried if that increases inequalities that you see in society. Particularly as most people are well aware that there may be clustering of vaccine hesitancy around particular ethnic groups or particular religions, in which case it may amount to a form of indirect discrimination if you then build a system which you know will significantly disadvantage people from certain groups in society.
That's great. And as we're looking around the world, are there very different kind of ethical schools of thought that make this more palatable, less palatable? Are there kind of different frameworks that need to be thought about in terms of making those trade-offs or answering those questions?
I think that the major fault lines across the world in this are really about how much people trust the state, how much confidence do people have in the state to build large-scale data infrastructures that will combine information about their identity with biometric details about their health status. And that in societies like the US, where people are generally pretty suspicious about the idea of the state taking on a large role in building big infrastructures, and people have been very much against them, and possibly in Israel, where maybe people are much more comfortable with the idea of a security state already, it was much easier to set up the Green Pass system. And maybe in the EU, you see that in a way, sort of juggling between sort of common values of the EU around solidarity and freedom of movement, but at the same time thinking, well, how can we get this moving again? So that I think in many ways you've seen sort of a set of similar sorts of questions about balancing civil liberties, privacy versus freedom, economic activity, but just different countries and regions responding to those, according to the way that they weigh up those values.
That's great, and I'm really glad you raised that question of the state, because something I'd love to get a bit deeper in is how this plays out differently if it feels like it's state or government led versus private actor led or company led. I've got some questions I'd love to get into. In terms of the audience, if they want to share Q&As, I'll also be keeping an eye on that. I'll make sure we have some time at the end, but do feel free to start throwing those in, and I'll keep a check on that. So kind of a question for you both. I wonder why, firstly, let's think about the benefits for this. All over the world, different countries have been looking at this. We've seen a lot of rhetoric around it for at least a year. What do you think people hope the benefits will be? And then I'd love to get the chance to dig into the risks. Lynette, do you want to kick us off on?
That's a great question. I think considerations of the kind of cost-benefit analysis that James was just talking about, and the more general idea of, is this a good idea per se, they really change according to the scale of your considerations. So if you're looking within the UK, which is, compared to the world, a fairly homogeneous environment, it's possible that you can consider these advantages and disadvantages rationally and with evidence. And that it might come out that, yes, on some level, it's a good idea to have these in place for some people, some of the time, under certain circumstances. When you broaden out the scale of considerations, you start seeing questions like solidarity amongst whom on the global scale, in aid of what on the global scale, and it gets much more complicated to say what is beneficial and what is not. We're going to see that different health systems, for instance, including within countries, in more unequal countries such as the US, are going to produce certifications that are more or less readable by whatever international system we wind up with. So if, for instance, you're getting vaccinated by a doctor in rural India or Africa, you will be just as vaccinated as the people on this call are, but you will be infinitely less likely to be able to prove that in a stable way. And this is going to introduce a layer of administration to mobility around the world that will be permanent, because these systems are not going anywhere, and that is not correctable in the way that data can be on the local level. If you take my information for a census and you say that I'm a man who is 70 years old and I work in an agricultural enterprise, then I can probably call up someone and say, this is clearly nonsense. It's in both of our interests that you change that. If a system doesn't recognize my doctor's certification that she has vaccinated me, who I go to get that changed is very uncertain. And that applies whether I'm British, whether I'm Indian, whether I'm from Fiji, it doesn't matter. It's going to be very hard for the person reading the certification to be nuanced about whether that person is really certified or not. And this is going to be massively problematic. I will pass to James at this point.
Interesting. I guess the question was about what are the benefits of this, and maybe I should try to say a bit more about what the people think of the potential benefits. So I guess in thinking about the potential benefits, you have to think about what the alternatives would be. So it seems to me that, well, if you think of a vaccine passport as an alternative to lockdown, then it might seem quite attractive, at least to many of those people who have already been vaccinated, who think that they'd be happy to show some credentials in order to get their life back or to be able to go on holiday to other countries. And I was thinking about the current UK border regime, where we have a system at the moment where there's about sort of 4 places in the world that you're allowed to go to, which are on the green list, and most of those places are places that you aren't actually allowed to go to if you're British anyway, like Iceland, or you can go to the Falkland Islands if you want to. But nearly all the countries in the world are either on the amber list or the red list, meaning that when you come back, you'll have to by law quarantine for 14 days. But it seems that a vaccine passport could potentially solve that problem in a way that would be introduce no additional risk if, as it were, the government was able to certify that you've had both, fully vaccinated, you're able to go to a country which will accept that certificate, and then when you come back, you wouldn't need an additional period of quarantine just because all the certification has been done at international level. I think that's what people are hoping for, and certainly I think that many people would think that as an attractive proposition if it's a question about either not being able to leave the UK to go on holiday at all this year or for the foreseeable future, or as we have to take a vaccination passport with them when they go to Spain or France. I think many people would see that as a good trade, and so that I think that's what the government might think of as a good thing about it. I think that all the things that Lynette mentioned will also be downsides about it. But I just want to say that I can see that there are reasons why people might think it was attractive.
And what about then digging into, I mean, Lynette's already raised a few, but digging into some of the risks around this. And I also particularly wondered, are those risks magnified when you're talking about domestic use? Is it more straightforward if we keep it as about international travel? Just wanted some thoughts on what should we make sure doesn't happen, or why might these not be good for people and society?
Yeah. On the domestic level, I think they're really quite problematic, because maybe one important question would be, well, when do you attempt to introduce the certification regime at a domestic level? Because if you do it before all adults have had a chance to be vaccinated, then it looks clearly discriminatory, particularly if it's going to prevent people going to do things that are really important to them, whether it be able to attend their church or take part in activities with their friends. So it looks like it would be clearly discriminatory to do that. But at the same time, by the time you vaccinated, or at least offered the opportunity to all adults to be vaccinated, then you're likely to have a very high level of vaccination in the country anyway. And so there might be much less need for the vaccine passport. I have a feeling that's what the government in the UK is sort of wrestling with at the moment, having sort of talked it up. I mean, I suspect we may get an announcement today that at best that vaccine passports are going to play a pretty marginal role, so that maybe if we're going to football clubs or nightclubs, but nothing very much else, because it seems that by the time to get to a certain point where everybody's had the opportunity to be vaccinated, it's not really clear what the additional public health benefit would be, and certainly it may not outweigh the risks. So I can see that they may be here to stay for international travel, but for domestic travel, they don't seem to be particularly useful. And it's notable that Israel has recently withdrawn its green pass, having been the first country to introduce it. They basically decommissioned it and said, well, the case rates are low enough, the vaccination rate is high enough, we don't really need this anymore.
So perhaps either discriminatory or not very useful. Maybe that's too glib, but it would be interesting to know if they do get rolled out for international travel, or as we start to see countries use these, will they become an inevitability? Will they get pulled back, or are they here to stay? And I think it's very interesting to see Israel step back away from that. Lynette, have you got any thoughts about potentially what some of the medium or longer term futures might be of these tools as we start to see countries adopt them?
Yeah, I mean, I think what James just said about this being seen as an alternative to lockdown is both the most powerful statement about why these vaccination certification programs are happening, and something that we need to unpack a little. Because, so for instance, the Tony Blair Institute has a very powerful voice in this debate, saying this is so that we don't have any more lockdowns. But the freedom to cross borders and to be vaccinated and certified for that is not the same as the pandemic going away. There is absolutely no connection between certifying people as vaccinated and getting rid of the pandemic, right? This is not an alternative to lockdown. I don't believe James meant to say that, but I'm hearing, for instance, the Tony Blair Institute saying that very, very clearly, that if you don't want lockdown, you have to consent to the installation of massive technological infrastructures of identification that are new, that will be permanent, and that will be used for other purposes as well. What is the alternative to lockdown is sustained public health measures that prevent the occurrence of new variants in particular, which includes, and to do that, we need to vaccinate people all around the planet in a meaningful way, really fast. We're not doing that. That's an alternative to lockdown, because eventually new variants will come and get us even through our barrier of vaccines. This is one pretty much certainty, is that vaccine status will become less relevant the more people around the planet keep catching COVID, because there will be more and more variants, and these will eventually, unfortunately, penetrate the barrier of vaccination. And so there are all sorts of things we can do that we need to do to prevent lockdown, none of which involve having a really nice, expensive technical infrastructure to let people go on holiday. Even though that's a nice thing, I'm in favor of going on holiday. I would love to go on holiday myself. However, combating the pandemic is an entirely different question, and I'm worried that we're conflating these two things.
And I think it must be at the point we're starting to roll out these tools, it's the same time you're getting mass vaccination. So to try and detangle the impact of those two things must be very difficult.
Well, we're getting mass vaccination in a really small minority of countries.
Sorry, absolutely.
And in the rest of the world, the vaccines are not rolling out meaningfully, and the virus is continuing to circulate. And where people have worse health status in the first place, they have the disease for longer, and new variants are more likely to arise. So the populations that we hear about producing variants, like the Brits, are not actually the populations we need to worry about most. It's the ones that are not getting vaccinated at all. Yeah. So the notion that we are doing okay is I think not intensely helpful in thinking about the pros and cons of this system.
Absolutely. And I mean, just going a bit further on to that, Lynette, I know you've described this as immunity certification theatre. I wonder if you could just speak a little bit about that, about kind of what you mean by that phrase, and why you're characterizing it as that. I think it's a really interesting phrase.
Well, we talk about border theatre and border security theatre. Do you remember when we all had to take our, well, we still do, have to take our shoes off to go through an airport, when we have to take all of the liquids out of our bag to go through airport security checks? There is some meaning to this because people have blown up planes using things that were concealed in their shoes and in liquids. However, this is the previous problem. And so what this is security theater about the previous problem to make people feel okay about traveling and to make it clear that authorities are doing something about security. This is one function of authority. We need that to happen. However, when it happens at the expense of actually doing something about security, then we worry. And I would compare that with what's going on with vaccine certification right now. This idea that if we do this, then the pandemic will decrease its prevalence, that we can get out of a lockdown situation, that we will be less at risk from the pandemic. The performance of creating the tech and certifying people is very different from the process of vaccinating everybody and of continuing to socially distance and of continuing to persuade people to wear masks and take precautions. That is the untheatrical, annoying reality of the pandemic that we're not engaging with when we're doing the theater of discussing whether we should or shouldn't have a QR code on our phones. And as James correctly pointed out, questions of solidarity are absolutely central here. And in fact, this theater tends to distract from the actual solidarity that we need to build, because these are different and separate ways of building a public conversation about this. One is about individual freedom, letting people travel on holiday, letting people go to events. The other is about acknowledging that we're still in the midst of a global pandemic and actually working together to stop that. And these are almost mutually exclusive, unfortunately.
James, would you agree with that characterization? Is when it comes to the risks and the harms, is this very much an individualistic tool that might cut against more solidaristic measures? And I guess public health is fundamentally quite a solidaristic set of measures.
I think basically, yes, there may be ways of using and deploying vaccine certification that isn't quite so individualistic, but it seems that all the use cases that people keep telling us about, the idea of people going to nightclubs or doing activities that otherwise would be too unwise or too risky to do, or foreign travel, a lot of those seem to be about focusing on the privileges of relatively wealthy individuals. But that, I mean, one thing I think it's worth thinking about and stepping back from is about just the sheer importance of public health surveillance as part of the response. And so that maybe we need to say a little bit more about sort of what's good data gathering by the state, what's bad data gathering by the state. And so that I think, as the health data research, such as in the UK often say, data saved lives. And in this particular case, they're obviously correct. And it's largely the more sort of public health data you have at your fingertips as a government, the more that you can do in order to understand the spread of disease and various other sorts of elements about it. So I don't think we should be too squeamish about the idea of the state gathering public health intelligence in order to help the fight against COVID. But I mean, the question is, well, is what we're doing through vaccine certification a particularly useful way of extending that public health project more generally? And for the reasons we've been discussing, and maybe it isn't a particularly good method for it, but I don't think we should just throw our hands up and say, well, we shouldn't allow the state to become any more powerful. It may only be by the state gathering more information that it's able to actually get us to a state where COVID is properly suppressed.
And in an earlier iteration of pandemic technologies that lots of countries have adopted was around contact tracing apps. I wonder are there any similarities in the sorts of debates, challenges, risks, benefits with that wave of pandemic technology when it comes to vaccine passports? James, I know that's something you looked closely at. Yeah,
I think there's both similarities and differences. So that, I mean, one thing that the system we settled on, sort of as it was sponsored by Apple and Google, is much more decentralized than anything you could possibly do for vaccine certification, because the whole idea of vaccine or immunity certification is you have to be able to tie some description of when somebody's been vaccinated with their identity, so that by its very nature it involves a massive amount of personal information about individuals, whereas the system that was built eventually for the COVID apps was one in which was decentralized, and because of the way that the Bluetooth contact proximity testing worked, you could do it in a way that was much more privacy preserving. So that there's that dissimilarity. I mean, having said that, I mean, what we've now seen after sort of many months of COVID apps is I'm beginning to wonder whether we actually made the wrong sort of decision, because at the time a lot of the debate was about, well, we definitely need a decentralized system because of all these dangers of the state infrastructure. But I think that those apps could have been a lot more effective had they been centralized. It was largely because of a certain engineering decision taken by Apple and Google, but the NHS sort of gave up on the attempt to build a centralized app. But I wouldn't be surprised if we could have saved several thousand more lives had we had a more centralized app and been able to launch that in a way that maintained public trust. And so that I think in all these cases there are going to be trade-offs, and the idea that somehow that you can protect privacy to the largest degree while fighting disease is not always true.
Lynette, do you see that some countries have held those tensions well, have managed some of those risks, or have thought carefully about the way you've seen technology evolving, or especially in the midst of a pandemic, have we seen a bit of a rush to technology to try and solve all our problems? Yeah, I wondered if anyone's kind of getting this right at the moment.
So that is the question. This is actually quite hard to call at the moment, because if you'd asked me this question 6 months ago, I would say that a lot of Southeast Asian countries have been showing the world how to do this a little better, and that they've actually done it in line with what James just said, that they've centralized more, they've created more public trust around that centralization, and they've also enforced a lot more. And this is not to fall into the trap of saying, oh, well, Asian countries like authoritarianism, because this is not true. They like not having thousands and thousands of deaths from the pandemic, and they're very clear about that. We have not been as clear about that. We've had a lot of other discussions which have misled us. And one has been about the trade-off between privacy and public health. This is a much more complicated debate than we can get into in the next 5 minutes. But I think it's a massive red herring, and I think James might agree with me on the key points about this. That it's very hard to find people that agree that we should keep the pandemic running in order to prevent centralizing health data, because we already centralize most of the important data about ourselves. We're just used to it. We're not used to this, and so this has come with a wave of fear about tech and about centralization of information that is not necessarily justified. I think it is useful to look at the example of Southeast Asian countries which have had less than 1,000 deaths in general. They've done extraordinarily well, even though they are massive trading centers. They have a lot of mobility, just like the UK, just like chunks of Europe and the US. They have managed to combat it much better than us. And they've done it as well through actually supporting people and checking that people are isolating. What we haven't had is an infrastructure to support the entire trajectory of what happens when somebody is suspected of having COVID. We have some nice apps that ping when you've been within 15 minutes within a couple of meters of someone who's reported to have COVID. What we don't have is any follow-up on that. We don't have humans in the mix to call you up and say, have you got tested? Would you like to get tested? Can we help you get tested? And then to call you up and say, oh, you tested positive. Can we help you out with self-isolation? Can we bring you groceries? Will you get fired if you isolate at this point? We've had none of that. And all the discussion has been about the tech, which is absolutely insane. So if we decenter the technology a little bit, we might find that there are more lessons to follow than we think.
I think that's such great points and so crucial. We've heard a lot of overly simplistic and just false binary positions on some of this stuff, which absolutely don't need to be the case. And we've actually done a small amount of public deliberation, and they don't see this as, public health versus privacy. There's real questions about just, would it work to start with? Is this a legitimate thing I should trust? If I'm going to drag my kid out of nursery for 2 weeks and have them at home in these 4 walls, is that legitimate? And so I think both getting beyond some of those false binary positions and also making sure we're thinking about the systems, not just the bit of tech that, as you say, often attracts a lot of focus, and it needs focus. You have to get the tech right, but we also have to get the entire socio-technical system that
it's also important to say, sorry, Imogen, that if you get it wrong, it's highly noticeable. So to agree with what you said, of course we need to get the tech right, but there's nothing wrong with having the tech. We keep getting the social bit wrong. Sorry.
No, that's a great line. We've got about just under 10 minutes left, so I just wanted to encourage the audience, if anybody does have any burning questions for this panel, do put them in and I'll keep an eye on the chat. So really getting into some of the kind of going, as you say, going beyond just the tech in this, which is absolutely not just what we need to do for COVID tech, but I think a lot of these tools can have value, but it's about the system they're embedded into. I wondered whether there are steps that companies could be taking to try and minimize some of the harms and maximize some of the benefits or around this, given that they can't be in control of the whole system that we know would need to be in line to make sure these are beneficial. I wonder if you've got any thoughts about what companies should be doing or designers of these systems should be doing to get this right.
I think that maybe one thing that all companies need to be able to think through, especially those who might be thinking of deploying such systems. So we're aware that sort of Pimlico Plumbers and one or two other companies have announced that they want to do some kind of testing of vaccination of people before either taking them on or continuing to employ them. Is that anybody who's thinking of using vaccine certification in a domestic context needs to be really careful that they've thought through the ethical implications of that. What are the implications for equality on that? What happens when you have staff members who genuinely are vaccine hesitant, who maybe have a conscientious objection to it? Effectively, are you going to dismiss them from their jobs? It seems that such a really difficult set of questions that are hidden by the mere, the apparently sort of big sort of PR piece saying, yes, we're going to make it safer for our customers. We're going to ensure that all of our operatives are vaccinated, and that I think that there needs to be much more public debate about that. Maybe one thing that companies could do by way of leadership would be to say, well, we'll never use vaccine certification in this kind of a way to show leadership on it, because that insofar as you move towards a sort of a set of infrastructures where it becomes embedded within hiring decisions, that people need to show sort of some kind of vaccine certification, then it'd be quite difficult to undo that. And it seems quite obvious to lead to that it may risk leading to forms of indirect discrimination. So I think that companies at least have a good and important negative role in not getting on getting on this bus.
And I think a lot of people have suggested that incorporation, if you can incorporate testing, that's a way to actually mitigate some of the biggest discriminatory risks. I wondered what you thought about that. It seems like many countries are aspiring to incorporate testing. I think incorporating testing brings a whole set of practical and operational headaches in terms of building that in quickly and effectively. But do you see that as minimizing some of the discrimination risks?
I think that basically, yes. There's a question there about what happens if people also want to object to the idea of being regularly tested, as some people in Israel did, either because it seems disproportionate or because they just object to the idea of people having that kind of information about them. I think at that point you are going to face a set of questions about sort of what it's legitimate for employers to ask, or what it's legitimate to governments to allow employers to ask about those who are being employed. And so there hasn't really been very much discussion about that in the context of whether of education or healthcare in the UK so far. It's just been assumed that it's legitimate to do so because it would be beneficial. It may be that you get to a certain point about if cases drop to a certain degree, you may think, well, is this now disproportionate? But certainly, on the surface, it looks like a way of trying to solve the problem in a way that sort of requires less building of permanent data infrastructure, is easier to dismantle, is potentially at least sort of less violating of individual privacy. So it looks like a better way to go than building a system of certification merely for the purposes of employment.
Do you agree, Lynette? And in those countries you've been looking at where, mass vaccination is a long way off, are these tools gaining traction around testing as the primary vehicle for deciding whether people are higher risk or lower risk?
Well, I wish we could say that testing was further along as well. I mean, I think to some extent the capacity to test goes along with the capacity to vaccinate. You need resources. And we're talking about countries with lower resources not being able to mount an effective response to the pandemic. So that's the larger problem. I agree with what James just said, and I would add to that sunset clauses for all of these tech deployments are super important, because we simply don't know yet what the private sector response is really going to look like, what the implications will be for employee monitoring in the future, what the implications are currently for privacy and individual rights. I think we can't call it yet. And I think it's asking a lot of people like the three people on this call to try to set out guidelines and frameworks and help people understand what's going to happen next, because it's not in place yet. And the main weapon that we have is state regulation of not just the tech, but of the private sector per se, and not treating them as if they were completely independent agents when they're dealing with the majority of the population as employees. And also just sunset clauses so that we can look at technology in a rational way and understand whether it is benefiting or, causing disadvantages for people at large. So we need a better discussion about where there are problems and about how to switch from bad tech to good tech. And I think that setting that up right now is realistic, whereas setting up the final framework for how that should be done is not.
That takes me beautifully on to a kind of closing question for you both, which is around what governments should be doing right now when they are looking at other countries adopting some of these tools. They are getting examples and I suppose pitches, and some private sector actors moving ahead with this. What role for government, what steps should they be taking now in terms of this? Perhaps James, if you want to kick us off, and any other closing thoughts.
So I guess the thing that government should be doing is maybe pretty much what the UK government has been doing, trying to collect information on it, think about it. Is there a case? So I mentioned right at the beginning, some basic question about, well, if we introduce this technology, what's the problem we're trying to solve? Getting clear about that question, thinking about, well, is it necessary? Would it be proportionate? I think that each government needs to be able to work through those questions when thinking about some vaccine certification, and think about, well, what's the use case for us? And that if you're in a country which either is very dependent on tourism, or one in which you're less well along with the vaccination than the UK, then there may be a use case for it insofar as you can see that it would allow economic activity to continue in various sorts of ways while keeping the disease, if not at bay, then at least within manageable levels. And that might be a good thing for certain countries given where they are. But that insofar as you're a country like the UK, where it seems that you already have a pretty high level of vaccination, and that also I think it'd be unthinkable for the UK government to try and introduce it, as it were, anything like vaccine certifications on a big scale before all adults have been vaccinated. But then after that, you have this weird sense of everybody's had this what the government would describe as kind of freedom, and then you want to row back from that and saying, well, we're now introducing these passports in the winter. I can't see it being a very easy sell, and so maybe all governments have to be able to think about the sequencing, and there may be moments for within that trajectory where you think, well, yes, this might be a useful moment where we could use a vaccine passport, at least in theory. Whereas I think it may be that the UK may have passed that at a domestic level, apart from very specific use cases, even though we may be at a place where, at an international level, that may still be useful for years to come.
Fantastic. Lynette, what are your thoughts on what governments should or shouldn't be doing to close?
So I agree with James, and I would build on that to say that unless we're thinking of this as a planetary problem and as a foreign policy problem as well as a domestic policy problem, the domestic answers that we come up with are not going to be meaningful. So I think that governments need to think hard about how to work on two tracks, one of which is visible to their local electorate, and one of which is not, but is actually more important by far. Because the one lesson we can take from trying to combat the pandemic so far is that if a new variant comes through that is powerful enough, it really doesn't matter what you're doing, whether you're being successful on the local level or not. And so we need people to think about what's going on within countries, but if we don't think about what's going on between them, then that doesn't really matter.
Fantastic. Really great closing thoughts and a really great first session. Thank you both so much for joining us, and thank you to the audience for joining us as well. I'm going to leave there and pass back to my colleague, Andrew. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Imogen, James, and Lynette. That was a fantastic opening panel to the ADA sponsored stage, sponsored portion today of the Ethics and Society stage. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break. Go outside, stand in the sun, look up at it. Don't stare too long. Get a tea, get some water. We'll be back at 11 o'clock for a discussion around the future of biometrics technologies with Julie Dawson from Yoti, Matthew Ryder from Matthew Ryder QC, and my colleague Aidan Pepin from Ada. In the meantime, you can also check out the networking function at the Expo. You can go to the Cogx app and find all the information there. We'll see you in 15 minutes and have a lovely break. Take care. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Ethics and Society stage at this year's CogX Hybrid Festival. My name is Andrew Straits. I'm your MC for the day and the Associate Director of Research Partnerships at the Ada Lovelace Institute. Ada will be co-sponsoring a series of events and panels across the day today at the Ethics and Society stage, which we're very excited about. If you happen to miss the last panel on vaccine passports and health status applications, don't worry, that will be recorded and published on the website at some point, but we have a really exciting panel coming up for you right now on the future of regulating and producing biometrics technologies. Before we dive into that panel, I want to share a few, again, just basic housekeeping rules so you're aware of how to operate in the chat. If you have questions, please do ask them in the chat on the right-hand side of your screen. They will be filtered to the moderator throughout the conversation, who will then try to incorporate them in the conversation towards the end of the hour. If you would like to tweet, you can do that, particularly if you're a social media influencer. The hashtag is #CogX2021. And if you like what a speaker has to say, please do visit the CogX online bookshop, where you can find the various works that different speakers of the day have published. Now, again, we've got a very exciting lineup for today. There's more panels coming up on health inequalities, on how to conduct corporate ethics processes within a research institution. But right now, I'm very excited to hand over the floor to my colleague, Aidan Pepin, who will moderate a discussion on how do we get biometric-based technologies, can never say that without messing it up, right in the future. So I'll hand it over to Aidan now, and thank you so much again. We'll see you very shortly.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the Ethics and Society stage at CogX 2021, and to this session on how do we get biometric-based technologies right in the future. Many of you watching will be familiar with the recent rise to prominence of novel biometric technologies like facial recognition and their ability to automate the verification of people's identities in online and real-life environments, a crucial requirement in today's societies and economies. These technologies are playing an increasing role in everything from security and policing to retail, health, and education. But they have also faced scrutiny from researchers, the media, the public, and more, who've all raised questions about the biases and discrimination these systems might perpetuate, as well as the challenges they could pose to civil liberties and much more besides. It's the age-old question of how technology should or can push the boundaries of law, regulation, and social norms. We're at such an interesting juncture for biometric technologies and what their future might be or should look like. And to help us make sense of the way forward, I'm joined today by two fantastic speakers. Matthew Ryder, QC, is a founder member of Matrix Chambers Law Firm, a senior advocate and legal specialist in data law and human rights. He was formerly Deputy Mayor of London between 2016 and 2018 and currently chairs a review commissioned by the Ada Lovelace Institute of UK Biometric Law and Regulation in the UK. Julie Dawson is Director of Regulatory and Policy at Yoti, a company that provides online and in-person identity checking and verification. She leads on Yoti's government regulations and on ethics, transparency, data responsibility, and security. And she serves on a number of boards, including the World Economic Forum's Digital Identity Innovators and Tech UK's Public Sector Board, to name just a couple. Julie also served as an advisor to the Ada Lovelace Institute Citizens Biometrics Council. I want to welcome them both to the conversation and thank you both so much for joining us today. Before we dive into the conversation, I'll remind our audience that you can all pose questions in the chat, and please do so throughout the conversation. We have some time marked towards the end where I'll pick up your questions, but I'll keep an eye out throughout if any come in as we go along that I want to throw into the mix. So Julie, Matthew, I want to start by getting both your perspectives on the current state of play for biometrics. Thinking big picture, what are the top 2 or 3 issues, recent events, or factors that our audience need to bear in mind as we think about the future of biometric-based technologies? Julie, I'll come to you first and then to Matthew.
Thank you very much, Aidan. So I'd say generally there's a huge pace of change in this area. And as ever, regulations are likely to lag and then try and catch up. But for me, a couple of the top areas are obviously looking at how tech organizations are open about the levels of bias, and we try to be very clear to minimize discrimination. Another huge topic is obviously look at the surveillance angles, and on the flip side, what the opportunities there are for data minimization. And across the board, how can we encourage companies to be more transparent and explain more clearly what's under the hood? Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Matthew?
I should just probably warn you, as is the way, workmen next door have just started. So if you can hear loud banging and drilling, that's what that's about. So apologies for that. In terms of the key changes at the moment, I would say that the law in relation to facial recognition is trying to catch up. I'm so sorry. I've got a problem on the line. Let me. I'm going to have to come off for a second, and I'll come right back.
Okay, well, while Matthew is trying to make sense of the drilling next door, it can happen to any of us at any time, I suppose. I'm hoping my next door neighbour's baby doesn't start choosing this moment to cry, because then we'll be really all over the place. Julie, while we're waiting for Matthew to come back, perhaps we could just maybe turn the conversation to one of the next questions we wanted to go to, which was, what is the role of the public in this conversation? I mentioned in the intro that one of the things that industry actors, as well as regulators and the media, are thinking about at the moment is how members of the public are responding to, reacting to these technologies. It would be great to hear a little bit more about your thoughts on the role of the public in the debate around biometrics.
Thank you, Aidan. Yes, and I think there's been a tremendous body of work undertaken by ADA over the last sort of 12, 18 months in this area, because clearly there's a lot of confusion, there's people that are apprehensive, and there's also a fair degree of misinformation. And there's a very broad set of biometrics that people could be interested in or want to learn more about or be confused by. So you've got voice biometrics, face, iris, gait, DNA, heartbeat, all sorts of different types. And some of those are active, some of those are passive. You've got some types of biometrics such as facial, whereby you're looking at many different nuances. It's not just recognition of one person one-to-one, could be one person one-to-many. But then there are other types of facial technologies which are just detecting, is this a face? And then maybe analysing a face, looking at characteristics such as age, where there is no authentication and there's no recognition. So there's a wide range of different biometric technologies, and even within one, such as facial, not all of those are actually recognising or authenticating. So what's difficult for people and journalists and regulators to look at is that broad set of biometrics. And yet, at the same time, they have to look at what the different use cases are that are under consideration. And in each instance, there'll be positive and negative intended and unintended consequences around these. So I think we've got to get to more granularity and help and assist a wider set of the public understand both the positives and the negatives, and how can we do that as both tech companies, as industry observers, and as regulators. And those are, I think, some of the key challenges ahead of us at the moment. And I don't know, Aidan, if following on from the Citizens Council, we might see more in this area, but that was a tremendous opportunity where you had about, over 100 members of the public over a considerable period, really getting up to speed and shedding a lot of light as to the public's concerns. So yeah, I think that was a tremendous body of work, and it would be interesting, I think, maybe some on the call haven't heard how that panned out.
Thanks, Julie. Yeah, I wish it were 100, it wasn't quite, it was 50 people, but nevertheless a substantive number. Yeah. And it looks like Matthew's just joined us back. So hopefully, I mean, we couldn't hear the drilling too bad, Matthew, but I appreciate it might have been bouncing around your head in there a little bit. Matthew, if you want to come back in, it'd be great to hear your kind of top 2 or 3 kind of thoughts on the big picture of where we are with biometrics at the moment.
I'm afraid, thank you. I'm sorry about that interruption. I'm afraid I'm going to be a little bit more downbeat about the current state of play. I think there's already a problem. I think the use of biometrics quickly advanced ahead of a situation where it was being regulated properly, and law enforcement and private companies were using biometrics in a situation where it was not well regulated, and where they were able to effectively go through the regulation or whatever lack of regulation there was in order to do what they wanted with biometric data. and biometric data collection and sharing, subject to only kind of much more high-level general data protection kind of regulation. I think that's a real problem because it's we've had a history, a 20-year history, which we should have learned from, of tech companies and governments being able to get ahead of regulation. And by the time the regulation catches up, practices have been embedded, and we've got to a situation where it's very, very difficult to regulate. So law and regulation is really important. The law is starting to catch up, but it's slow and it's behind. The regulatory system isn't really fit for purpose. Most of the people we've consulted in the work for my review have agreed the regulatory system isn't working efficiently. There are some problems in the way we understand biometric data. And so we still think of it largely through the prism of personal data used for identification, which is how we understand data protection regulation. Whereas we've heard from this morning's panel, and we'll be hearing more, I'm sure, during this conference, that categorization of people, healthy, not healthy, by different other behavioral characteristics or other types of categorization, is a very common way biometrics are used and will be used, and that needs a different kind of understanding than our classic data protection understanding. And then I think I have, and we can explore this in a bit more detail, I have real concerns, very strong concerns, about thinking that simply giving greater transparency by tech companies and by the government, and simply by engaging the public more so that the public understand better what's going on, I don't believe that's a solution. And I think that is in many ways buying into a flawed process. You have to engage the public, you have to bring them along, that's a given. But the idea that you can judge the safety or the appropriateness or the ethical use of biometric data by how well the public understands it, or by how transparent, how much you tell people, is the exact trap that we've fallen into with the data aggregators that have become these huge companies that dominate world economies. And therefore, we must have a different way of understanding how we engage with the public and not relying on public understanding or transparency in order to be able to say, well, that will give us the gauge of where we should run. So I think that's a challenge that even politicians and those in this area have yet to step up to.
Thanks, Matthew. And I just wanted to pick up, I mean, I think those points you make there around it's not just about boosting public understanding, it's about kind of meaningful engagement, bringing them along the journey, but it's also about regulation and ensuring that, you know, the kind of hard aspects of how we form a social contract around these technologies are keeping pace. I just want to pick up on one quick question then, Julia, I'll come back to you. But it seems that facial recognition has been the biometric technology of the day. It's been the one that has dominated conversations in media, in research, in policy as well. How important is it that we expand the notion of biometrics beyond just one subset of these technologies to include other ones as well?
Well, I do absolutely agree that it is important that we look at facial recognition and the surveillance angle, absolutely. However, I think that there are a clear set of other use cases where a facial technology is not recognizing. And I think that nuance seems to be, at the moment, very poorly understood. So there are instances whereby, if you just look at the one area of assessing age, we've got over 1 billion people on the planet that do not have a root identification document, but a facial biometric could be used to assess this as a real human and to assess age. And in that instance, it's not reviewing anything about the identity of the individual. The data sets are just built from an anonymized face, month and year of birth. So that is, for instance, just one small example whereby actually if that is bundled together with a facial recognition, it's not comparing like with like. I think there are other instances as well where we need to review, is something actually having a benign or a malign impact? And that is not at all to play down the element that there needs to be correct oversight. And that's where I think some of the mechanisms could be reviewed that actually look at how do regulators work in tandem with industry, and look at potentially areas such as sandboxing as a way forwards. But yeah, I would say that that one example is probably quite a simple one to help people think about the breadth of technologies under the facial side, detecting, analysing or characterisation, versus anything that actually recognises this is Julie coming back on a one-to-one, or this is Julie's face amidst 20,000 faces, maybe at a football match or other. And those are quite distinct. Those could, for instance, help in an area such as retail, where you might want to give people several different options in order to prove age. Given that we have, just in the UK, 24% of adults with no photo ID document, it could offer people in such an instance, if they chose, to actually have their age assessed in that way. And there are other instances otherwise online that could also help with, where the image is instantly deleted and no data is retained. But that is just one use case, so I wouldn't want to spend a whole session on that, but I think it's quite a useful one to explain. Thank you.
Maybe if I could make a point on that, Aidan. So I think Julie makes a good point about how the use cases and the types of way we use biometric technology can be nuanced, and therefore that, you know, if you're talking about facial recognition, the classic case that we all understand, and which is, for example, in the EU AI regulation, put as a kind of prima facie impermissible use, is the normal or the kind of thing we all understand of a facial recognition technology being used on the public for the police to try and identify members of the public in a public space. And that's the kind of high-level example that's considered to be the most unacceptable, subject to some exceptions and very, very tight safeguards. The problem, though, is that if you allow biometric technology, which is being used in a way that's supposed to have a lot less intrusion, you have to ensure that you don't open the door to exceptions to the normal case use that essentially undermine the entire basis upon which you're allowing that kind of more limited use to take place in the first place. Because in the regulation in relation to data and potentially in relation to biometric data, we're seeing a situation where governments or legislators or tech companies can say, look, we want to use only a very limited case. We'll destroy at this point, we won't use for this purpose. But then the legislation builds in a range of exceptions that allow retention in some circumstances, allow different use in other circumstances, and so on. And so the solution to that can be much harder edged rules than we would normally expect to see in a regulatory environment, because both governments and tech companies are so adept at gaming the rules. They're so brilliant at finding a way through exceptions and finding a way in order to be able to make something that you wouldn't think is the case use to become the case use. Now, that doesn't necessarily happen malevolently or deviously. It happens because they are bombarding the rules, the regulatory system with, okay, what is it actually saying, and is this actually prohibited? And in doing that, they are stress testing it for what is a case we can use that might fall within an exception, or find some way to be able to do something which on the face of it you wouldn't normally be allowed to do. And so that's why I agree that we have to understand there are nuanced technologies within this. But it's why I would err on the side of harder regulations which then get softened, rather than allowing a relatively permissive regulatory regime with lots of exceptions, or allowing people to be able to sort of weave their way through in order to have a case use that they say is useful, that can actually become quite destructive.
And Matthew, just picking up, sorry, Jill, I'll come back to you in 1 second, but I just wanted to ask Matthew, because Julie, you mentioned that, you know, regulators and technology companies working together and thinking about novel ways forward, for instance, things like sandboxes. Matthew, do you think there's a space for that more collaborative approach? I think what you outlined there is there's a potential, I don't want to use I'm trying to find out what the right word is, but it seems that those things aren't working in tandem. It's regulators and industry kind of butting heads, but is there a way to be more collaborative?
No, see, I take, from the work that we've done and the evidence that we've taken, I take a little bit of a different view about that. We are always presented with a paradigm of regulator against for example, tech company, and it's impossible. And if only we could all work together and there was much greater collaboration, it would be great. We need to shift the window a bit. There is a lot of collaboration. There is already a huge effort by the ICO and other regulators to reach out and find sandboxing systems or whatever it is to enable tech companies to work. There is a huge emphasis on the benefits of AI for business, and rightly so, and the benefits of AI for the economy. If anything, we need a readjustment the other way. We need regulators to say, we're not always going to be defaulting to try and find a useful way tech companies can work with, we can work with tech companies. We have to get comfortable being in a situation where saying, this is a hard line, you can't cross it. And worse and more significantly, that legislators have to be comfortable with that. It's not just regulators, legislators have to be able to say, this is a hard line, you cannot cross it, work within that. In my own view, Julie obviously has far more experience in her area, but my own view is that good actors in this space, and I would include Yoti in that, if I may say so, good actors in this space like the lines. They like to know where the lines are so they can do the creative magic stuff they want to do within those lines. But giving people hard lines and saying, this is the line that you cannot cross, I think is helpful rather than hindering. And of course, you can always reassess those and you can always readjust those if a good case is made to readjust the line.
Thanks, Matthew. Julie, back to you.
Yes, so I do think, however, one of the things that tech companies are trying to do is a bit like Peter and the Dyke, plug some things whereby the genie is already out of the room, and plug some huge issues that are already there that predate. It's almost as though, Matthew, I always got the impression you're sort of finding ways to use the tech, whereas actually, if I look at a couple of the issues, such as how do policing today review CSAM material? How does one police force with a limited number of officers do case review to ascertain the ages of victims and perpetrators in child sexual abuse material? Or how does the platform with 40 to 100 million users actually review the ages if they're trying to meet something like the age-appropriate design code? And in a way, what tech companies can be doing is trying to look at what is the arsenal of approaches that can help in already existing areas. And that's this healthy tension between actually looking at, what are the potential solutions, what's the tech in the armory to meet that. I mean, fraud is a key one, and safeguarding are the ones that we tend to look at. I would agree that some lines are useful, but at the same time, if you're trying to find innovative approaches, that's where I think, in a way, the sandboxing is really helpful. Because what you don't want is companies coming up with technology, spending 5 years innovating, and then finding, oh, there's no way you can actually use that. You're not then incentivizing that research and development to meet the issues. So that's why I would urge more on the area of, if we want companies to come up with solutions for some really horrible issues that are out there, we have to provide scenarios and frameworks such as sandboxes to encourage that innovation. Because specifically looking at the fraud actors and the bad actors in the child protection area, they're not bothered about that at all. They're not waiting for lines, that is moving ahead. And that, I think, is the area that RegTech companies are trying to work in, to see where the regulations are evolving and how can they meet that sort of gap in between what is needed and the regulations.
So it seems to me, and you are both far more expert than I am in this area, so forgive me if I'm kind of getting this wrong, but it feels to me that we're coming back to this question of the pace of technology and the pace of regulation kind of aligning neatly. There is a sweet spot that needs to be found between enabling, as you say, Julie, companies to be able to find that space to innovate, to tackle solutions that society faces and so on. But Matthew, as you say, making sure that there are clear boundaries within which technology companies should operate, and that, in fact, those clear boundaries being a kind of enabler of innovation, because it means you're not straying one way or the other and kind of stepping toes out of line. That's that kind of old phrase, isn't it? Brakes were invented to allow the car to go faster. It's that kind of thing. And so I guess the question I have for both of you, and Matthew, I'll come to you first, is what does that, can we reach that sweet spot? What does it look like? And for biometrics in particular, if we don't find that right way forward, what are the risks of both of both innovation going too far and causing potential harms, but also what are the risks of not being able to tackle some of the solutions that these technologies might offer to society?
So I think the search for the sweet spot is a given. I think everybody in this space understands that. It's the constant balance that government, regulators, and private actors are doing in all kinds of business spheres and have been doing in tech for a very long time. So I don't think there's anything new, complicated, or especially tricky in the concept of a sweet spot. Getting there is obviously the critical issue. Now, where there is a problem is that we have to learn from the past. We have global data aggregators who have gained regulation globally and are continuing to gain regulation globally for decades. And they have harvested data for decades and been able to avoid regulation for decades. And now the trend you see is they lean into regulation. All the major data aggregators are telling the world they want more regulation. And the reason, in my respectful view, that they want more regulation is because they don't fear regulation. They are confident that they can have regulation that will allow them to still do what they want in order to progress their business model. Now, in some respects, that's good because it means we have a permissive regulatory system that allows technology to develop. But we have to ensure that we don't fall into the traps of the past. So what are we trying to avoid? Well, we're trying to avoid the normalization of the harvesting of biometric data. We're trying to avoid false distinctions in the categorization of biometric data. And what I mean by that is that we still have a very big difference between biometric data being used for identification purposes and biometric data being used for categorization purposes. And that very big distinction is sometimes presented in a regulatory framework as bigger than it needs to be. There can be serious infringements of your privacy from categorization in exactly the same way as identification. The regulatory framework needs to reflect that adequately. It reminds me a bit of the lessons we learned on surveillance when there was huge regulation and prohibition on the content of communications, but very little regulation on the metadata around communications. And it was only, as late as 2014 and 2015 that everybody was saying, actually, metadata can give you as much information about people as content in many circumstances. Thirdly, bias and discrimination. That has to be resolved. And it isn't resolved simply by people saying we're trying to do the best we can, and it isn't resolved by people saying until you can prove there's bias and discrimination, we should be able to use it. I've had experience of this in the public sector when you need to put the onus on those who potentially are using discriminatory biometric data and technology. The onus is on them to prove it isn't discriminatory, not the other way around. Fourthly, there needs to be ethical oversight and ethical engagement. Companies and public authorities need to have access to those who are experienced in dealing with ethical issues around the use, because it's not just, for example, statistical bias, it's also ethical use that needs to be regulated. Fifth, we need to avoid regulatory arbitrage. And so we can't have a situation where people are bouncing between regulators with not being sure which regulator is actually the one that should be looking at this. And we do have a problem with that within the UK regulatory framework. And it's a global problem. If you can bounce around your if you can have regulatory arbitrage in the way you have taxation arbitrage, you have a serious problem that enables some places in the world to be havens for a certain use which would be prohibited elsewhere. Two other things, I'll be quick, but the inevitability, we have to consider the inevitability that once data is gathered, it will be used and can be used for national security surveillance. That's just a fact of the UK legal framework, and that means we have to understand that whenever we're being permissive about something. And finally, I would say one of the harms we're really concerned about, my review has been concerned about, is the overstatement of public consent, the overuse of public consent, the gaming of public consent as a way of being permissive about use on the basis that the public can properly understand when they give permission for something and when they don't. To some degree, the public will, but we have to also understand there's a real limitation on that. Sorry, that's a lot, but those are the harms that I thought were important we're trying to address.
Thank you. I think you've laid some of those concerns out incredibly clearly there. And Julie, I know that these are all things that Yoti are thinking about as well. And Matthew's mentioned before, these things are not new topics to Yoti. So how do you view some of these issues in the work that you are doing?
I think as a small company, when we were just 50 or so people, we actually set up early on an ethical framework and set up an external guardians council, looking at people with experts from the human rights side, consumer rights, last mile tech, online harms and accessibility. This is a group that now meets quarterly, terms of reference and minutes published openly. And we've mirrored this with an internal group of people throughout the company and trying to encourage them to build the antennae to say when they're not happy about something or to thrash an issue around, a little bit like you might have in a jury scenario, but effectively upskilling the staff internally to ask awkward questions. And I think in the same way as when we have people doing medical degrees looking at ethics, we need staff in technology companies to have that training as part of their induction, because you can't go far enough. The ethical oversight has to go both top down and bottom up. And I would thoroughly agree with those areas that Matthew described, that we need this openness with regards to discrimination and bias, but that has to also be independently reviewed. So finding expert benchmarkers, people that look at bias analysis, such as Dr. Alison Gardner's work from Keele University, are really helpful elements. And taking part in the regular and early stakeholder engagement opportunities, be that through bodies such as ADA or by companies working with bodies such as the Biometrics Institute and following their frameworks, which are encouraging companies to do that. And ahead of regulation, I would hope that people that are buying the technology look for that under the hood. They look for that oversight, they look for the stakeholder engagement, and they look for that third-party review that companies are doing what they say they're doing.
Thanks, Julie. And my next question was actually going to be, what can those that want to innovate and use these technologies be thinking about and trying to do? But I think what you've just outlined there are some really interesting kind of steps and things that organizations can be doing. And I guess maybe if I flip the question around slightly then, and Julie, I'll come to you back on this, but I think what we've done in this conversation is we've outlined a huge number of challenges, questions that need to be figured out. And the topic of this conversation was, how do we get the future of biometrics-based technologies right? And so from your perspective, what else is needed to help kind of smooth this process along and make sure that there are the right checks and balances, and to support those organizations that are trying to do the right thing, but also make sure that regulation is keeping step and creating those clear boundaries within which to work? If there was a kind of magic wand you could wave to say, this is what we need, what might that look like, Julie?
This might be controversial, but I think similarly we need the same degree of education and nuanced understanding within our regulators. If I look across the different bodies in the UK that could be, for instance, reviewing a topic such as an age verification, this is something whereby you might have staff moving on, but literally there's a body of several hundred people that need this degree of nuanced understanding of the different approaches to be able to ask the hard questions, understand and ask, for instance, how is this consented data created? How is it updated? Who reviews it? And we also need to have more investment in bodies. If you look at NIST in the US, you've got an entire campus of several thousand people that actually undertake detailed review analysis and benchmarking. We don't at the moment really have an equivalent of that. In Europe, we have a small body in the UK that thankfully has been set up in the last year or so. But that's still quite a minimal amount of expertise to be reviewing and giving critical analysis on a detailed level. So I'd say, referring back to Matthew's point, yes, that line has to be clearer, because at the moment it's not super clear, even for companies that want to do things the right way. And you have to have benchmarking approaches that go across the geographies that you want to work in. And the regulators that you're dealing with in different countries, you hope they're able to understand the reviews that you've undertaken in other countries. So innovative companies are looking, how can I roll out this technology in different regulatory regimes, and how can I do the right thing? So unless the regulators are asking the right questions and we have independent bodies doing that research, we're still in a chicken and egg position.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to embarrass Julie on the call, but what I would say is that, the fact that Julie's here and is engaging with this is a real testament to a company like Yoti, who are making a really strong effort to try and, as Julia's explained, develop ethics panels, do things within the company that are the right kind of practices. But that is just not an appropriate mechanism by which we expect an industry to function, that we expect everybody to be like Yoti, or we expect everybody to self-regulate. It's just not an efficient or even workable way to do it, because for every Yoti, there's going to be 10 companies that are trying to get everything they possibly can in the genuine belief that if we play within the rules, that's okay. And so they're pushing the rules to their absolute limit, doing the absolute minimum, stretching every single angle, because in their view, until we run up against a hard line and somebody within our legal team or somebody at regulatory says you cannot do it, why can't we do it? So the reality is that we have facial recognition technology that is not appropriate to use, being regulated in its use by self-imposed bans at the moment by Microsoft, IBM, Google, have put self-imposed bans. Bans work. Bans have stopped police using technology they shouldn't be using. But the ban has been imposed by the technology companies themselves. And one might say, only because of a slightly unusual set of circumstances last year, which brought the discriminatory use of technology in all sorts of ways to a massive public attention. So that isn't the right way for us to be regulating. We can't have vaccine passports or COVID tracking apps regulated by Apple and Google saying, we're not going to allow these to be supported on our phones if you use a centralized system. And that prevented a centralized system from taking place. So what needs to be done? It does need informed legislation, an informed legislature, and informed regulatory framework. It needs more resources within the regulatory framework, and it needs both a regulator and a legislator who are able to draw on specialist knowledge and are in a position where they can update their specialist knowledge and are willing to, if necessary, go head to head in stopping innovation from happening. Because they will say, for example, in the facial recognition sphere, until you can sort this out, we cannot allow you to use it. And that sometimes needs to happen. I know that's a horrible sort of prospect for innovative technology businesses, but sometimes that has to be done for the long-term benefit of making sure these industries develop appropriately.
I think, thank you, Matthew. I wanted to pick up briefly on this question of bans, and you said bans do work. We know bans work, and I think it's really interesting that Microsoft, IBM, Amazon kind of have placed these self-imposed bans or perhaps moratorium. It's perhaps time limited. I think one of them, I can't remember which, said a ban until the regulatory framework is set out more clearly. A challenge, I guess, is, are bans too blunt an instrument for something that is as complex as biometrics as we've been discussing so far? There are many different technologies, many different applications. They can be used for identification versus categorization and many other things besides. Are they too blunt an instrument for something as complex as biometrics?
I think if you're going to ban something, you need to be on pretty strong ground as to why it's unacceptable, and it needs to be pretty narrow in scope. You've got to make sure that you are not, in an attempt to deal with one particular problem, creating a ban across a wide range of uses or a wide range of technologies that should just not be included in it. So a ban is a blunt instrument, and it's an extreme measure. But those things, when you can identify a problem and you're not able to get an industry to pull back from it voluntarily, then that needs to be a weapon within the arsenal of the regulator. And the legislature similarly needs to be confident in saying, we cannot allow this to be used in this way until you can make it a safe technology. Now, there is just one thing I should say about regulation, which is that we do have a problem with the kind of paradigm of regulation we have at the moment, which is we have legislation which deals with process, and we have regulators which are largely comfortable dealing with outcomes. In other words, is this the right outcome? But what we don't have is that bit in between where a regulator will say, you can't do it this way, or this particular way you want to do it has to be accompanied by certain safeguards. And that is very difficult for those who work in the industry to accept, because they need that flexibility. But at times we have to grapple with the fact that you are going to have to rein back some innovation in the sake of safe evolution of the product.
Thanks, Matthew. And there's some number of questions coming in from the audience there. I just want to pick up on one, and Julie, I'll ask you about what is the role of technology companies in the process of developing the right legislative and regulatory framework. What are the limits could be? And picking up on that question of the ban being a blunt instrument, what is a more delicate, nuanced instrument, and what role can technology companies play in that, and figuring out what those instruments are?
I think there's an interesting point that Matthew made earlier with regards to size and scale. So your large players will have enough bandwidth and resource to put people forwards for this sort of arbitrage and negotiation. Quite problematic for smaller companies is how to have the bandwidth to engage in that. I mean, we see that patently at the moment there was development of really helpful trust frameworks popping up around the world, but those are time intensive to actually be part of. There's many different standards bodies around the world working on really useful standards, but classically, if you're a smaller company, the same people you've got that are trying to work with your existing and prospective customers and build your products are the same people that you'd want to be sat late at night or early in the morning on these calls. The larger companies have got the bandwidth to do both. And that then makes it really hard to get the breadth of voices around the table. A classic one at the moment is if you look at, for example, putting a driving license on your Apple app and using potentially within that some different forms of biometrics for checking as the same person. That type of solution, if that were turned on overnight, could de facto bring identification onto one of those large-scale platforms in a way that many individual member states or governments would not really think palatable. So it's very hard to get the outcomes that you would like in terms of a range of companies with different, shall we say, moral compasses sitting at those tables. And I think that's going to be an ongoing challenge. We try to be involved in those. We try to be involved in both giving our input to new trust framework development, to lots of different consultations around the world. But that's of a company now with 300 people, with 3 or 4 people trying to look at this globally. That's quite a hard effort for companies of any smaller scale, and particularly your startup and innovative companies, which then puts the power back into the larger companies that do have that bandwidth.
Thanks, Julie. I think all this is kind of just a real clear reminder for me, at least anyway, that even when we're kind of breaking down and focusing on a particular subset of technologies within an even broader category of technologies, we still always end up coming back to the nature of kind of global technology companies, the role they play in society, the role that smaller tech companies play within that larger ecosystem. These are huge questions that I think, this whole, not just this session, but this whole conference and many other people are going to be talking about and thinking about. We have, I think, about 90 seconds left. So I might just come back to each of you for kind of a final 20, 30-second comment if there's anything burning that you didn't manage to get off your chest during this session or anything you'd like to pick up on. Matthew, I'll go to you first for your final few thoughts.
Thank you. I think one of the questions, if I'm saying, well, there's a problem with actors, and I don't just mean tech companies, I'm talking about governments as well, being able to find loopholes or find ways to soften regulation. The question, therefore, is what's the answer to that? The answer is harder edged regulation. The answer is more specific regulation. The answer is regulation that's not so open to interpretation, and a regulatory framework which makes it really clear which regulator has responsibility for doing what and what they can do, and have regulators being comfortable about exercising the further tougher aspects of the powers that they have. They shouldn't be hesitant about that. So from my perspective, a tighter regulatory regime is really important. And I think we have to be confident that the use of biometric data is going to be something which is going to be enormously valuable to all of us. But we have to have some confidence in the actors in this environment that they will innovate and they will come up with amazing solutions within whatever regulatory framework you give them. You just have to give them a clear one, and you have to be about it.
Thank you, Matthew. Julie, final quick thoughts from you.
Yes, and I would like to, as well as that clearer framework, build on the concept of sandboxing, which the UK has uniquely done pretty well with the FCA, now the ICO, and with the Home Office, but try and have more cross-regulator sandboxes and also with bridges to other parts of the world. And that would then enable more companies that are on the right track to act hopefully as a beacon, and to work more to upstream educate the regulators and create more confidence amongst relying parties of those solutions, and give more people access to these are the types of accreditations and regulatory frameworks that these companies are working within. And hopefully that upskills the buying community to ask the hard questions and look between companies and decide whether they would rather be working with a company that's worked within the guidelines, within the regs, and together with the sandboxing. And hopefully that drives buying power as well. Fingers crossed.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much. I think the answer to that question of what does the future look like for biometrics has been pretty thoroughly covered by you both there. So Matthew, Julie, thank you so much for joining us today. That's all we've got time for. Thank you to the audience for all of their questions, and of course to Cogx for having us here today. And I'll hand back over to Andrew to play us out of this session. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Aidan, and thank you so much again, Matthew and Julie, for that fantastic and lively discussion. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Please go get some tea, go outside. It's very sunny. It's maybe too sunny, which is a strange thing to say in this country, but it just feels that way. Take a break. We'll be back in 12 o'clock on the dot for the next panel, which will be focused on the future of regulating social media platforms. We'll see you very soon. Thanks. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the CogX Ethics and Society stage. My name is Andrew Straits. I am the Associate Director of Research Partnerships at the Ada Lovelace Institute, a London-based research and deliberative body that works with a mission to ensure that data and AI work for people in society. We're very happy to have you back. If you've not joined us earlier today, don't worry, you've missed some really great discussions around biometrics and around vaccine passports. We have some fantastic discussions still to come today, so there will be plenty more fantastic bits and pieces to sink into. Just to flag a few logistics pieces that you may not have caught before. Our discussions today are not just virtual lectures. If we would love to hear from you during the questions, during the question answer period, there will be 10 minutes at the end of each panel to submit questions and answers, but please do so as you go, and we'll do our best to ensure that those are heard from at the end of the day. We encourage you to ask constructive questions, but please be aware that CogX has a code of conduct which explains what behavior isn't and isn't appropriate on the events sessions chat, and a process by which bad behavior can be reported. If you are a social media influencer or aspiring or actual, please tweet your thoughts. We'd love to see them. The hashtag is hashtag CogX2021. There is currently no TikTok hashtag, but again, we very much encourage you to start one. The more sort of social influencing channels we can reach, the better. My younger cousins will definitely be grateful if you can get my face on there. If you like what a speaker has to say, you can also visit the CogX online bookshop, which features works from various speakers on stage. Just search CogX Bookshop in the Hopin Expo. I'm very excited to introduce our next panel on the future of regulating social media. This is an extremely important topic, and we're very grateful to have some fantastic guests. I'm going to introduce the moderator now, Aparna Surendra, who's a technology policy analyst at AWO, a new data rights agency based in London and Brussels. Aparna, I'll hand it to you, and thanks again so much. We'll see you very shortly.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for today's panel on social media regulation. I'm thrilled to be here with our two panelists, Shay Akiwowo and Mark Bunting. Shay is the founder and executive director of Glitch, a UK charity dedicated to ending online abuse and championing digital citizenship. And Mark is the director of online safety policy at Ofcom, which is the UK communications regulator. To quickly introduce myself, I'm Aparna Surendra, and I'm a technology policy analyst at AWO. My own work on social media regulation has involved a very specific piece of the puzzle, which is audit methodologies. So together with partners at Reset and the Ada Lovelace Institute, we've been thinking through questions including what types of data can be used in an audit and how can the data be accessed, and then mapping across specific techniques used by academic and civil society researchers across to regulatory conversations. To pan out, it's an exciting time for social media regulation. In the UK, the draft online safety bill was published in May, and Ofcom will be the online safety regulator. In the EU, the Digital Services Act, a legislative proposal, was published last December. And there are changes afoot that carry immense opportunities, but also risk. So with that, I'm really looking forward to the conversation with Shay and Mark to chat through current regulatory proposals and regulation of the future. So with that, I'll hand over to Shay for introductory remarks. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for having me, Ada Lovelace Institute and CogX. What a time to be talking about social media regulation in this heat, hey? But alas, a very important conversation to be had. So our work at Glitch is primarily focuses on women and non-binary people, and we look at gender-based violence online, and we cannot be more delighted for the long-awaited social media regulation, now called the Online Safety Bill. At Glitch, we work with women and non-binary people from all over the UK and outside the UK too, who face discrimination, sexism, hate speech, death threats every single day. Statistics show that women globally are 27 times more likely to be abused online than men. And when you apply an intersectional lens, Black women are 84% more likely to be abused on Twitter than white women. This is why we need regulation. For too long, we have thought that tech companies could self-regulate and address these issues, but it's not a priority for them because business and profit is. And so we hope that the regulation here in the UK and regulation here across the waters in the EU will have a focus on online gender-based violence. We'll have a focus with an intersectional lens too of putting women at the face of the bill to make sure that women and girls are safe online. I want to draw some reflections. I want to draw on some reflections that I've had over the last year. What a year it's been, obviously, pandemic and lockdown, and I'm sure we're all going to be tuned in at 5 o'clock for another press conference to find out if we can meet 7 more people inside our homes or 20 more people outside our homes. But what also we've learned in the last year is that the pandemic and has brought about a massive increase in the use of the online space. And we foresaw that with lockdown, there was going to be an increase in domestic violence, yes, but also an increase in all forms of online violence that we could not have imagined. This time last year, Zoom bombing as a term didn't really exist. And so we launched a report called the Ripple Effect Report that looked into how online abuse was increasing during the pandemic. And sadly, 46% of respondents, women and non-binary people, experienced online abuse. And that increased to 50% when you looked at Black and minoritized people of color as well. But what's also really sad was that only 9% of respondents received some kind of updated guidance or training around how to use the online space. And so what we're missing is the role of employers in society around digital citizenship education, around a real understanding of how to navigate the online space as citizens, our digital rights and responsibility. And it's here where I think there is such exciting, creative collaboration that's afoot for us to really think about how we upskill the next generation and the current generation to be more attuned as digital citizens online. How do we talk about digital security and safety and digital self-care, which is all about boundaries online, but also how do we talk about how to be an ally online? How do we talk about how to hold tech companies online and tech responsibility and tech accountability? All these things are much needed conversations, and to be honest, are much overdue conversations that are not quite yet in the early draft of the online safety bill and the Digital Services Act. My last reflection before I hand on to Mark from Ofcom is to say that George Floyd's murder and the resurgence of Black Lives Matter as a movement and as an analysis tool has been positive and provided a lot of reflection for Glitch, which is a Black-led charity. And one reflection for us has been a public health approach to tackling online abuse. And I'd be really keen to see a regulatory body really looking at how we start looking at a wider approach to tackling online abuse that doesn't reinforce this pipeline to prison, that doesn't increase a kind of enforcement and institutional powers, but actually really make sure that citizens are looked after from poverty, that are looked after from education, and are feel able to really flourish in the online space. How do we address the cycle of violence? We know that violence spreads. So we know when someone's been bullied online, they are more likely to become a bully. How do we, through our regulatory power in this bill, really look at how we enforce a public health approach to tackling online abuse? How do we support victims and survivors? How do we increase the access to justice? And how do we ultimately make sure that we have victims at the center of this? The online safety bill does do a lot. It does talk about, finally, combined characteristics, something that we've been talking about for a while, and the importance of intersectionality. It does talk about the safety of children, but it doesn't talk about the safety of women and girls enough. And if we know that women are most likely to be attacked online, then it's our duty to make sure our legislation keeps them safe, and keeps them safe from an education point of view and a public health approach too. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. That was incredibly helpful, and I think like a really lovely framework for grounding kind of our discussion in terms of lived experience as well. There are a number of things that you touched on that I'd like to return to in the conversation, which included, I was just taking notes and my entire page is just filled now. Transparency with big tech companies, intersexual harms, digital citizenship, and a public health approach to regulation. I think all of those are really rich, and you touched on them briefly, but I'd like to hear many more thoughts. Right now, I'll turn to Mark. Mark, as I mentioned, is with Ofcom, which is the UK's communication regulator and will be the regulator for online safety. Mark, over to you.
Thanks very much, Parna, and thanks everybody for having me here today. It's good to be part of CogX. So this is going to be a time of really far-reaching legal and regulatory change on online safety, not just in the UK, as Aparna said earlier, also in the EU, in Canada, Australia, India. Many countries around the world are looking at legislating on these issues. Even in the US, there are a number of proposals for greater regulation of online platforms and social media in particular. So I think there's a sense that the time for effective regulation for online safety has come. I thought I'd just say a little bit about where we are in the UK process for those who may not be so close to it. A draft bill has been published, as Aparna said. That is now going to go into a period of pre-legislative scrutiny. We're still waiting for the parliamentary committee to be formed to oversee that scrutiny period. And during that period, the bill will continue to be in a non-final form. So there's still a number of areas where the government is working through precisely how it wants the legislation to capture what it wants to do. That pre-legislative period is unlikely to be finished now till the autumn, and then the bill will be launched formally in Parliament after that. And it could normally take 9 to 12 months for a bill of this size and complexity to go through the process. So we're still in the early stages of a process which will take a little while to play through. Now, Ofcom's role in this period is to work with government and Parliament to explain how we would use the powers, how we interpret the obligations that are in the bill. The bill itself, of course, is for Parliament to decide and for government to steer through. But we will very much be involved in that conversation and talking to parliamentarians about how we see the role over this period. The online safety bill in the current draft is really a risk-driven approach. It's very broad-based. It sets an expectation that all companies that host user-generated content and search services will assess the risks of illegal content being disseminated on their platforms and the risks to children arising from their services. There are also responsibilities for so-called Category 1 companies, those that meet certain size and functionality thresholds to protect adult users from content that may be legal but could be harmful. Companies have to mitigate the risks that they identify in risk assessments that they must carry out regularly. They have to use systems and processes to minimize the dissemination and presence of illegal content and to prevent children from accessing content that may be harmful to them. They have to specify in their terms and conditions how they'll protect users from illegal content, while also having regard to users' rights to freedom of expression and privacy. They also have to have systems to allow users and others to easily report illegal content and operate complaints processes that are easy to access and use. So it's a risk-based approach. It's a process-based approach. Ofcom, as the regulator, will not be empowered in the current drafting of the bill to adjudicate on individual items of content that are hosted on platforms. Instead, it'll be our job to ensure that companies have robust risk management processes in place and that they're responding in an effective and timely way to the harms that their users have experienced. It's worth just standing back a bit, I think, and thinking about why we need this. To some extent, that's obvious. You know, Shayi talked very eloquently about the kind of issues that Glitch are involved with. Barely a day goes by when there isn't media coverage of online safety issues of one form or another. But I think what we discern through the research that we've done is a more fundamental shift in public mood as the awareness of risks and concern about online harms has grown. In research that we published just last week, we found that 3/4 of adults say they've had a negative experience online in the last 4 weeks. Not all of those are harmful as such. Some of them may include things like misinformation or spam or phishing emails, which can be unpleasant, but hopefully in most cases are not directly harmful, but they all contribute to a sense that online environments are not as secure and welcoming as they might be. And then, of course, there are the genuinely harmful experiences online, where we would be particularly concerned about the risks to younger people. Half of all 12 to 15-year-olds, for example, say they've had a harmful experience online. About the same number say they've seen hateful content online in the last 12 months. 30% of 12 to 15-year-olds have been contacted by someone they didn't know who wanted to be their friend, or said they wanted to be their friend. We're in a situation now where most adult internet users agree that people must be protected from offensive and harmful content. And a relatively small number of the biggest services really are at the heart of this. Not just Facebook and YouTube, TikTok and Twitter, who perhaps attract the most attention, but we also spend a lot of time talking to services like Twitch, OnlyFans, Reddit. These services deliver enormous benefits to their users, and our research shows that most internet users still think the benefits of going online outweigh the risks. And we've seen the way that people rely on online services, particularly in the last 12 months, to keep in touch with family and friends, the opportunities for creative self-expression and innovation that online services offer, and the way that the children were able to continue with their education despite a series of lockdowns. So the central challenge facing the industry and that regulation has got to get to grips with is how can we promote a safer life online that enables all users to reap the benefits of online services without fear of the abuse, discrimination and hatred that Shei described earlier. For Ofcom's part, we recognise we still have a huge amount of preparation to do. We recognise the significance of our role. We know we've got a lot to learn, including from organisations like Glitch that have been working in this area for a long time, and we'll continue to work closely with those stakeholders as we develop our approach, and look forward to talking a bit more about that in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. I think that was like a really wonderful introduction to online safety. And the variety of stakeholders kind of involved in the process, from government, parliament to the regulator, as well as a description of the risk-based approach and the process-based approach that we see in the current drafting. Shei, I'd like to turn to you for a first question, which was about intersectional harms. And that's something that I know that you've campaigned a lot around, and it's something that you touched on in your introductory remarks. Could you describe what intersectional harms are and why they are so important?
Yeah, so intersectionality is a term coined by Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw in the States. Essentially, it means protected characteristics that we have of identities intersecting and causing an amalgamation, and if not sometimes new harms, or being prone to further discrimination. So you've got terms like misogynoir, which has been coined by another Black academic called Dr. Moya Bailey, who talks about the intersection of race and gender, particularly for Black women, causing a different type of abuse offline and online. And with us having multiple intersecting identities, the online space allowing us to cultivate these identities, sadly what happens is that people with combined characteristics and intersecting characteristics are most likely to face harm. So I remember one thing I'm really proud of about Glitch is that we have a policy focus to our work, and so we are able to have the robust conversations with Ofcom and with TikTok and Twitter as we're on their Trust and Safety Council. But we also support and mobilize a community of women and non-Brownie people to feel safe online. And I always hear stories from them that keeps me on my toes about how gender-based violence plays out. And one example recently was around disability and gender, and how men's rights activists or activists in general, trolls in general online, would purposely send malicious GIFs, so GIFs, videos, images that would have be flashing to cause an epileptic attack for epileptic people who are online. And there'll be women who are about to do the school run, who would have picked up their phone, who are campaigning in this area, that have been sent these horrible flashing GIFs to spark an epileptic attack before they are about to do the school run. And that horrific story really sits with me, because I'm somebody that loves gifs. Like, I don't, if you follow me on Twitter, I'm forever using gifs to explain how I'm feeling and my mood, particularly when we see developments around the things that Mark Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey are doing or not doing. And to think that something that is so joyous is being used against a minoritized community was so eye-opening to me. And that's exactly how it's like for women more broadly all over the world, who have these interventions, these tools and tools and products that are continuously being developed on the platform, being used actually to silence them, to cause self-censoring, and to cause harm offline. We only this month are sadly marking the anniversary of Jo Cox MP, who was murdered by somebody who was radicalized online on some of these sites that that Mark was talking about, not the kind of mainstream tech giant sites, but these other second, third platforms that need to also be regulated and also need to be held accountable for the organizing that is happening. And I always say, if you make sure that the online space is safe for the most minoritized, then everybody is going to feel safe online. We saw the importance of intersectional harm last year, and it tying with actually AI, when people, well-meaning people, were sharing the video of George Floyd's murder and him taking his last breath. For the Black community across the world and the diaspora, they did not want to see this yet. Tech companies were making profit from such pain, such trauma, and there was no way for communities to be able to mute that content, to be able to navigate away from that content. And that is exactly why we need algorithmic audits. That's why we need to have a digital citizenship framework that holds tech companies to account, because they are not looking to create platforms that are benefiting the most minoritized.
Thanks, Shay. I'd like to turn a little to your comments. Oh, I think Mark's frozen. I'd like to turn to something that your comments kind of segue really nicely into, which is the role of transparency and accountability, particularly of large tech platforms. So I'm curious, I know both of your organizations do interact with technology companies on treatment of harmful content. How will the online, could you maybe describe what those relationships currently look like, and how will the online safety bill change the nature of those interactions? So Mark, I'm not sure if you caught that question.
Yeah, I did, Aparna. Yeah, sorry to be having some technical issues at this end, story of the times. Yeah, so I think the big change for us is going to be that this legislation will put in place an explicit framework for transparency and accountability of the big online services. It won't be in its current form prescriptive about what exactly that means, and it'll be for us to work through with individual companies how they're going about their risk assessment processes, the mitigations they're putting in place, what we expect from them in terms of transparency, and then to hold them account for delivering that. But it will set a clear set of expectations about what companies need to do in order to comply with the regulation. And I think that will be really important because, of course, in the end, it gives legislative force to the conversations that we have with platforms. It enables civil society organizations to go beyond working on a purely voluntary basis with platforms. It enables us to be the conveners of a conversation between civil society organizations and expert bodies and academics about how we tackle these issues of online safety collectively. And I think that will be a significant shift in the nature of the conversation with industry. I don't think it's very often going to be about the regulator laying down the law about what exactly companies have to do and not do. I think that's something that we're going to need to work through with them over time. But it will put that conversation about accountability and about effective safety management on a much more formal footing.
Aparna, is it possible to come back on something that Mark's just said?
Yes, please jump in.
I think that leveler is really important. I mean, I'm an eager beaver. If you spend 5 minutes with me, I can tell you what my kind of plan vision is for a very more a safer and more inclusive online space. So I have to sometimes be told by the board and by the team just to kind of keep the pace. But one important milestone and pace is something that Mark said, which is around leveling it out. So all civil society, can have time with social media companies. At the moment, there is such a disproportionate amount of time where certain sectors of charity world has the ear of tech companies and versus others. So for Glitch, I tend to, I'm very fortunate, but we're a small organization, so can't be at every meeting. Sit on TikTok's Trust and Safety Council and sit on Twitter's Trust and Safety Council. And often than not, I am sometimes one of the only Black people, if not Black woman, if not minoritized person, full stop, in these meetings. And we have to make sure that there is a way of a neutral convener that is going to allow civil society to have direct access. I mean, what the next step for that would be is about remuneration, right? Why is that civil society groups have to get funding that is being taken away from, more frontline services, funding to have time to be able to then make platforms better when they're making multi-billion-pound profits? That's something I think we need to talk about in 3 years' time, but that is something that I think is important to still bring up.
Thanks, Shay. I want to turn to one of the comments you made about being oftentimes the only minoritized person in some of those meetings. And one of the questions I had for you both was, one of the exciting things we see with the regulation is the creation of a new type of online safety role that didn't exist a few years ago. And so obviously when we think about skill sets, we can think about a whole variety of new expertise that needs to be now at the table in the rooms. And I was hoping that, Mark, you could speak specifically to how Ofcom is thinking of the new types of skill sets that are required to implement this regulation. And that the both of you, I know you've touched on this online, I saw a Twitter exchange between both of you on how we can encourage more women and women of color to apply for these new types of online safety roles. So Mark, I'll turn it to you first.
Yeah, thanks, Aparna. It's a really good question, and one, as you can imagine, we think about a lot. I would say that some of the functions and roles that we will have to carry out this task are not themselves new. We have well-established enforcement and legal functions, for example, who are very accustomed to carrying out investigations into large companies. We have a large market research and market intelligence team who've already got several years of experience of carrying out really high quality studies into people's experiences online. So some of it will be about taking the strengths that we already have and making sure that we have the skills and expertise internally to apply them to these new areas. But there will be some areas that are new as well. So, my own team, for example, we only formed the team about 6 or 7 months ago. Of course, writing policy and regulatory documentation is something that Ofcom is very skilled in. But the things that I look for when I think about recruiting people into the team are a bit different. Of course, people need really solid policy development skills, and they need to understand the policy environment, but they also need to be very outward facing. We need to have people who are come with a network and with expertise and with relationships in this enormous panoply of organizations with online safety. We need people who understand that civil society expertise. In fact, personally, I've recruited more people from civil society than I have from industry since taking on this role. I mean, there's risks there because I'm also very conscious of the risk that the regulator just takes all the talent or some of the talent from civil society, and that's not what we need. We need a robust civil society as well that can engage with this. It's very clear to me this can't be a kind of combination of just traditional policy development people plus some industry expertise. We need to reach out much more broadly. In terms of diversity and representation, it is a challenge. I think it's always a challenge for public sector organisations. It's something we work on a great deal. We are just in the process of making a series of further offers to new people to the team. And apologies if you can hear the printer going off in the background here. My wife has sent something to print. And that would be a very broad range of skills. But clearly the team itself can't be the only way that we represent the different perspectives and voices in this area. Because in the end, Ofcom will be a relatively small organisation. So we need to work out the right ways of engaging with different user groups, people who have expertise in the experiences of different user groups. Like Shay, I'm very encouraged that the bill makes provision and makes very explicit that it'll be the regulator's job to ensure that companies are taking account of the different needs of different groups of users. And we're thinking about how we can set up the right kind of panels and processes and representative groups that we hear those different voices in our policy making process. So I think it's a combination. It's about really working hard at the recruitment stage to bring in those diverse perspectives, but it's also ensuring that we've got that kind of outward facing approach so that we can hear from different groups as we go through our work.
Thanks so much, Mark. Shay, is there anything you'd like to jump in with?
Yeah, I think if there are any women of colour, people of colour on this on watching this panel, and we've not put you off by the beast that is the online safety bill, really do consider applying, because we really need to have diversity at Ofcom. The values are and the spirit is there. We just need to make sure that is balanced with lived experience as well as policy expertise too. Where I can, I've been promoting and sharing, and so I think there are two things. I think there's a diversity and inclusion conversation, and we are recruiting at Glitch, and we have that conversation every week around how do we reach more diverse people, how do we make sure we're more representative. It's something that is not a tick boxing exercise, right, which the last year from Black Lives Matter has taught us. I think the second thing is around how do we get communities who don't even think that this sector is for them interested in applying, right, because that's who it impacts the most. And I think there's a role for, as part of digital citizenship education, for Tech Accountability 101. People really understanding what algorithms are, really understanding how social media platforms work in a way that protects people from misinformation and conspiracy theories, which then ends up doing more harm than good, but also ignites and activates people to think, rah, this is the situation that is affecting me, even if I have nothing to do with it. Couple examples very quickly. I have a work wife, Gabby Edlin, who founds a charity called Bloody Good Period. The day before Menstrual Hygiene Day, one of the most important international days of the year for women to talk about period equity, they were shadow banned on Instagram. It took me having a contact at Facebook and Instagram to help them get their account back, for them to be able to participate in Menstrual Hygiene Day. That is not okay. It should not take this back room, who knows who dealing to have consistent uses of the platform. And that's who gets affected. That's who gets targeted. A period equity charity that is helping the most vulnerable of people in our community, asylum seekers, victims of domestic abuse. Again, domestic abuse in refuge shelters. There are women who are being trapped through spyware and stalkerware, who don't really understand how these platforms are being operated and are being used. If we can have Tech Accountability 101 education provided as part of this public health approach that I talked about earlier, as part of digital citizenship education that could be strongly referred to in the bill, then we can really make sure that everybody's on the same level playing field when they're deciding what kind of tech companies that they want. If we don't have that, then it's going to be the same privileged few that get to decide things around data, things around audit, and things around transparency.
Thanks, Shay. I want to pick up on that comment about Tech 101 or like digital citizenship. I know both of your organizations do a fair bit of work on promoting digital literacy and safe online practices. So I know Glitch obviously provides resources for digital citizenship, and then Ofcom has its Making Sense of Media program. So I was wondering if both of you could speak a little more specifically to those forms of public engagement and how you see public education kind of facilitating or working alongside some of the regulatory aspects. I will pass it to Mark first.
Yeah, thanks, Aparna. And as you say, we have a long-standing program on media literacy, which has been known as Making Sense of Media for the last few years. And we work very closely with civil society and academic experts in this area. It's a complex area. I very much agreed with what Shay said earlier about the importance of digital citizenship and rights and responsibilities. I think it's an area where again, it's for the regulator to play a role in trying to bring together different perspectives and help to drive what probably will be quite a long-term program in this area. Of course, schools and colleges have a role to play in this, but equally, it can't be something that's purely solved through the education system. You know, I think companies themselves have a significant role to play through using their terms and conditions and the signals that they send to users about what's acceptable behavior and what's not on their platforms. There are different approaches to that in the sector at the moment. We'd like to see more companies learning from best practice in terms of managing those expectations. You know, and I think the era, if it had ever existed, where companies could just publish a set of very generic community standards about what's acceptable and what's not, and then think that, you know, that was the end of their role when it comes to digital citizenship. You know, I think that era is really long gone now. And we talk a lot to companies who are working very hard to find ways of signaling to users how they should stay within the bounds of good and responsible behaviour online. It's not straightforward. There are tricky and complex issues everywhere. There is often discussion about anonymity, for example, as a potential enabler of harmful behaviour, and perhaps it is. But of course, anonymity is also tremendously important to people who may not be able to give their real identities, and who use anonymity as a way of keeping themselves safe online and protecting their own privacy. So it's a very important area. I don't think it's an area where there are simple, easy fixes that either we or companies can put in place, but it'll be a big part of our focus as we think about what the regulatory regime should.
Thanks so much, Mark. Shay, I'll pass it over to you, because I know your approach to digital citizenship, I think, is quite expansive and very interesting.
Yeah, so for us at Glitch, digital citizenship is about the understanding that we have digital rights, and with all rights comes responsibility. And there's been a huge focus across Europe for many years about our digital rights and data privacy and all of that, and that is great. But we need to now start having a conversation about responsibility. And we think about that with three elements: the individual, our social, and our institutional responsibilities too. In the individual, it's about cybersecurity. It's about thinking about your online space and double locking it. It's about thinking about your digital footprint and being more aware. We also have a conversation around digital self-care, which unfortunately for a lot of minoritized communities, particularly women, don't feel like they can set these boundaries online, feel very much pulled by the algorithms that are asking them to overshare, that is asking them to kind of click yes or cookies and accept all and all of this stuff. And it's really about going back to setting boundaries and page policies, particularly for journalists and women in public life, your MPs, your councillors, who get the most abuse, and which is why we launched at the head of the local elections in the UK in April a new resource called Digital Threats to Democracy. And it's a 101 guide and a free resource and toolkit for women in public life to feel safe online around cybersecurity and digital self-care and self-defense. On the social level, around digital citizenship, it's around what is our responsibility to each other online. Today, sadly, marks the anniversary of Grenfell, and I can't believe it's been 4 years. And when Grenfell happened, and it shouldn't have happened, but when it did, we all knew that we had to do something to respond, whether that was donating food bags, whether that was calling the fire ambulance, whether that was, we all knew there was something, a duty in us to respond as Londoners, as citizens of the UK, and if not the global community. We haven't quite yet developed that when it comes to the online space. We're quite desensitized already to women who are being abused online, who are trending. We are seeing people jump on hashtags, and we're telling women to just leave the online space. Just this morning, somebody posted something on the 9th of June, and somehow it was landed on animal rights forum that then has now sparked active cyber harassment and trolling across all her social media platforms. And she had no idea what she was waking up to this morning. So we have a social responsibility to each other around how do we be active bystanders online? How do we be responsible for not perpetuating and reproducing harms that we would not tolerate offline? How do we make sure we're not passing on stereotypes that tend to often impact Jewish communities? How do we make sure we're not spreading misinformation and disinformation too? And institutions have responsibility. As Mark said, there can be nudges, there can be ways to support the behaviors that we want to be seeing online. There can be a way of modeling the behaviors and encouraging that, rather than what feels like this race to the bottom of doing the bare minimum. And then when they finally update their policy, we're giving them a round of applause. For example, only last year, Facebook made Holocaust denial against their community guidelines. That is not okay. Institutions should be role modeling digital citizenship consistently, and should be encouraging all users to do that. And they can do this creatively creatively. The PR budget they spend on making the CEOs and founders of these platforms look like they're still working off their garage and are not a multi-billion-pound company. It's the same PR and investment that can go into digital citizenship education. The budget that goes into behavioral science to get us to share our information and to be desensitized and to spend more time than we should on these platforms could go, yet again go into digital citizenship education. There is stats to show, and I'll end here, to say that more women would go back onto platforms like Facebook if they felt like it was safe. So if we can turn through regulation their business model to make it that duty of care and digital citizenship was something that was going to generate them money and redistribute that power to make sure there is safety as a framework, then we can really make the platform what we want, a public extension of our offline spaces that is safe for everybody to navigate.
Thanks so much, Shay. We're in the final few minutes of the panel. I've been picking up questions from the audience as we go, but please keep sharing those with us. I have one question here that I think, Mark, that you'll be able to speak to. And the question is, tech platforms are often global in scope, and how does local or country-specific regulation work when these platforms are active in a whole number of countries with many laws and regulations around online safety? Mark, I'll turn that to you.
Yeah, thanks, Parna. It's a really good question. So I think national laws do vary, and this isn't something new. All big multinational companies have to cope with a certain amount of variation in individual nations' legal frameworks. I think as we go about thinking about how we would put the requirements of the Online Safety Bill into practice, finding ways to do that in a way which is aligned with our counterparts in other countries is going to be really important. We already do that a lot in areas like broadcasting and telecoms regulation. We work very closely still with regulators in other European jurisdictions. But increasingly, we find ourselves talking to our colleagues in Australia or Canada or any one of a number of other countries around the world. Collaboration.
I think Mark's experiencing some technical difficulties, but he's going to rejoin the chat. In the meantime, Shay, was there anything you wanted to say about the global nature of regulation? But if not, I have a second question for you.
Just very quickly, that we must have a global reflection or have a global reflection. Yeah, sorry, when we're thinking about developing this framework, because there are many eyes on us and there are many nation states that will be looking at what we're doing, and we have to make sure that we're setting a right precedent because things like anonymity, things like data privacy is so crucial in countries that are fighting for their rights, and where it is literally a matter of life and death.
Thanks so much, Shay. Mark, you're back. Would you like to wrap up that final comment on a global outlook for local regulation?
Yeah, I will. Sorry, everybody, about the technical issues. I think the point that I was coming to was that even though national legal regimes will vary, increasingly we're seeing that there is a common thread between different legislative approaches with this focus on systems and processes and a risk-based approach. And we will work very carefully with regulators in other jurisdictions to try to ensure that even though the particular obligations and the areas of focus will inevitably vary from country to country, we're trying to do that in a consistent way wherever we can, and that we're trying to align expectations of companies so that there isn't a very fragmented approach to this area.
Thank you, Mark. We're almost at time. That just kind of whizzed by. But I'd like to turn it to both Mark and Shay for final remarks before we wrap up. So Shay, I'll turn it to you first.
Yeah, as we're calling on the powers that be that to do more, and certainly we should. I guess I'm going to use my time to ask us all to reflect around how we can do more. Which voices are not in the room? How can we be doing collaboration, not with the same old status quo, not with the same old people that get the same funding year in year, but how do we take a risk, if you like, on newer organizations that are trying to come up through this and into this sector? How do we make sure that we are collaborating across sectors? So the human rights space, the tech space, the digital rights space, the education space. How do we make sure we're truly collaborative the way that we want our regulator to be? And so, yeah, I just implore civil society to take a moment to think about how do we make sure that we are united and singing from the same hymn sheet, and then we're calling upon the same things that we have in common. In honor of Joy Cox, who sadly was murdered this month, where she asked us to have more in common than what divides us.
Thank you so much, Shay. Mark, any final thoughts?
Yeah, thanks. Well, I can very much echo those points of Shay's. I think the point to emphasize for me is that, we have a really once in a generation opportunity to embed the right kind of framework and the right ways of engaging with industry on these very complex issues. It is going to take time to work that through, and hasty legislation and hasty regulation, which tries to skirt over the complexity of this and assume that there are simple solutions, is not going to go well. So that may be sometimes frustrating because we'd all want to see more rapid progress on some of these issues of greatest concern. And we'll certainly do what we can in this interim period before legislation passes to help support the debate about effective solutions to online safety. But really, the message that I'd like to send people away with is very much aligned with Shay, to see the regulatory opportunity as one which provides a vehicle for all stakeholders to participate in this conversation about how we find solutions to these very intractable problems, and to do that with us on an ongoing basis. Very much hear the points that Shay's made about the resource implications of that, and that's something that we'll want to work through. But the prize is there really to have a much more inclusive and collaborative approach to regulation, and we're very keen to work with all organisations to help get that right.
Thanks so much, Mark. So thank you everyone for joining us. That was a really rich conversation, and we really enjoyed the questions directly from the audience. And I think we covered a lot of ground, from the specifics of regulation as it is today, as well as where it could and should go in the future. So many thanks to all of you for joining, and to Shay and Mark for your time and your insights. Andrew, I think I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Aparna. And thank you again, Mark and Zay, for that fantastic conversation. That was absolutely brilliant. We are now going to take a quite long lunch break. I imagine many of you, particularly those who have been tuning in the whole time, are hungry and it's sunny outside. We're not going to keep you indoors on a screen for very much longer. We're going to reconvene at 2 o'clock for the next panel, which will be focused on the COVID data divide. But in the meantime, please do feel free to get some food, go outside. If you'd like to network, you can go to the CogX website and use their networking function, peruse the Brooks store, loads of things you can do. I should also flag there's also many other sessions going on. I just really want to keep you here at the Ethics and Society stage. That's really what I'm looking forward to doing. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock on the dot, and have a lovely rest of the lunch break for now. Take care. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Ethics and Society stage at the 2021 CogX Hybrid Festival. My name is Andrew Straight. I am the Associate Director of Research Partnerships at the Ada Lovelace Institute and your MC for the next few sessions. Today, for those who don't know, the Ada Lovelace Institute is an independent, London-based nonprofit research and deliberative body with a mission to ensure that data and AI work for people in society. We are very, very happy to sponsor a few sessions today at the Ethics and Society stage, including this one coming up on the data divide caused by COVID. Before we dive into the panel and I introduce the moderator, I just want to run through a few basic things that you should know. First, that our discussions today are not just virtual lectures. We would like to hear from you. So we would very much encourage you to tweet about this experience. You can use the hashtag CogX2021. Again, still no TikTok channel currently active for this, but we are encouraging you to start one if you would like it. Please tweet us so that we can all see it and respond with our respective dances. If you like what a speaker has to say, you can visit the CogX online bookshop, which features works from various speakers on stage. You can search the CogX bookshop in the Hopin Expo. I'm very excited to introduce this next panel. This is a panel discussion that will focus on closing the data divide, COVID-19 and beyond, which will look at some of the various COVID-related health technologies that have arisen and what the conditions are needed to be able to use them responsibly and equitably. Very excited to introduce the moderator for this panel, Rima Patel, the Associate Director of Impact at the Ada Lovelace Institute. Rima, I'll hand it to you, and thanks so much for joining. We'll see you very shortly.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your patience while we have endured some technical hiccups. So the data divide is about the gap between those who feel they have agency and control over data-driven technologies and those who do not. And we've written a report about this, articulating what that looks like. We have two excellent panelists who will introduce themselves. One is Dr. Nicola Byrne, who's from the National Data Guardian's Office, and the other is Professor Anne Phoenix, who's from the ONS, the Office for National Statistics Task Force on Inclusive Data. So I'll ask them to briefly introduce themselves and then to address the question, why does the data divide matter? How can we help address health and social inequalities when it comes to users of data-driven technology? So over to you, Nicola, and then we'll move to Anne to explore this in a bit more detail.
Thank you, Rima. I'm delighted to be here. So thank you very much for the invitation. So my name's Nicola Byrne. I am the National Data Guardian for England. And prior to coming into this role in April, I have a background as being a clinician. I'm a psychiatrist in adult mental health care. And I've also got a background as a Chief Clinical Information Officer and a Caldecott Guardian in my NHS Trust, where I'm still working part-time clinically. And I suppose to come to Rena's question, or perhaps before I should mention a little bit about the National Data Guardian role for those of you that don't know. But essentially, it's a role in which I have a statutory power to issue guidance to the health and social care system in England about the use of confidential health and care information. And alongside that, a role in advising and guiding the system about its use. So to answer the question about why does addressing the data divide matter, I suppose I might break that into sort of two main parts, that answer. And I suppose the first of that would be that in addressing the data divide, it's inextricably linked to the digital divide, obviously. And that in itself, I think, is again inextricably linked to the social divide and the current health and care inequalities that are so evident, not only nationally, but also internationally. So in addressing the data divide, you have to be thinking about how we're looking at very fundamental questions about unequal access to healthcare, unequal experience of healthcare, and also unequal outcomes in our health and care systems. So the first part of that answer, I think, has to be that addressing the data divide is the morally right thing to do. It's something we simply have to address. And the second part of the answer, I think, is a more practical one, in that if we don't, then things aren't going to work. We have to look at data and the quality of our data sets and how representative they are, etc. I suppose at the level of developing products, digital products, data products, AI products, if there is a data divide in terms of the representative nature of data sets that tools are built on, obviously the limitations of those tools would be significant and sometimes hidden and only become apparent later on during use. And I suspect with this audience there'll be many listening who are far more familiar with the details of cases where that's been the case in terms of training data sets for different AI systems that have proved to be problematic and quite rightly challenged in potential inequalities they might perpetuate unknowingly, unwittingly, I should say. So it's not only the design of products, but I think also important in terms of things working in the design of our systems. There's been a mantra for a few years in the UK, certainly in the NHS, that we have a digital first NHS, a digital system first. And I suppose there's a question, well, what does that mean? And how can that become a reality if we have significant inequalities in people's digital access, digital confidence? We know, for example, that I think around 20% of the UK population don't have access, either the access or means or the digital capability to engage with digital data online and to access their health online, whether that's through problems of digital literacy and or data poverty, as it's being termed, in terms of their access to the internet. So thinking about that system level digital first, I suppose there's an issue about whether or not our systems address the needs of everyone in the communities they're supposed to serve. If we want people to engage with the systems, we've got to think about what their motivation for doing so might be, and whether certain communities might be less motivated to engage with digital systems for whatever reason. And I suppose that nicely ties into the idea of population buy-in to digital and data systems. And we've had a very interesting recent example in the UK of this being quite a hot topic, I guess, as many listening will be aware. In recent weeks, a new system for collection from GP data systems was announced by NHS Digital, and this is to replace an existing system. But for whatever reason, and clearly it's a complex issue, there has been a sense that it hasn't landed well, and there have been lots of concerns on social media and in the media about the nature and purpose of this system, and essentially whether people can trust it. And as a result of that, I understand a significant number of people, there's been a slight upsurge in the number of people that are opting out of having their data being used and opting out of their data flowing to NHS Digital. Now, that is a question of very much a question of buy-in to the purpose and use. So that's not about a data divide that's about digital illiteracy, for example. Quite the opposite. The people that are choosing to opt out, as I understand it, many of it's because they have concerns about whether they trust the system, which is a very different question. I think it's worth touching on briefly, if I have the time, Rima, and do come in if I should wrap up now at this point. But COVID is obviously, during the pandemic, we've obviously seen very differential levels of access to remote healthcare. Many people have happily, delightedly moved their healthcare online, whether that's interacting with primary care, using apps, trackers, etc. But for many people, that's not proved a possibility. And there is some evidence already collated by organisations such as National Voices, which is a UK organisation of health and care charities, looking at the difficulties those who are often multiply disadvantaged in the communities, the difficulties they've had with this sort of rapid shift to online access and digital and data products online. But the second question, I suppose, COVID's already brought home to me from personal experience. It's not the issues with engaging with a digital first system aren't just simply about within the individual. My personal experience has been a one family member with primary care and their healthcare coming through a system that was wonderfully easy to navigate. And I, on their behalf, was interacting with their GP that they had remote appointments with, they had phone calls with, I had email exchanges with the GP, and appointment it was necessary, the GP went round and did a home visit. It was a perfect system. It was a blend of the old school, in person when needed and remote when not. But my own personal experience of trying to access primary care has been quite problematic, and I've found the systems very difficult to navigate. So closing the data and digital divide really does need to look at also how systems are built around people, and whether, if you like, missing data is only just about the data that's missing, but in the actual design of systems, is there data missing about user experience and what the needs of the users are going to be? And I think often there can be. I think at that point, Rima, perhaps I should stop there, because we get onto positive uses of data during the pandemic later, if you like, rather than me talk too long at this point. Would that be better?
No, I think that would be perfect. And thank you very much for your reflections on a range of initiatives that have been deployed during the pandemic. I would like to ask Professor Anne Phoenix to introduce herself, and in particular to pick up on this question that relates to the last point that you raised, which is about missing data and the kind of issues that come up when it comes to missing data, and what kind of data might be missing, in addition to, I guess, positing data as objective and neutral. So Anne, would you be able to introduce yourself and speak to that question and more? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Rima. And my name is Anne Phoenix. I'm Professor of Psychosocial Studies at the Thomas Coram Research Unit, which is part of the Social Research Institute at UCL. And I am also on the Inclusive Data Task Force, which has been set up by ONS. It's not yet reported, so there's nothing I have to report from there, but I will mention it again in a moment. And I think what Nicola had to say really helped what I have to say. So I won't repeat some of the things that she said, but simply to highlight what she said about the data divide being linked to the digital divide and to the social divide. And the pandemic has made absolutely clear that all those divides matter for outcomes in so many ways. And I want to argue that those divides are also intersectionally patterned. What I mean by that is that ethnicity, gender, age, region, bodiedness, socioeconomic resources, they all come together, and they do so to reproduce already existing patterns of inequalities. So if we're thinking about the sorts of data that are missing, as Rima just asked, and why they matter, well, one of the reasons is that people who are digitally poor, who are also poor in terms of access to using data, are also further excluded from inclusion in normative patterns, in what is seen as normal. Their concerns and their everyday practices are not recorded when one's focusing on recording things through the digital, for example. They're much more invisible to those producing algorithms, and this in itself contributes to their exclusion from the normative. Raises the question of how we can get data that is not exclusionary. But that exclusion from the normative is not new. Various researchers have pointed out over the last few years that there are implicit assumptions that have frequently excluded, for example, women and minoritized ethnic groups from digital inclusion, and sometimes with dire consequences, as, for example, Caroline Criado Perez points out about women's health and the symptoms, the diseases that are not given so much attention when the normative is assumed to be a white man. And lots of people, Safia Noble, Lauren Pasquale and others, have been writing about the ways in which Black people, those from other minoritized ethnic groups, are also often left out when it comes to thinking about healthcare or employability and so on. So that we need to think about the way in which data-driven applications can reproduce gendered and racialized inequalities, and yet at the same time masquerade as objective. And Ruha Benjamin, in her latest book, talks about the way that there are a range of discriminatory designs that are encoded that encode inequity, and at the same time they ignore and replicate social inequities by treating everything as if it's normal, as if what they're doing by avoiding, by ignoring the data that does not exist is simply natural and normal. And what it does is to reproduce an abnormality, a non-normativity of certain groups. Many people, for example, were really shocked to hear in 2019 that Black women are 4 to 5 times more likely to die in childbirth than white women, and that Asian women are 2 times more likely to die. And what that means is that all this time there have been these disparities, and many people didn't know. Certainly women themselves often did not know. And it's astonishing that that disparity could exist and that it's not been attended to previously. Nicola mentioned the whole issue about NHS Digital and the difficulties that have arisen because many people have campaigned for others not to opt in to the system, but instead to opt out. And really, that is, as Nicola said, an issue of trust. The point is that the data divide can amplify social inequities by failing to include people who are already socially excluded. And in doing that, in producing normative understandings that exclude them and reproducing those normative understandings, it means that they are left out to start with, and that their informed consent is really not the same as other people's informed consent because, for example, they don't have access to computers, to the digital in the same way. So we know that the recording of data and the ability to analyze and publish analyses quickly is crucial. It's really important. But at the same time, we need to understand that for some people who are not included into the normative in the first place and who don't have the same possibilities for excluding themselves, need to be given access within society if there is to be equity, but also if we're to have a society that genuinely does what President Biden is saying, is build back better world. 3 Bs, B3 and W. We cannot do that unless people are convinced that government, the health service, local authorities and so on are on their side, will not endanger them, and so that therefore they're happy to give their data, but also that they have access to the data. So I would say that one needs to be able to trust, but not only that, and Nicola mentioned that already, we need trustworthiness of the system. We need people to know that when they hand their data over, not only will it be used in ways that they would approve of, but that if there are issues, if there are inequalities that are found in the data, something will be done. There is no point, for example, knowing that so many school children are in food poverty if all we're doing is collecting the data and not addressing it. Those sorts of issues are also at the heart of debates around things like the vaccine passports, where there are many MPs even who are opposing vaccine passports because they point out that what it's doing is being discriminatory, or what it would do is be discriminatory and divisive against people who already experience discrimination and who are already excluded. It's creating potentially a 2-tier system that reproduces intersectional inequalities in an unhelpful way, as well as worries about infringing on medical confidentiality, and also concerns that government may not be in their interest. Having said all that, I want to mention just a few positives, because of course, the flip side of these negatives is that we know that having data is really helpful, and many people are working to improve equity. And I want to mention, for example, the fact that IBM and Microsoft in 2020 really told us that they would not be using facial recognition or facial recognition analysis software in ways that are indiscriminate and ways that reproduce systemic racism. Because if these inequalities are intersectional, we have to think about racism. We have to think about sexism in thinking about the linking of the social and data. It's also very hopeful that so many people are now publishing on these digital inequalities and the ways in which these are racialized and gendered, and that there are groups addressing it, like, for example, Black Girls Code. I also think it's helpful that the collecting of data has allowed us, for example, to see what's going on in schools. Now, I know that I need to wrap up, so I will do that. Just to mention that I'm also very pleased with the ONS Inclusive Data Task Force, because it's one way in which the government, in which the ONS is really treating these issues seriously.
Thank you. And just we're really looking forward to hearing its findings and its recommendations when that comes out. Just to move into a bit of a Q&A and discussion about some of the issues that yourself and Nicola have raised. There's just something really interesting about this question around trustworthiness, Anne, that you've raised, and in particular what we're calling at the Ada Lovelace Institute responsible data stewardship. And so I'd like to turn to Nicola and ask her, building on that, what do you think, and certainly building on the legacy of Dame Fiona Caldicott, what do you think the norms, cultures of responsible data stewardship should be, and how should people who are building data systems, designers, developers, perhaps even NHS Digital, although I won't ask you to speak specifically to that, but what are those norms and cultures that that technology should embed when it comes to the use of sensitive data?
I think a key point I would stress is that it's not enough to develop a system that you think is safe and effective, you've got, I think a key point is you need to demonstrate your competence. For people to trust you, I think they need to understand and have a sense of what your values are, what it is you're trying to do, the purpose of what you're doing. But be clear that you can demonstrate that you're competent. And by that, I mean, I suppose several things come under that. Can people know about the systems you have, for example, for governance, or how decisions are made about data, or how, in at least basic sense, data is going to be kept secure? And I also think people want some kind of mature and authentic engagement with questions around risk. So it's not, I think if you tell people there's nothing to see here, don't worry, there's no such thing, if you imply that any system, digital or otherwise, in healthcare is risk-free, I think that's disingenuous and unhelpful, and it makes people sort of suspicious, innately suspicious. I think you have to really authentically engage with what people's concerns around risk may be. And I also think it's helpful that you make it clear where your system, whatever it is you're doing, how it fits into the bigger picture. What's the role of a particular app or software system? How does it relate to the bigger picture in my care, for example, or at a system level? How does it fit into the system of health and care in my local area? And I think the final point I think it's important to make, that people need to see that yours is a learning system. So again, I think that comes back to being honest about risk. It's not to say that any system is ever going to be perfect, because it never will. But you need to be demonstrating that you are going to continually iterate and learn. People need to feel confident about that. So I think those are sort of some key thoughts I'd have about what makes the system both be, but also look and feel trustworthy in a way that will get people to buy into it.
Thank you. It does certainly feel, from what you're saying, Nicola, that what's really important is evidence of trustworthiness and perception of trustworthiness, as much as the nuts and the bolts of a technical system itself. And Alan, I just wanted to turn to you and ask you to expand a bit more on some of the points that you were making about underrepresented populations, so minoritized or racialized, or diverse gendered identity, people with diverse gendered identity. So what do you think the types of approaches should be for technologists in ensuring that they're working with a range of different perspectives, understanding and taking account of those intersectional identities that you mentioned?
And I'd like to start answering that by perhaps going back into the past and bridging with the answer that I think Nicola gave so elegantly just now, by looking back to really a pre-common digital age, when in the 1981 census, the Office of Population Censuses and Surveys wanted to collect ethnic data, the ethnic question on the census. And Black groups in particular, but not only Black groups, absolutely opposed this. And they opposed it on the grounds that they saw it as tied up with immigration and potentially expelling people from the country, control, and of no benefits. In the end, it had to be dropped, and it came back in 1991, and the reason I'm giving this example is because it shows dynamism and the potential for change. It could come back because Black populations then became convinced that actually they needed the information themselves about differentials if they were really to show the extent of racism and racialized discrimination in the country, and to make an argument for improvement. So what does that say? It says something about it being really important to take people with you, that actually has to be in their interest, and they have to see that it's in their interest, but also that trust has to be built up not just on one particular data set, not just on collecting information about something now, but actually around it, that, we want to know, for example, that Microsoft and IBM, not just when they want to collect particular forms of data, NHS Digital, not just when it wants to collect particular data or to scrape our data and pass it on. But we need to know that for everybody and for different groups, gendered, racialized groups, and those intersections, that no harm is going to be done. But not only that, there is intention to do good. And I think that that is often what falls short, because the more that people learn, for example, about what's not done, for example, in the health service, as I gave the example about Black women and maternity and so on, the more they distrust that their interests are being taken to heart in the digital.
Thank you so much. So I just want to move to one last question for both of you, and this relates to really your key message. There's a really broad audience here, but in particular, a lot of people thinking about the implementation, the design and the development of technology. And Nicola, this one's for you first, and then Anne. What one key message would you want to draw from all of your experience and leave with developers and thinkers about technology, and just summarize what that might be?
I'm going to cheat slightly and divide it into two, Rima, if that's okay. But because my first part of it, I think, would be addressed more to designers and developers of products, if you like, and it would be to just be systematically addressing your representation risk, if we want to call it that. Who might not be represented in the data and your thinking in terms of the systems you're building when you're building them? Are you meeting the right people? Are you asking the right questions and actually finding out what people's needs are? And there's actually a good, for people that aren't familiar with it, it's a few years old now, 2019, pre-COVID, ancient history, but there's an NHS digital guide, I think it's called Digital Inclusion for Health and Social Care, that I think is very good, very helpful, and has some very simple basic principles around design that include do the hard work of making things simple. It's my favorite one. The second part of that take-home message would be more to people working within systems, thinking strategically about how things fit together, and I think would be to firmly locate the problem of the data divide within the digital divide, and that being located, just as Anne's been saying, in these sort of intersectional, the difficulties of people that have who are multiply disadvantaged. And if you locate the problem there, then I think you'll find your solutions often aren't some separate digital data solution right over there. They may be embedded in the reality of what's happening in local communities to address multiple different problems. So an individual might be going to the same place to access a food bank, welfare benefit support, job support at the same time, and within that context, getting some help around digital skills and the ability to get on board and become sort of more data involved, if you like, using apps or what have you. So that's where the solutions may be sort of integrated with alongside others.
Thank you. And could I turn to Anne and ask you as well, what would be your key message, or indeed key messages? Feel free to, as Nicola has done, just adapt the question.
Thank you. And I would endorse what Nicola has said. And in her finishing off about the augmenting skills, to remind us that we also need to make sure that access is available in terms of computers and so on. What some people are saying is that the children who, during periods of lockdown, eventually were given computers are now in some schools having the schools take those back because they were seen as loans. Well, that puts the children back in a situation where they can't investigate things online the way that other children can. So I think just to add to that, but agree with everything Nicola said, the messages I'd want to give is first that data are not neutral. Everybody knows that. And of course, you know, I'm preaching to the converted, but they're not neutral, they're not innocent. And what it means is that building consensus means that we need to be able to show people that, for example, the algorithms that are being used, the data that's being shared is being done in a context of overt commitment to intersectional equality in society, and that the data are part of that. in everyday life, in institutions generally, with a recognition that the mantra that many people are talking about, we're to do with vaccines, we're not safe until all are safe, is equally, we're not able to function holistically and to move forward with good data understandings and commitment to produce these until everybody feels comfortable with this. And I don't mean every individual, I mean all the different intersecting groups to which people belong. We really need to get that right. And I think that one of the ways in which that we could start to do it is that we shouldn't be talking about hard to reach populations. Now, some people have stopped doing that already, but actually there aren't hard to reach populations. They never have any difficulty reaching other people in their social groupings. So we need to recognize that data in itself can reproduce and produce afresh discriminations, and that those matter, and that the people who are seen as hard to reach are living in contexts where, because of their positioning in society, they have no choice. They're seen as not accessible, and they don't have access to some of the things that other people do. So whether implicitly or explicitly, we need to recognize that actually these things are discriminatory, and to shift our terminology, shift our ways of thinking, and really build back a better world. I couldn't agree more in terms of data, but do that through a lens of social justice.
Thank you. And just on that point about building back a better world, the key themes I've noted here relate to the demonstration of competence and trustworthiness. It's also about addressing representation risk within the system, firmly locating the data divide within the digital divide, recognizing intersectional and multiple disadvantage, access. So that's really crucial when it comes to thinking about data, but also recognizing data itself is not neutral. And that means we have to build a consensus around what it is that we need to do when it comes to using data systems. And the really important point, which is the fallacy of thinking that there's hard to reach groups, and really thinking about how it is that we engage and make sure that everyone feels brought into our data system. I want to thank you both for an exceptional panel. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you to our amazing audience, and I'm really looking forward to seeing more on Twitter as we proceed. So just wrapping up now.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Rima, Anne, and Nicola. That was a fantastic conversation. I want to thank you all so much for tuning in. We are going to take a 15-minute break, 20-minute break, and come back at 3 o'clock on the dot. I'm actually going to hand over my emceeing duties to the wonderful Alice Thwaite from Petusia, who's going to lead us into the next couple sessions. But you have some very exciting sessions ahead of you today on the Ethics and Society stage, including one on diversity in tech, and another on lessons we can learn from history about the future of AI. We'll then conclude the day at about 6 p.m. with a keynote from Meg Mitchell, the former Google ethical AI co-lead. And that will be the end of today. But I want to thank you all so much again for taking the time. Please go outside, enjoy the sun, get some tea. We'll see you all at 3 o'clock on the dot. Thanks very much.
Hello, 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 and welcome to CogX 2021. Again, amazing that we're doing this virtually. It is my privilege to MC the Ethics and Society stage for part of today and all of Tuesday and Wednesday. And it has been wonderful to see Andrew Straight and the team at ADA curate such a fabulous morning. Hopefully you saw some of the sessions, but if not, you can always look back through the app, but also I think they're going to be on YouTube as well, at least they were last year. So my name is Alice Thwaite. I am the founder of Hatusia and the Echo Chamber Club. I'm a technology philosopher and ethicist, and it is my privilege to introduce the next session, which is going to be moderated by Max Beverton Palmer. He is the director of the Internet Policy Unit at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. And this next panel is on queer tech, designing for diversity. So stay put. They're going to come up in 30 seconds, and I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting panel.
Welcome everyone to this panel discussion on queer tech and designing for diversity. As Alice said, I'm Max and I use the pronouns he and him. I'm Director of Internet Policy at the Tony Blair Institute, where we're building policy and convening spaces to better arm policymakers with the tools to master the tech revolution. We have a really exciting group of people here today to discuss the themes of queer tech. Dr. Peakscraft is a senior lecturer at the UAL Creative Computing Institute, where they also lead an MA in Internet Equalities. Phoenix Andrews, they are an expert on the cultural side of tech and social media, namely fandoms and political culture. And Dr. Shakir Mohammed, research scientist at DeepMind, and amongst many other things, has spoken eloquently on queering machine learning. So I wanted to do this panel as firstly my own experience with my LGBT+ identity, and particularly being open with it at work, gave me an unexpected insight and ability to do my own work in regulation and policy to a higher standard. But also then that's opened many doors for me to learn a considerable amount from people such as these people on the panel. And I want to give everybody else who's watching today an opportunity to learn about the concepts and perspectives they might not normally encounter, whether they're on the rainbow spectrum or not. And don't worry, we're going to start off with some definitions to help situate us. Do ask questions in the chat, and there'll be time at the end to field a couple. For me, queer definitionally is an amazing word because it can be either specific if you want it to be, or very, very flexible and non-definitional. But it generally means against the norm, but there's a lot more historical context to that as well. And I want to present two hypotheses to you to discuss today. First, that understanding queer ideas and the concept of queering can inspire us all to build better systems. Understanding the diversity of experience in gender and sexuality primes us as technologists and rule makers to be more innovative, more inclusive, and more creative. And secondly, that queer movements at their heart have often been protest movements, and that must be embraced and supported at the moment in tech development. We're at a tipping point where we are embedding values into advanced decision-making and analytical tools. We need to think very carefully about who we are representing and the very specific risks there are to different people. So in the context of that, thinking about the LGBTQIA experience and all those letters is fundamental. So to start off the discussion, I'm going to turn to Phoenix to help give us some grounding when we talk about queering and queer communities in tech. So Phoenix, you're an expert in fandoms and the cultural side of the internet. What could we mean when we use the word queer when we talk about technology, and how might we think about queering spaces and applying that to tech?
So obviously queer is the things that you said it was, but in academia and outside academia for people who kind of are excited by the word and the possibilities that it has. Queering means something more than that. It's not just about the LGBTQIA, it's about bending stuff to work better for you and for your communities, which is something that fans have been doing on the internet forever. You only have to look at Archive of Our Own to see that, which is big. For those who don't know, it's a big fan fiction archive, and it has its own problems, notably with race at the moment, but it's a fan-built system and database, and that it exists in part because nothing out there existed that worked for that group. They just couldn't pull things off the shelf. So they had to look at code, develop code, work together on open source code as a community, and queer what existed, change it, make it weird, not just different, but outside of what people thought was even possible, to be able to do what they needed to do with it. And that's exciting. So fans, it came from the bottom. It wasn't somebody going, oh, we'll give these people an opportunity to do something. It was people going, we need something, we're going to build it.
And that's kind of super exciting about the creativity that can happen. So would you say there's kind of are there queer spaces online, or is it that there are spaces that can be queered or that are accidentally queered? How do we get to, because there's not just a kind of in the world kind of gay bar or kind of queer bar, there's threading of communities and different layers of communities throughout the internet.
So both of those things exist, where people create their own spaces, but also have queered or appropriated existing platforms. You might not know if you're not a gamer or you're not involved in lots of queer or tech spaces, but you know, Discord is one of those technologies that's really been embraced by queer people in order to be able to have conversations that aren't necessarily public and can have lots more opportunities for things like information sharing. Like at the moment, I'm not really a gamer. I play Animal Crossing. I'm tragic in gaming terms. But I'm on quite a few Discord servers to do with transition and trans-related activism and trans-masculine support spaces for people who aren't just early in transition. And that's a case of people being able to start their own server within it, so they're not, you know, that public. I mean, there's also obviously Game Queer Twitter and other big platforms, but that's very visible to the rest of the world. And at the moment, that's not particularly safe for trans people in particular because it's under attack. So there's a bit of both. I think there was a period where probably there was a lot more mainstreaming. Like initially, people were having to create their own spaces because they weren't welcome in mainstream spaces, and there wasn't enough in terms of numbers and power to be able to take over even small amounts of those spaces. And then there was a lot of mainstreaming, and then we've sort of gone back to its roots a bit, I think, in that the California ideology of, oh, everything's great on the internet and everyone has free speech and the little people can rise up isn't really true, because minorities can be oppressed more on the big open internet. And therefore, queer people and people of colour have been going back to smaller spaces or side spaces or private chats within public platforms in order to be able to get some of that power back, or at least the power to organise, even if they speak publicly on those platforms.
That's very interesting. And before I turn to Peaks, I think it's interesting how the capacity to organise, in particular this STEM subjects in STEM areas, has kind of been. It's amazing to see the number of groups of kind of queer and AI and other queer organisation groups that are trying to kind of represent these views. So turning to Peaks, so your work sits at the intersection of civil society, academia, and computer science. When we think about queer identities, data science, and inequalities, where should we be working harder, and what are the opportunities we should grasp, particularly as machine learning and other advanced technologies become more widespread?
Gosh, that's a great question. I think a lot of the issues that come to mind first for me aren't really unique to tech. I think that, at least speaking from the experience of being a non-binary person, or kind of that version of a trans person, I think that they're just basic rights that we're still fighting for. So I'm based in London in the UK, and the trans healthcare here is really bad. Like the waiting list for gender-affirming hormone therapy is years long, unless you have the money to pay for private healthcare. I was surprised moving to London that the street harassment here is actually worse than in Oxford, which I never could have thought would be possible. But yeah, and just the day-to-day experiences of even being in a pretty queer workplace at the University of the Arts London, you know, still plenty of like microaggressions and that kind of thing. When it comes to tech specifically, there is, I think, some overlap between how tech categorizes people and how bureaucracy categorizes people or codifies people. And so the denial of my right to exist as a non-binary person at the level of the state, I think, is replicated and exacerbated by the way that that's very common in online forums and that kind of thing. But I think for me, getting past those simple issues is the, well, simple, but basic issues is the first step.
Yeah, that's super interesting and depressing at the same time. I guess it sounds like it's the who holds the authority to define who you are is really important, and street harassment is a version of somebody saying, I hold the authority to define who you are, not you. And then in the way I think about it in designing advanced systems, there again, somebody who you may not even see in the street may be doing the equivalent of harassment by trying to define who you are or who people might be within a system. So yeah, so Shakir, you've previously spoken about querying machine learning, and there's an excellent presentation out there on your website, which is kind of a fascinating but inspirational kind of speech as well. But what does querying machine learning mean?
Hi, thanks, Max, and just how amazing to be on this panel with these collection of people. And I really love sort of what Phoenix said in the beginning, this word of querying is bending or to make something weird. And I think that's a really great place to start from. I often just say to people that if you take queer life seriously, then one of the things it will do, it will just give you a more critical way of thinking and engaging with the world, which is just to say that all the things that we take for granted may just be the opposite of what we think they are. And this must be the beginning of a critical scientific practice for everyone who is a scientist, who is working that way. And I think this is core to the scientific method itself. The scientific method is based on a principle of skepticism. So you have to always be asking, well, this may be the wrong thing to do. This may be the opposite of what I'm thinking. And it has several kind of consequences for all of us, I think. So when we think about querying machine learning, then, whether it's to be strange, to be weirded, to be the opposite of what we think, then I think we can start asking questions. Why do we insist when we deal with data and ask questions of algorithmic fairness that we must have every person categorized in the data? And if they are not categorized in the data as black or white, as men or women, or people of various kinds, then we can't make fairness assessments, and then we do things which are sort of opposite to the kind of value system that we would like to do. And Queer Life always says we don't out people. We don't ask people certain kinds of things. That is their right, their resistance, their silence to deal with and control. And so when we then ask for more data, we are actually going against the kind of very core principle that queer theory, queer life, queer experience asks us to do. And you know, you can take this kind of idea so many different directions. It's not just in the question of algorithmic fairness, which is so much on our lives, but it's in all the things we were talking about when we're creating online spaces for fans. And then now, because of the scale at which things, the number of people, we have so many content moderation tools, those things automatically flag people as a queer slang in particular as toxic. So you find that particular kinds of expression are not even possible online. I think there's something also far more fundamental. Maybe the word solidarity sometimes is the one that gets used. Maybe allyship is another one that gets used. Maybe there's just bonds of connection which are fundamental, that if you are querying your field of work, then it will ask you to take seriously other forms and other kinds of people that are living on the margins that are being affected by technology. And I'll just give an example I was thinking of this morning. If we are queer people who are working in certain spaces and we are feeling that oppression of being erased from online spaces through toxicity and other kinds of content moderation, the same thing is happening to all people who identify as Muslim online. All these language models are only thinking of these people as terrorists, as people involved in danger, as something to be scared about, and no other version of that exists. And we sometimes isolate ourselves, but actually there are far deeper modes of connection for us. So I think this role of queering is not something that's only for queer people, for queer scientists, but it's something for all scientists. That if we really did take it seriously, I think there's a different way of building technology that is open to us, that we can bend, make weird, engage, and be our authentic selves without that kind of authority being imposed on us outside. And technology should not be the one that is that form of authority. Anyway, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. And kind of, I think it's always good to, like, we have to be really careful in this conversation because there's a lot of work to do at the moment as a society in general to support people, to protect people from very, very real world harms, particularly trans people. But there's also this kind of other side to the narrative in that the experience, the existential experience of queer people can bring a process, bring a kind of vision and a way of thinking that makes systems and makes things better. And I think there's a really, really nice thesis in there. Phoenix, you were nodding along. Is there anything you wanted to add on? Anything, Shakira?
Yeah, I always want to talk about queer joy because I spend a lot of the time dealing with the stuff that Phoenix and Shakira were talking about that's hard and awful. And my life feels like it's 90% admin sometimes, admin and dealing with harassment or organizing against harassment. But when things are good and we actually can take back some power for ourselves, then we can experience queer joy and find community. I mean, that's part of why I work on fandom, because like I would say, like, fandom has 3 parts, right? Anyone can be a fan of something, but to be a fandom, you have to take it as part of your identity. It's really important to you that you're a fan of something. It's as important as your queer identity or your football team is really important to people, as we know at the moment because of the Euros. It's important as any other part of your identity, that you are part of a community and that you intentionally join that community. So you can be a fan on your own, but as soon as you want to talk to somebody else about it or engage with other people generally doing stuff or go to events, then you're suddenly part of the community and you want to be part of the fandom. And just as people get joy as well as pain from watching their preferred sport or seeing what happens to their career of their favorite music artist, we can have that as queer people. When we find each other, we can do so much more than we can do individually, and it becomes less about how do we make the system work on a basic level for people who are queer, and more like what are all of the opportunities and things that we could do with this that are exciting, that we're not going to cut ourselves off from because, oh, people might not like it, or it's not normal to do that, or some guy on Stack Overflow says no. It's more like refusing to listen to no, because we have no so often in our lives that we should be able to radically say yes as well as receive the no's.
And so the kind of the legal and political freedoms that queer people and LGBT plus people have fought for over the last history, but particularly and got progress in the last 60 years. How can we make sure that those legal and political freedoms that we still need to kind of fight for today are better coded for in tech without defining people? And I think recently example of, and I would love to hear what you thought about this. In the UK census, there was a drop-down option in order to define your own gender identity, for example. And is that a good example of something, or a bad example? How does it sit with the rest of you in a kind of system design about collecting information?
You probably saw me pulling a face there, and it's because the census was specifically attacked by anti-trans groups, including a court case, because the guidance that went with the form. The form was, the sex question was the same question, and the guidance related to the sex question was the same as it had been in the last census 10 years ago, and they didn't attack it then. But they added the gender question, which lots of people asked for because it was not compulsory, which is good. So people can add it, but they don't have to. The government doesn't have a list of trans people because they didn't have to add queerness to it. And people could define themselves, which is good. But the guidance that they developed with lots of different communities, and this goes for the whole census, including the difficulty of naming different ethnic groups and so on as well. There was a lot of conversation around that. With Black and Asian minority ethnic groups. The guidance said that for your sex, you should put down, the bit before the gender identity question, you should put down what it says on your legal documents. And they gave several examples, one of which was birth certificate, one of which was passport, one of which was driving license. And and I think they also put gender recognition certificate, even though if you have one, that's how you legally change sex. You never have to show that to anyone. Like legally, you can't, nobody can ask for it. And because only the birth certificate and the gender recognition certificate are ones that require you to make a legal change of sex. Like you can change your passport to a different gender tomorrow with a letter from your doctor. You can change the gender on you can't change to no gender, which is crap for those of us who are non-binary, but you can change the gender on your driving license literally just by writing to them. You don't need a doctor's letter. Like, why would you? You don't need a doctor's letter to be gay. You don't need a doctor's letter to change your name, or to change to Mrs. if you become married as a woman. But that was the bit they kicked off about, and they got the guidance changed. But obviously, it made no difference because throughout history, queer people had put whatever they felt like for sex. Usually the sex they lived as. They weren't going, oh shit, I'm legally the other thing, I'm going to put that. They didn't. The census data has never been reliable. And I think there's an important lesson that we can learn from the census, which is that from talking to historians about the census, they were like, oh, there were people who were thinking this was accurate quantitative data about people who exist in the country. Actually, it's data about the stories people tell about themselves in the country and what they want to share with the government. So there are people who are excited to be able to share all of the complexity of their racial or ethnic identity, that they'll put loads and loads of different bits down to a whole level of granularity to do with their heritage, which is awesome. But I mean, even 300 years ago, people were putting down kids that weren't theirs as theirs. They were claiming to be married when they weren't married. They were claiming to be a master seamstress when they were just a stay-at-home mum. Like, they were defining themselves and their identity how they saw fit the whole time, and nobody could police that. And that's the thing we have to embrace. One of the problems with tech and forms and things like that is that you're always designing for pathways and drop downs and very little open stuff. There's very little opportunity to, most you get is a free text box that someone will later try to squeeze into a drop down list of options. People really want to be able to define themselves. A lot of people will pick the norm, some people won't. But sometimes when things are on paper forms and people would scroll things on to reflect their reality, that wasn't just an LGBTQ plus thing or a race thing. That was just generally people wanting to be able to tell their own stories about their lives. And that's something tech has to learn. How do we literally, in the possibilities that coding allows, which is quite rigid, you know, it's often quite binary. Here are a list of values that this system will accept. Here is an on-off switch. How do we literally code that into the text so that we can let people have more options to do things and make it not just something that you have to find out about through other people in the community, but that you can see the radical opportunities right in front of you to do what you want, rather than kind of have to find out through the back door. A bit like Peaks was talking about the difficulty of getting hormone treatment on the NHS in this country. You have to wait, 5 years to see the gender clinic, then you have to have your first appointment, and then you have to have a diagnosis appointment, and then you have to be referred on a waiting list to the hormone clinic. But there's actually a completely legal backdoor route that isn't private called bridging hormones, but you only know that if you're connected to the community. Your doctor won't tell you that, probably. The gender clinic won't tell you. It's all kind of shadow information. And when we're designing tech that has lots of opportunities, we also have to make sure the visibility of those opportunities are there, that we're there in Technicolor, that we've got the yellow of Peak's wall, that we've got the rainbow of Max's wall, that we've got the lovely browns that Shakir is wearing, that all of that is visible all the time so that people can embrace that and not have to find out how to work around the system.
So this is a really important point as well, isn't it? Because there's intersectionality as well, and there's intersectionality within the rainbow flag as well as outside of the rainbow flag as well. And the long list of letters in the LGBTQIA+ alphabet are not kind of mutually, they're not exclusive. So Peaks, I know this is kind of touching on some of your work on equalities and the internet. Can I bring you in there to kind of reflect on the importance of understanding these things, and understanding diversity in order to protect?
Yeah, and apologies if you hear some drilling. Can you hear that? It's like, I can't tell if you can hear that or not. It's very loud for me.
Only a tiny bit, it's fine.
Only a tiny bit, okay, that's good. Yeah, I think, I don't know, one of the things I'm struggling with here is how much of this is about technology or about the internet, and because so much, Phoenix was sharing so much wisdom, and some things I knew and some things I didn't know, and that's just, case in point of how important community and knowledge sharing is, and some of that happens on the internet, especially during the pandemic, like in the kind of urban context that I'm in. But I wonder also for the other panelists how much of this you experience from the internet or from communities that you've met offline, or.
It's a really interesting one, isn't it? Because it's kind of, for me, it's like helpful. It's been helpful to have labels, because then it gives you a grounding and like, oh, there's an experience here that maps, and then unhelpful because then because everybody's an individual after that, and so experiences don't map. And then I think this pathways point is a particularly interesting one that I kind of want to bring Shakir on as well. Do you have any comments on that in designing systems in your research?
Yeah, I thought I'd just share one reflection just on the census, though, which was not so much on the sort of LGBT status and that ability of the story we tell of ourselves and then to be represented, which is about the racial categories. And sort of, again, how small little things enter into there. The racial categories in the census, rather than being alphabetized or randomized, always begin with white first, white mixed. The descriptions also tell you about the designer of that form. It's white, black, white, Asian, white, other, and then it goes down in order and ends up with black at the bottom. And it tells you a lot about the kind of racialized hierarchy. And that racialized hierarchy is, of course, very much prevalent in queer communities as well, coming back to the question of intersections of race and queer identities and many kind of things. So I thought, there are many lessons for us from this last census, as there have been for every census since it began in the 1900s. And technology has always been part of this kind of pathway towards categorization going forward. In the first census that used to be done in paper, basically in those periods, it was around 1920 or so, this punch card emerges as this machine, which transforms the census allocation from something that used to take 5 years or 10 years even, the new census was done before the old census was counted, into something that was done 4 months. And if you aren't critical, and I think I wanted to just say that some of this is about the question of representation and the kind of challenge of representation. Because they were in a space of non-representation, the largest tech company in that age was the IBM or Hollerith, which was the maker of those punch cards. This technology then gets used to start categorizing people, to digitize the church records. And what happens with the digitized church records? They get categorized, the census gets used, and then the greatest genocide of the 20th century then unfolds, precisely because there were tech companies that enabled this genocide and non-critical questions, because there is this lack of representation. All there was is this kind of search for profit and ignoring the reality of the world. So I think, there's a lot of talk particularly in tech, around unintended consequences. And people say, well, how would we see these things? But actually, there are very rarely unintended consequences. You just go back in history and you see the same patterns of oppression, exploitation repeating themselves, whether it is the use of the punch card, which was the beginning of this computational power, which then comes into genocide, which then comes today to the exploitation of workers, which then goes to the facial recognition that gets used to marginalize people, Uyghurs in China. So there is this kind of long thread of things, and I'll just come back to summarize the point that I think it creates this conundrum of representation that we have, particularly in online spaces, that they have opened up our world that we can organize. Today, there is a challenge facing LGBT communities in Ghana. The government is insistent on closing down all those spaces, all those people, a tradition of queerness that has always existed far beyond or before the colonial era. But these digital spaces are the ones that actually allow and create that opportunity, yet at the same time, they are controlled by certain entities and they close them down. So I think the conundrum of technology is that it both creates and then closes at the same time. And, you know, our challenge, I think, for all of us, the four of us, and for so many others, is how do we navigate this tension of the challenge to make new spaces, new rights, use technology for productive and generative processes, at the same time not getting bogged down, finding this queer joy, and the joy of queerness then spreads to so many other places, right? To a racialized world that's no longer racialized, to a world that doesn't deal with inequality or seek to meet that way, and more, you know, dialogue, understanding of values and culture. So, you know, there's this is our constant challenge to keep navigating.
Yeah, I think it's such a difficult challenge, isn't it? Because this is why I think the kind of concept of querying is so important, because it kind of gives you a route into understanding different things. And so I definitely found that in my previous work. So I've been involved with regulation and government affairs and business responsibility. So I'm pretty much involved with the rules in different places and setting the rules. So, and often things are missed or intentionally deprioritized, that often people deprioritize them because not for any particularly nefarious reasons, although I acknowledge those do happen quite a lot, but actually kind of a common understanding of like difference and diversity of experience can be particularly important. I'm wondering if there might be some questions. I don't think we've seen any through the chat yet, but if anybody does have any questions for any of the panel, please ask away. But I wanted to kind of come back to this idea of kind of practically, what should we be doing, and kind of starting a list of better representation. What's the state of like representation of LGBT plus people in tech at the moment? If anybody wants to take that.
Well, just don't take what Graham Linehan told the I think it's the Women and Equalities Committee. He said that the reason why there's so many problems between people who consider themselves to be gender critical, who don't think trans people should have more rights. I think that's the politest thing I can say about them. And platforms like Twitter is that loads of trans people work in tech for those platforms. Now, there are quite a lot of trans people in tech, but I think it's because there's quite a lot of LGBT people and misfits just generally in tech, because it enables people to have more freedom. But one thing I would say is that representation isn't always the answer, because I've done quite a lot of user experience type work, both tech user experience and sort of physical space user experience design and paper information and stuff like that. And quite often people will go, well, we've ticked off the protected characteristics in the Equalities Act, like we've got black and brown people in the room, we've got one of those, we've got another of those, we've got all of the LGBT people. What they've got is the people who like are easy to find, or who work in that industry, or who already rose to the top, right? They're the people who were able to get past all the barriers to be in a position to be in that room. And you kind of want, when you're doing any user experience or diversity work, to have the most awkward people, the people who are troublemakers. I believe some of us called ourselves troublemakers when we were talking about this meeting before it happened. The people who say things that you don't want to hear, like some of the stuff around that Shakir was saying around like the order of races on stuff like the census and forms online, some of that is, you know, people being racist, and some of that will actually be people of color doing that, going, well, it's really convenient, isn't it? If you're in Britain, there's probably a 90% chance you're white British. We'll put that at the top of the form, and we'll put UK as the country you come from at the top of the drop down because it's convenient and it makes a better user experience. But if they'd had some awkward people in the room, not just representation, but awkward representation, then they might have seen more of that diversity.
I love the idea of awkward representation. I think that's a nice concept. Important. Peaks, did you want to come in on this?
Yeah, thanks. Love what Phoenix was saying as usual there. Also wanted to point out that I think was you mentioned, Max, at the beginning that queerness, you know, we can't forget that a lot of queerness has involved protest, or certainly for me, my queerness is hard to disentangle from my rejection or deconstruction of you know, multiple dimensions of the matrix of domination, and so to that extent, when I was reflecting on this panel beforehand, I was thinking that I'm actually pretty tired of like being the awkward person or asking those questions. Like it is really a lot of work to be that kind of troublemaker, and it's thankless work that's not institutionally rewarded almost invariably, and so I hope that I don't have to. I mean, I hope most people in the audience already know this, but I think that one of the biggest things that queerness can do for tech is just you know, encourage you to work less or just, you know, go part-time. Like just, you know, you can't have that space for trans joy or queer joy unless you have time for yourself. And yeah, I think be yourself, but don't give yourself necessarily.
I think it's such a kind of profound point, and I think from what I'm hearing from that and from other people, kind of often being queer is being forced into protest, whether you wanted to protest or not, and continually forced to do that. So creating space as well, I think, is particularly important, and getting other people to take up the battle. Shakir, do you want to make any kind of final comments in the last few minutes and leave this?
Yeah, I just thought I'd add that the state, in our largest AI conference a few years ago, or maybe 2 years ago, they did a survey of LGBT scientists and researchers, engineers at this conference. And one of the striking numbers was that of all the people, maybe around 42% or 50%, somewhere like that, said that they were actually out and felt comfortable to be out. So this is now an insight and lens on the state of queer tech, that 50% of people at our leading AI conference are people who feel okay to be out. So another 50% don't feel okay to be out. If you see a survey, there was a great article in Nature a few months ago, which will also say that, you know, 1 in 3 scientists have felt a kind of workplace environment that made them wanted to leave their work. So actually the state of representation itself, with all the challenges that both Peaks and Phoenix have brought up, gives one kind of question and burden that actually systematically we still have a lot of work to do. But I think the question that both Phoenix and Peaks are bringing up is that representation is different from participation. You can be included but not participate. And we must make the distinction between people who are included. We can all be included in the virtual space. I have my video on, I'm in the meeting, but am I empowered to participate? Do I have any power to participate? That's a different kind of question. And ultimately, when questions of power to participate come in, that's when this feeling of exhaustion comes in. It's the same voices that are always saying the same thing. You cannot find other voices because the mechanism of participation ultimately is one of, you know, a weak participation. It's about co-optation maybe in some places, or it's about appeasement that we had all these people. It's not really about empowering people, expanding knowledge, reshaping the way we do research, science, build new products, right, which needs a different kind of basis. So,
and I think again, there's a there's a very specific point there about participation and inclusion, but there's also a more general point that you can apply more broadly to political systems. And when you're building new models of democracy or participation as well, that actually being empowered, that you're not only asked for your opinion, but you're empowered to kind of make some decisions, or that there's some level in which kind of you have that control and power, not subject to arbitrary power. So it's a kind of, it's queering representative democracy as the next step.
And you have the power to say nothing. You have the power not to vote. Refusal is a powerful form of participation.
Yeah, absolutely. Pete, I know this is kind of maybe overlapping with some other of your work. Is anything on those spaces you want to add, or Phoenix, and any kind of closing thoughts?
One thing I wanted to say, following on Phoenix's point about there being a lot of queer folks in tech, and Shakir mentioning many of them who are out, just to say that in my experience, the Tech Workers Coalition and the Utah, the United Tech and Allied Workers, are very queer spaces, like mostly queer spaces. So if you're looking for a union, if you're looking for a trade union, check out Utah.
Yeah, that's a great point. Phoenix, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would agree with Peaks on join a union, obviously, but also don't just join a union, organize within the union. Some unions are already queer. Sometimes the union that is recognized at your employer, or similar, where you are, talks a good game on being inclusive, but actually it's all about people's careers and getting higher, because it becomes a big monolith. Like any big organization, it's not necessarily malicious, it's just they file all of the edges off to make the system work. So sometimes it's about organizing within a union to be able to do stuff and find the other people that are like you within the union, because you might not find them within your direct workplace, but you might find community within the union. Find joy, go and have a great night out with those people, but also be able to carve out those spaces where you can direct the union a bit more, because I think sometimes people can feel not empowered by joining their union, or not empowered by voting, because they don't actually have that much of a say. It's like one of those consultations for redundancy at your work, where they listen to you, but they've already decided to get rid of 20 people. You want to be able to not just speak, but be empowered to actually do something, like you were saying, Max. Actually, not just kind of, oh, we'll listen to these people, or we'll listen to some of what that person says, because it fits what we're going to do anyway. But actually be able to steer things, actually be able to have some of that power back, whether it's in things like participatory budgeting, or citizens' assemblies, or other things like that, or just asking other people, if you're somebody who is not a marginalized person, asking people who you don't see how they would fit into your organization, you don't see anyone like them, or the people who look like them certainly don't say the things these people say. Bring those people in and make sure that they're heard. Shove people onto the platform, as long as they're happy with it. Do not bully people into platforms. We're tired, like Pete says.
Well, I think I'm going to kind of finish on that point, both about the kind of, when we're back to the real world, go for a drink, have a night out, or do whatever, go for a coffee with the people in the community, I think is a powerful thing of organizing, as well as kind of doing the hard work. But I've particularly kind of reflected on this, and that the first few stages of the tech revolution, we've got very good at collecting information and then defining that in a good or bad way, and then processing, and the listening and the output from the other end is still the bit where we need more innovation, both more macro and kind of government levels, but more specifically when we're supporting each other and properly designing for diversity. So with that, I kind of want to really thank the excellent panel for your contributions. It's a real privilege to have the conversation with you today. And I'll hand back over to Alex.
Thank you so much. What an interesting, thought-provoking and very passionate panel that was. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I have to admit, I was reflecting, there's so many points of reflection on that panel, but this idea of queer joy just made me think that so many organizations either feel very scared of ethics or they feel it's something they don't need because they are already ethical. And what that panel has really brought out for me is just how joyful and innovative these kind of approaches can be. And also the fact that we're not really listening enough when it comes to ethics. So even if you think that you're ethical and you think that you're really good people, have you got the processes in place to do that? And I think that the conversation that we just saw there was just incredibly profound in kind of giving us ideas about how we can do that. So thank you so much. That was my personal thoughts. If you have any, please do use the chat function, use the networking function as well in the web app and the app, and do tweet at us. It's at CogX_festival, or use the hashtag CogX2021. So we'll be back in 15 minutes to talk about the future of AI, views from history. So please do join us then. I always think that the best way of thinking about the future is by looking to the past. So yeah, see you all very soon. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the Ethics and Society stage at CogX 2021. My name is Alice Thwaite. I'm a technology philosopher and ethicist and the founder of the Echo Chamber Club and Hatusia, and it is such a privilege to be able to introduce this next panel. We're going to be talking about the future of AI, and what better way to talk about the future than going back to the past. I think that in ethics, we've always got to recognize that it is a multidisciplinary field, and recognizing that historians, musicians, literary professionals should all be involved in the conversation. So this is a marvelous panel. We've got Richard Staley. He is a reader in history and philosophy of science at the University of Cambridge. We've got Johnny Penn. He is a researcher at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard. And Sarah Dillon, a reader in literature and the public humanities at the University of Cambridge. So we are going to hand over to them in about 30 seconds. So don't go anywhere. And we are looking forward to hearing more.
Welcome to an investigation of what historical perspectives can teach us about the future of AI. That is the task that Johnny Penn, Sarah Dillon and I took on, organising an Andrew W. Mellon-funded Sawyer seminar on the histories of AI, a genealogy of power, from May 2020 to the end of this year. My name is Richard Staley, and I'm a historian of physics, anthropology and climate change at the University of Cambridge. We'll discuss some of my research later, but I will begin by outlining the nature of our collaborative project. After I've described its principal goals, my colleague and the project postdoctoral fellow, Johnny Penn, will examine what we've learned about power. Then my fellow co-investigator, Sarah Dillon, will explore how narrative frames our approach to both the history and future of AI. Finally, I'll join you again to finish off with some thoughts about AI and climate change. Here's the front page of our project website. You can find it in the research project section of the History and Philosophy of Science Department website at the University of Cambridge. There you'll find accounts of what we've done and links to what we'll be going on to do, in particular hosting a virtual summer school in July. But I do have to say the website is still catching up with all the changes the pandemic has enforced. Sawyer seminars are traditionally meant to provide a chance to develop collaborations and projects that aren't already being pursued at the university selected to host them. From the beginning, we wanted to go beyond Cambridge and work on an international scale, especially linking European scholars with Asia, South America, and Africa. Our primary aim was to mediate the current hype around AI by developing the kind of long-term structural perspectives that are only possible through historical research. It is routine for AI promoters to look back on Alan Turing's 1950 discussions of how machines might learn, or even Charles Babbage's analytic engine in the early 19th century. We weren't just after heroic precedents or the recent past, but wanted to show what they reveal about whether and how the technical developments of AI depend on its cultural profile, institutional footing, and industrial engagements. There's an open mystery about the history of AI since the first summer workshop in Dartmouth College that gave it a name in 1956. How has an endeavour that is always promising a breakthrough within the next decade managed to remain a vibrant field of research and stay publicly relevant for 60 years without ever actually meeting its principal aims? The dominant way of telling the history of AI is a story of the rise and fall of symbolic AI and connectionism. These are AI springs and winters that were the subject of vicious infighting and booms and busts in funding. There's a fair bit of truth in that, but it remains very strongly indebted to AI practitioners' sense of their research. We wanted to expose that vision to different analytic perspectives and engage a rich spectrum of participants in our work. Firstly, the participants and program. We aimed to develop an interpretive community that would involve people worldwide, but also reach beyond the academy. Meeting online regularly 3 times a month, we've had people dial in from New Zealand, Malaysia, China and India, Russia, South Africa and Europe, the US and Brazil. And we used the chat a lot too. So if you have any questions, please do ask them and we'll pick up your thoughts at the end if we have time. Our core reading group has focused on some significant analytic themes, key historical moments and texts, and then the works of the authors who will provide keynotes for our summer school, like Ruha Benjamin on the New Jim Code and Ulysses Mejias on data colonialism. But we've complemented that intellectual backbone with 2 different kinds of sessions. One provided training in critical methods and key issues like gender and AI, history, policy and designing AI, or the history of AI in Asia. In the other kind of meetings, community research sessions, we've heard from community members about their work with zines and outreach, AI and music, and other subjects. And in particular, we've heard back from the international collaborators we've funded for archival visits, online exhibitions, or interviewing school students affected by the algorithms that decided A-level results last year, for just some examples. Meeting 3 times a month like this, running a Slack channel and email listserv, we've brought together activists like Rachel Kuo or Sarah Hamid, who leads the policing tech campaign of the Carceral Tech Resistance Network on the west coast of the USA. Artists and scholars like the digital musician Eamon Bell of Dublin, or the visual artist Bruno Mareschi, who's held exhibitions in Sao Paulo, Toronto, Taiwan, and Eindhoven, and policy figures like Maiki Sipinen of the European Commission, along with computer scientists and AI researchers like Alan Blackwell at Cambridge, Ted Peterson at Minnesota, and Christopher Wiggins at the New York Times. We've worked hard to bring people together who otherwise might not have learnt from each other. They've helped us develop a set of critical resources to better understand the factors shaping the history and future of AI. In particular, we began by identifying 4 analytical approaches earlier scholars had highlighted and sought to articulate them more clearly one by one, but, and this was critical, to pursue their mutual interrelations. The themes we picked out are encoded behaviour, hidden labour, cognitive injustice, and disingenuous rhetoric. Johnny Penn will be able to give you a sense of how we've worked on them by considering our treatment of power. It's over to you now, Johnny.
Thanks, Richard. So with my portion of today's session, I'm going to provide a brief overview of the 4 themes that Richard has just mentioned. And after that, I'll introduce basically how we've reworked one of those themes to give you an example of the arc of our research over the last year or so. So to introduce the themes first, the first is encoded behavior. And this theme probes a set of related questions. How have learning systems tended to discipline the behavior of their user base and surrounding communities? In what ways has the informational infrastructure required to make such systems, quote, learn, in fact pressured individuals and communities to act in ways predicted, in quotes, from supposedly analogous cases? Now, there are many places in your daily life that you might feel that your behavior is encoded in certain ways. Perhaps if you're lucky, it's at the grocery store when you're going through an automated checkout, as in this image on the screen here, or waiting on a hotline for a bank or an airline and you have to follow a certain kind of path set for you by the automated system that you're interacting with. If you're unlucky, it might be that you're experiencing these systems at a UK border, or behind the wheel of an Uber, or delivering food for Deliveroo. And if you find that the system encodes your behavior in a way that upsets you, you may not have the ability to change that system. Each is designed using feedback from its prior uses. So like cattle, users are steered through a design that is designed to eliminate nuance. Sorry, I skipped through something there. Okay, so the reason this is troublesome is because of the fact that feedback is on analogous cases that may actually not be analogous to your life. And so it, in the grocery store, it might not mean a lot, but at the border, it would. Perhaps, for example, the history of your cell phone battery, whether it's charged or not, will be the basis of whether you get credit to pay a dental bill on a monthly basis, with credit extended to you, or all at once, preventing you from getting that surgery. Perhaps it decides whether or not your profile is accepted at the the electronic queue at a border. Caitlin Rosenthal, who's a historian of 18th and 19th century management practices, has shown how plantation owners in that period went about automating the lives of enslaved people as cogs in a system based on factory automation techniques. There are rich parallels between the sophisticated actuarial practices of plantation owners and those of 21st century business owners, echo in the work of Karen Levy, whose recent work examines how electronic monitoring systems in the trucking industry are used to force compliance and automation upon employees. So that's the first theme, encoding behavior. And in it, as I've kind of alluded to, we track how forms of actuarial culture, from double entry bookkeeping and biometrics to the statistical analysis of insurance risks and premiums, moved from their initial refinement in the transatlantic slave trade through to a heightened manifestation in the scientific management movement of the 19th and 20th centuries, to the increasingly carceral algorithmic cultures that we see implemented today in work and elsewhere. The theme asks, how do we come to accept that certain forms of quantitative identities, like credit systems, are fairly treated as, quote, discrimination done right? I'll summarize the next 2 themes more briefly to leave time for how we've come to rethink the 4th theme. So the next is disingenuous rhetoric. You can see some images of masks here. And in this category, we have been asking, what role has rhetoric played in shaping the imaginaries that surrounded past forms of automation and faux mechanical sentience? Who controls the rhetoric around AI, and who benefits from certain framings of these technologies? Since Sarah will speak to this in a moment, I'm going to move on to the next theme, which is cognitive injustice. This theme is the most profound and the most political. We ask, how have informational systems and AI tools in particular remade concepts of knowledge and the knower? Why is AI centered in contemporary technological and policy-making discourse at all? Whose systems of knowledge does AI represent and embolden? The challenge here is that injustices posed by AI are not merely epistemic, meaning about the validity of certain types of knowledge, but they're also ontological, meaning about the validity of certain types of knowers, of certain types of people. We need to recognize not just the marginalization of certain bodies, e.g. through the gig economy's exploitation of cheap labor from immigrant communities, but also the dehumanization of certain knowers or cultures of knowing that algorithmic cultures displace, anecdotal experience of living in a smart city, let's say, because regular people don't have big data to represent their experience. Consider Amazon Mechanical Turk platform, which takes its name from patronizing Enlightenment-era discourses about Orientalism. Here we find the enduring legacy of labor fulfilled by exotic others under the slick guise of automation. And Amazon chooses this name for its ClickWork platform. To do this point justice, the idea of kind of cognitive injustice, and to show how we've been thinking about the overlaps between these themes, I'm going to transition now to the final theme, which is hidden labor. And the introduction basically of forms of mechanization of labor and of knowledge equally is usually described as saving labor, but in reality it shifts it. Examining how the boundaries between human and machine have been changed over time, we must track status and ask what is being hidden. How have autonomous systems redistributed tasks in ways that burden and mask the contributions of marginalized people? In Ghost Work, Mary Gray and her co-author demonstrate how the history of labor laws in the United States manifested in a shift from piecework to outsourcing, hollowed out and in effect hollowed out the decency of many entry-level jobs in the digital economy, while simultaneously powering the AI revolution through low-pay click work. Gray credits today's Amazon's Mechanical Turk workforce as the AI revolution's unsung heroes. Now, following historians like Lorraine Daston, Matthew Jones, and Simon Schaffer, we first questioned a moment in the 19th century when calculation was debased from genius to the merely mechanical, just at the point when it became the domain of human computing, to be executed by low-paid laborers and later regendered as women's work. In December, and that's basically the basis of hidden labor, we were trying to understand the people behind these kind of fixes to algorithmic systems that have been dehumanized or forgotten in the historical accounts of early automation. And then in December, we hosted a cross-continental dialogue with historical overlaps between information technologies and racial capitalism with professors Lisa Nakamura at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, and Gargi Bhattacharya at the University of East London. The event gave me pause to consider the fact that hidden labor obscured rather than illuminated the racial social order that automation enables. So Bhattacharya introduces racial capitalism this way in her book. She writes, "Racial capitalism is a way of understanding the role of racism in enabling key moments of capitalist development. It is not a way of understanding capitalism as a racist conspiracy or racism as a capitalist conspiracy. The analysis of the productivity of racialization in the service of capitalism should not, must not, be read as an allegation of intentionality. There are racists in the world, and some of them have profited through exploitation. But racial capitalism does not emerge as a result of a plan. No one maps out this program and then enacts it. What we seek to understand is the place of racialization in particular instances of capitalist formation, most of all when those instances are now." So in Histories of Racial Capitalism, editors Jenkins and Leroy identified two interrelated phenomena across various key moments in the history of capitalism that now inform our work. First, the violent dispossessions inherent to capital accumulation operate by leveraging, intensifying, and creating racial distinctions. So in other words, the emergence of capitalism has exaggerated older pre-capitalist forms of social difference and kind of calcified them into a racial difference. Secondly, race serves as a tool for naturalizing the inequalities produced by capitalism. And this racialized process of naturalization serves to rationalize the unequal distribution of resources, social power, rights, and privileges. So again, we're getting to this kind of treatment that it's okay because of, in this case, racial differences, presumed racial differences, that discrimination is somehow naturalized and acceptable because of that. So to bring this to a close, I'm going to step into briefly to the work of a scholar named Kay-Sue Park, who outlines the financial dynamics between the English Empire's colonization of America, which helped to create what we think of as race today. That settler enterprise was financed by private lenders rather than the public fisc, public money. Credit was the financial vehicle of choice, funding settlers' voyages and allowing them access to household goods in the so-called New World. Credit allowed financiers and merchants to manufacture debt. They did this in different ways for European communities and for non-European communities. Basically subjected the latter, non-European population, to modes of extraction that were actually illegal in England at the time. So Park writes, in these English native transactions, there existed no mutual understanding of debt between lender and borrower, nor the possibility of alienating land, as security for a debt. The new racial foreclosure reflected a new openness for trespassing upon a dimension of human life and over a boundary that the English had long protected, preserving the sustained function of a community's homeland. So I know there's a lot of jargon in the things I've been describing today. They are complex historical trends, but basically the point is that treating native populations in colonial America as other allowed for these creditors to extract value from them and to naturalize that process by treating them as others. So what we see in this moment, and I'm almost done, is experimentation with futurity, which Sarah's going to talk about in a moment. Financiers use credit to speculate upon and ultimately to build out a culturally legitimate way to make North America available for full economic use. Park calls this an assertion of jurisdiction. Yet credit is only ever the beginning of a story, since credit must eventually be repaid. In the 1660s, the Boston area faced a decline in beaver populations, and thus beaver pelts. As a result, many could no longer hunt and cover their debts, leading to a catastrophic wave of foreclosures in the 1670s for native communities. When creditors called in their debts, Europeans dispossessed native communities of their lands and homes in order to repay those debts. What I see here is a resemblance to the current AI ecosystem, if not the tech ecosystem as a whole. Park describes English colonialism as operating out of a mortgaged position. AI research similarly today is premised on a radical futurity, on a possible discovery, on possible breakthroughs, on endless potential that unfortunately faces limited accountability. AI startups raise millions of dollars in credit on speculation about, say, modes of emotional AI. When those debts come due, and they will come due, someone will be forced to pay. This is where racial capitalism helps us to anticipate the future of AI. We see already with Deliveroo, Uber, Lyft, and Amazon and other corporations who squeeze their drivers and employees and riders, deliverers, relentlessly, lowering pay in order to raise profits, often pulling profit out of confusion, the same way that the colonial English kind of exploited native communities' goodwill and misunderstanding of what they were entering into because of cultural difference. There's a racial component to who suffers most in both cases, one that cannot be, or that could be avoided if we conceived of innovation in terms of value rather than extraction. So to close, what this revised theme captures is that AI ethics is concerned at best with phenomena that developed over the past 70 years. I'm preparing a paper now on why a second wave AI ethics must concern itself with the past 500 years of global history. We'll address this history one way or another, or we will address this history one way or another. The choice between first and second wave AI ethics is a choice over whether to continue to ignore this history, i.g. calling it things like hidden labor, or to address it through acts of reconciliation, structural reform, neo-Luddism, and abolition in order to address, in this case, racial capitalism. Thanks, and I'll pass over now to Sarah.
Hi everyone, thanks Johnny and thanks Richard. It's a pleasure to be here. So what have stories got to do with the past, the present, and the future of AI? Well, I guess it depends what you mean by stories. So there's fiction, of course, in particular, but not exclusively science fiction, that amazing data bank of complex, sophisticated thought experiments about the social and ethical implications of all things AI. From automated decision making to embodied AGI. And there's no question that such stories form a narrative history of AI, and one from which we can learn a considerable amount. Don't worry, there's a lot on the slides. They're just to keep you entertained. You're not meant to have to read everything. And these slides, there's a couple of examples from what we might call primarily Western AI narrative tradition. But during the course of the Mellon Histories of AI seminar, our focus has been less on that narrative history and more on what we might call AI's rhetorical history. So stories still matter. In fact, they really matter. But here they matter because they're not separate entities from the scientific and the technological histories of AI. Stories are part of that science and technological history. Along with it, they have shaped what AI was, is, and will become. And perhaps more importantly, they've helped shape the effects AI has had and is having and will have on the world and all of its inhabitants. And this includes non-human inhabitants, as Richard will go on to talk about at the end. So how have they done this? Well, let me just run through a few examples that we've explored as a community over the past year. So first, let's take a look at Alan Turing's now famous paper, Computer Machinery and Intelligence, and Richard's already mentioned this. It was published in the journal Mind in 1950. And if you look at the end of the paper, at the very top of the bibliography, you'll see that there's a reference not to a maths paper or a physics paper, or in fact anything from what we might call the hard sciences, but it's actually a reference to Samuel Butler's novel, Erewhon. Now, this was published in 1865, and Butler's novel could be considered an early exploration of AI and its impacts. He's interested in particular in the potential dangers of machine consciousness and of self-replicating machines. And although Turing doesn't reference Butler in the body of his essay, Butler's ideas clearly have informed Turing's thinking about what AI could be. And this isn't an isolated example. To just give you another one, in the 1960s, Joseph Weizenbaum invented one of the earliest natural language processing computer programs. It's the ancestor to the ones you use today, Echo and Siri. And he called it Eliza. And that was after the heroine of George Bernard Shaw's play, Pygmalion, a play that might be better known to some of you as the film it was turned into, My Fair Lady. Now, Shaw's Pygmalion itself was based on a quite frankly deeply creepy and disturbing account in Ovid's Metamorphosis of how the sculptor Pygmalion created a sexually available, perfectly beautiful woman without all those complicating internal qualities such as agency, autonomy, and free will. And if you trace that history of intelligent personal assistants from Ovid through Shaw and Weizenbaum to the present, you can start to see and understand the history of and the problems with the continued and persistent gendering of female AI assistants. So fictional stories, so they influence AI research, and understanding those stories and their entanglement in the science and the technology helps us to understand AI's histories, presents, and futures better. Let's look at a second category. So AI research is driven by storytelling. And here I don't mean stories that already exist like Erewhon or Pygmalion, but storytelling within the very science itself. And throughout the course of the Mellon seminar, we've seen many examples of this, of the way in which AI researchers employ and deploy powerful rhetoric. They're really good writers in both their speech and their writing in order to shape wider public perceptions of their technologies. So another couple of examples. Computer scientists who took part in our Mellon seminar commented recently on their worries that the stories of AI and its future that are shared by powerfully charismatic individuals like Elon Musk are imbibed by many of their students uncritically. So those are the stories that they listen to, that they believe, and which actually they're the ones who have the power in the future to either enact or resist. And our community scientists spoke of the need, a kind of urgent need, for computer science students to be educated to listen to stories critically, to reflect on the past and the present use of rhetoric and storytelling to shape the field that they're becoming a part of and its technological abilities, and to encourage those students, that next generation, to listen to or even to tell different stories. And here we see the importance of what in America is called a liberal arts education, what here in the UK we might call an interdisciplinary education, keeping people studying both the sciences and the humanities for at least a little bit longer than they do at the moment. It's not just popular contemporary public figures who tell these AI stories. So many of the seminal papers in the history of the field can be read for their rhetorical, not just their scientific visions. And one example that we looked at during the course of the seminar was American psychologist and computer scientist J.C.R. Licklider's 1960 paper. It's called Man-Computer Symbiosis. And it was published in a scientific venue in the IRE Transactions on Human Factors in Electronics, a solid scientific journal title. But it's the most astonishing piece of speculative fiction. It spins a captivating yarn about the possibilities, the universally positive possibilities of future man-machine interaction. And as I was reading Licklider, it became very clear to me that what he was imagining was pretty much Iron Man. So looking carefully, though, at what Licklider imagines and what he's blind to, what about woman-computer symbiosis, for instance? Or look at the images of the people on this slide for an indication of who was telling these stories. Doing this allows us to start to see who and what is left out of the dominant imaginings of AI in the past and the present. But we've been talking about AI. What is AI? Anyway, we used the term as the title of our seminar, but we continually reflected on whether it was the best or even the correct organizing principle for our collective inquiries. So what rhetorical work does that term AI do? Because it's not entirely coherent, really, from a scientific point of view, since the technologies that have been yoked under its umbrella are often so disparate as to, in some cases, have very little connection to each other. And as a result, it makes sense maybe to think that the term AI is doing more powerful work, not as an accurate description of a field or a technology, but that it's doing work as a rhetorical device. And if we think about it like that, we can start to understand what work, good and bad, it might be doing in the world. And here's some literary theorists come along to help. So what if we thought about the idea of AI as a grand narrative or a big story? And this was the term that the French thinker Jean-François Lyotard used for stories that provide large-scale theories and philosophies of the world. Now, they might prove useful, provide useful coherence, but Lyotard thought that their problem was that they universalized. In doing so, they failed to represent and contain everyone. And so they're not just authoritative, but they risk becoming authoritarian. So if AI were viewed in this way, we might see how the grand narrative of AI reinforces certain views, certain perspectives, certain sites of power at the expense of others. And in opposition to these grands récits, as they're known in French, Lyotard introduced the idea of petit récits, these micro-narratives that are local and tell specific stories. Now, history can be thought of itself as a form of storytelling, and Hayden White is the guy to go and read on that. So as we've been working to map multiple histories, not history, of AI, these multiple histories offer different accounts to what might be thought of as the dominant history. They might not include Turing, for instance. And doing this is a way of breaking down this grand narrative, of thinking about it, what it coheres and what it conceals. And here as well is one instance of where our themes, and Johnny mentioned this, productively start to interact. Because thinking about AI in this way leads to a consideration of some of the ideas Johnny's already introduced in his account of the cognitive injustice theme. So stories are useful because they can help us rethink what knowledge is outside of the paradigm as knowledge is understood in AI. So they lead us also, as Johnny said, to think about different knowers. So the grand narrative of AI, for instance, presents a very specific understanding of what knowledge is. It's something that can be codified, that can be captured and stored in computers, something that can be automated. But stories also contain knowledge. And stories contain a kind of knowledge that can't be so easily turned into zeros and ones, into data sets and decision trees. And this point became particularly salient in our seminar sessions, where we learned about indigenous thinking about and encounters and engagements with AI. So as Professor Jason Edward Lewis said during an event we held last July, indigenous epistemologies are many and varied. And what many, although not all of them, centre is language, storytelling, territory and protocol as means of knowledge generation, preservation and dissemination. And this is a very different centering to that found in our grand narrative of AI. And stories and storytelling therefore offer a different understanding of how and what human beings know, of what knowledge is, and in fact makes us think about whether all knowledge is computable. Why, in fact, would we even want it to be? Who gains and who loses by operating as if it is? And who is the we that has the power to decide these questions? And Professor Ruha Benjamin, who's been mentioned earlier, has an important line where she says we should acknowledge that most people are forced to live inside someone else's imagination. To wrap up then, Johnny has already spoken about the need to rethink what AI ethics is, how it's done and what disciplines it draws on. And his work is showing how you can draw on global history to inform a new kind of AI ethics. And my work has similar aims, but it draws on a different discipline, my discipline, that of literary studies. For storytelling, and what my co-author Claire Craig and I call in our new book, Story Listening, offer another alternative method of thinking about this thing called AI ethics. And I've demonstrated in this talk some of the ways in which it can start to do this. So we can take existing stories seriously as narrative models of the social impacts of AI. We can rhetorically analyze the technological, scientific, popular and other stories told about AI. We can use narrative futures methods such as science fiction prototyping to generate new stories and therefore new insights about the futures of automated societies. And community member Nicole Anderson Ravindran's master's thesis and her proposed PhD project are examples of some of these things in practice. We can also use collaborative storytelling games to engage a whole range of publics in the collective task of thinking about AI and its impacts beyond just experts. And these kinds of methods can generate new insights. They can help break the deadlock of using disciplinary approaches to think about AI that actually share in its own histories, that share its dominant populations, its ideas about legitimate knowledge and legitimate knowers, and share and repeat its performances of power. I'm going to hand on to Richard now to talk about AI and climate change to wrap us up.
Thanks, Sarah. I think that our listeners will probably see the possibility of interpreting what I'm going to talk about in the light of the concepts that Johnny and Sarah have given so eloquently. We'll finish with the example of climate change. And I want to note to begin with that AI and climate change share elements of their histories. Both took off in the last 50 years, and each is deeply embedded in a post-World War II military consumer culture symbolized by the computer. While their material infrastructures are central to their significance, most common images of them elide this. We usually talk about climate modeling, forgetting the data on which it relies. And AI obviously thrives on metaphors of the computer as brain and algorithms running on their own, often neglecting the material and human networks required to get them working. But with the dire consequences of climate change and AI touted as a potential game changer, in the past 2 years, both media and the scientific community have begun to consider how AI might address climate change. And the image that you can see at the moment is a brilliant example of the media take. Here's a 2020 article by Aditya Prakash on 7 ways artificial intelligence can help to fight climate change. It's a wide-ranging list, from mitigating electrical emissions to smart transport, precision agriculture, and computer prediction. AI can help in almost anything. Such promotional forecasts often give ambitious estimates. According to Capgemini Research Institute modeling, for example, AI will help fulfill up to 45% of Paris Agreement targets by 2030 and could reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 16%. But there's ambiguity and threat in this image too, as well as hype. That's in the contrast between cool AI and heating Earth. In fact, AI heats the Earth too. Nathan Ensminger drove this home in a session on AI and the environment. If the cloud were a country, it would be the planet's 6th largest electricity consumer. Data centers and semiconductor factories require hundreds of thousands or millions of gallons of water and the latter leave a toxic waste. Silicon Valley is one of the most heavily polluted parts of the US. So paying attention to production and maintenance, we need to know our machines and data centers heat the earth. But it's very hard to find out just how much. In 2018, Lotfi Belkir and Ahmad El-Maligi estimated the tech sector would contribute nearly 3.6% of global greenhouse emissions by 2020. They thought it would increase to 14% by 2040, even more than the US. But they had to estimate current data center energy consumption using data from 2008, even though the scale of computation and technologies have changed radically since then. AI firms happily offer percentage estimates of their effect on future emissions, but data centers won't show us how much energy they use. Now let's turn to the scientists. Work on AI in climate change took off 2 years ago in 2019. In February, a group led by Marcus Reichstein published a Nature paper on machine learning in the geo and climate sciences. That summer, David Rolnick organized a workshop which led to a 111-page paper. 22 authors surveyed 13 different sectors where AI could help, ranging from electricity systems, buildings and cities, through to education and finance. They specifically wrote for researchers and engineers, entrepreneurs and investors, corporate leaders, and local and national governments. Actually, their work illustrates how researchers try to use the history of AI to help meet new challenges. Here are images of 4 potential advances from Reichstein and colleagues. These two deal with classifying and labeling patterns and interpolating to reach higher resolution given a limited amount of information. They stem from the formative roles computer vision and speech recognition have played developing AI. You will recognize the image network that Johnny described with this database of human-labeled images like cat or dog. Similar problems come up in the geosciences, but while they have lots of data, they have few training data sets like ImageNet, and it's easier to label a cat than it is to determine that a data set shows a drought. The other possibilities Reichstein's group saw were in extrapolation, predicting the future based on what's known to date, and dynamic time series modeling, trying to predict patterns of change. Machine learning has a role to play where there's lots of data or computing is expensive. As David Rolnick and colleagues note, AI might help bridge general climate models and the higher resolution required to determine processes exactly. Next slide, please. Bright clouds block sunlight and cool the earth. Dark clouds catch outgoing heat and they keep us warm. These effects are controlled by small-scale processes like convection and aerosols. Physical models are too computationally expensive to include in global climate models, but machine learning models are not. So research scientists from Munich and 2 US universities trained a deep neural network to emulate a high-resolution cloud simulation. The network gave similar results for a fraction of the cost. That's important. AI is usually described as introducing a radical change in the sciences, but these examples convey 2 lessons. One is that despite the hype, the recent history of AI provides a few but loose templates for new work. Another is that AI is enabling scientists to fine-tune the relations between models and data at tricky scales. That's important, but it's providing new models to think with, not new thinking itself. We might want AI, but do we need the hype and the heat? In any case, both we and AI scientists certainly need our histories. Thanks for your attention. I'll hand it over to Johnny now, and if there's time for any questions, we'd love to engage with them.
Well, we've had one question from the audience that Sarah has managed to answer by chat, but it was a question about the importance of interdisciplinary study as discussed. Basically, the question is, how do we respond to the UK government's decision to cut humanities funding in favor of STEM and digital areas? I have to say the irony is that AI, the first AI prototype developed in the late 1950s, was championed by its creators, something not developed by the sciences. The AI was going to be a response to the hard sciences. So, you know, my response to the UK government would be, you're not going to get the next AI. And I think this was, Sarah really drove home in her presentation. Richard or Sarah, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
It's just as a really important question in relation to what we've been talking about, because of course that decision, I presume I wasn't at the table, is driven by what forms of knowledge are valued and what forms of intellectual inquiry are valued. And so if you only value the kinds of things that the kinds of knowledge that AI also values, you're automatically going to think of forms of inquiry that aren't based on that kind of data or that kind of what we'd call epistemology are not going to be worth funding. And it is a very narrow-minded way of thinking about human action, endeavor, and being in the world. And one little bit plug for Claire and mine's book, but the whole point of story listening is in some way to try and start to make a case for showing how humanities scholars can more actively engage in government and decision making, and perhaps hopefully start to from the inside maybe change some of these decisions and some of that outlook.
Yeah, I'd add to that only that our seminar has really provided a brilliant example of that, because it does bring together humanities scholars and computer scientists, and is very clearly a case in which we're learning from each other.
Yeah, well said. And there's oh, go ahead, Sarah.
No, I was just going to say some of the best feedback we've had from the seminar has been that of how rich it's been and how much people have learned from that kind of community, which you don't get in the silos of different disciplinary conferences and events.
Yeah, and also we've studied literature by humanities and social scientists, researchers from the past who have actually now been credited for improving AI through their criticism. So I think with that, we'll bring this to a close. Thank you everyone for participating. Thank you to Richard and Sarah for introducing audiences to this seminar. And please be in touch, anyone out there, by searching Histories of AI at the University of Cambridge to learn more about the seminar. But thank you again, CogX, for having us.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks so much there to that panel. I think the main thing that I've taken away from these two sessions that I've been emceeing has been the word integrity, and just how much we're learning about what it means to be human and for humans to have, their own integrity. And we learn that by understanding where we've come from. So the histories that were just shared with us about the history of AI going back to the 17th century, and also from that panel on queer tech, where we were talking about different ways of changing narratives, different ways of creating new ways of knowledge, and just kind of being elastic, I suppose, with what it means to be human. So thank you so much to all the participants, and please do stay with us, as we are in 10 minutes going to be in conversation. Well, Carly Kind is going to be in conversation with Margaret Mitchell, but I'll let Andrew Straits, the MC for that panel, tell you more. Please do share your thoughts with us. We're on @CogX_festival, and the hashtag is CogX2021. Speak to us in the chat, speak to us in the networking. We're all virtually available, so please do carry on talking and try and make these changes within your organizations as well. We really do want to help shape AI in a way that means that human well-being and animal and environmental well-being is at the center of it. So thank you so much, and stay put. See you in 10 minutes.
A warm welcome back to the Ethics and Society stage at this year's Cognition X Festival. My name is Andrew Straight. I'm the Associate Director of Research Partnerships at the Ada Lovelace Institute. We are a London-based research and deliberative body with a mission to ensure that data and AI work for people and society. I'm so glad for those of you who've joined us throughout the day today for these fascinating discussions we've had on topics like biometrics, on the COVID data divide, on social media regulation, queer tech. We're now very excited to have our final presentation for the day, but don't fret, there's a lot more to come in the days ahead. Before I introduce the moderator for the day, I did just want to quickly run through a few key logistic facts. Again, if you'd like to ask any questions throughout the presentation, please do so in the Q&A on the side, and we'll filter them up to our moderator to ask throughout the day. If you'd like to tweet about the event or about the conversation happening today, please do so and use the hashtag CogX2021. It is my absolute pleasure to now introduce Carly Kind, the Executive Director of the Ada Lovelace Institute, who will present the opening remarks and some thoughts around our final keynote presentation today from our speaker, Can You Do Ethical Research in a Corporate Environment? I'll hand to Carly, be about 30 seconds with you until she's on screen, but thank you again so much and looking forward to the conversation.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. My name is Carly Kind, and I'm the director of the Ada Lovelace Institute. Many thanks to Andrew for the introduction. I am super excited and proud to be here today to introduce our final keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Margaret Mitchell. And the title of this session is Can You Do Ethical Research in a Corporate Environment, which is, of course, a very current and, judging by Twitter's response to this panel, controversial question. As many of you will know, the last decade has seen the rise of ethical principles deployed and generated by both governments and industry to assist in developing safe and responsible technology, in particular around AI. This movement has spawned a range of ethical AI teams within companies and AI research firms themselves, such as Google's ethical AI team. But Google's recent decision to dismantle the team raises inevitable questions about the future of ethics teams within corporations and the ability to research and study and develop ethical AI in a corporate environment. So today we're going to hear from one of the leading thinkers and doers in this space. Dr. Margaret Mitchell is a researcher working on ethical AI, and she's currently focusing on the ins and outs of ethics-informed AI development in tech. She has published prolifically over 50 papers on natural language generation, assistive technology, computer vision, and AI ethics. She holds multiple patents in the areas of conversation generation and sentiment classification. She was the founder and co-leader of Google's ethical AI group, and she formerly worked at Google AI as a staff research scientist. She was focused there on foundational AI ethics research and operationalizing AI ethics within Google. Before she joined Google, she was a researcher at Microsoft Research, focusing on computer vision to language generation. She was a postdoc at Johns Hopkins, focused on Bayesian modeling and information extraction. And she holds a PhD in computer science from the University of Aberdeen and a master's in computational linguistics from the University of Washington. We are really happy to have her join us today and present a keynote speech on this question of whether you can do ethical AI research in corporate environments. Please feel free to put your questions in the chat throughout. And once Margaret's finished her presentation, we'll have a conversation together and I'll have the chance to put some of those questions directly to her. So I'm hoping the CogX folk can add Margaret in, and I will hand over to her, to present her keynote presentation, and looking forward to discussing it afterwards.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much. And
Hello, and thank you for having me. It's a great honor to be here. I'm really excited to be able to share some of my thoughts. My goal in this talk is to take a bit of a step back from the ins and outs of specific issues I've worked on in the AI ethics space and share how these pieces fit together as a whole to define how AI ethics can be operationalized in an organization. In light of the provocative prompt about whether one can do AI ethics research in a corporate environment, I'll be focusing a bit on answering that question and addressing some of the barriers to operationalizing AI ethics research. So for the given question in this session, can you do ethical research in a corporate environment? What is my answer going to be? Yes. It's maybe boring for what people wanted to hear. And I hope that answer doesn't bum anyone out too much, but is, I think, can be seen by the publication records of me and my colleagues and other people in this space working in corporations. It's definitely true that you can do ethical AI research. But there's a related question where the answer is a bit less clear. And that is, can you operationalize ethical processes in a corporate tech environment? So that means taking existing organizations and procedures in a company and augmenting them or changing them with processes that focus attention on human values and foreseeable benefits and risks of different technology. Although there is some evidence you can do this to some extent, and I'll talk about that, it's not yet clear that ethical processes can fundamentally change the way technology is developed for the long term when hard decisions are required, balancing the foreseeable risks in the future with marketable benefits at a specific launch date. So let me talk a bit about my ethical AI journey to explain the opportunities and challenges I've learned about in tech company settings. So the first major corporation I worked at was Microsoft Research. And at this time, deep learning was really starting to work. So convolutional neural networks, or CNNs in particular, were very successfully being trained to detect objects in a scene. And this motivated work that took this even further, going from simple object detection to descriptions of entire scenes. This is largely called image captioning. This was an area I had already been working on, but using the earlier computer vision models, that didn't work as well. So of course, once the opportunity was there to work with a bunch of brilliant people at Microsoft Research on a deep learning approach, I really jumped at the opportunity. And while I worked on it, I learned about a technique from John Platt called multiple instance learning. It's not a deep learning technique, but it's a technique that fascinated me for a ton of reasons related to long-term thinking about how these models can be used. So in particular, it made the models a bit more transparent, as well as having a clear stage where you could back off to more simple language or utilize structured language templates to generate language about what the model was seeing. I've worked throughout my career on language generation for people with different neurodevelopmental and neurological disorders. And the applications of this specific approach to describing images began exploding in my mind, right? So I have a bit of a different background and a bit of a different perspective. And this led me to working on fundamentally different problems. At the same time, to motivate image captioning, people were thinking about generating descriptions for people who are blind. So why do we care about this task? Well, potentially it can be used for people who are blind. But I'm someone who, if that is a motivation, wants to see if that actually works. So I naturally began looking at image description from two lenses. One was, what are the actual tasks that this modern deep learning work can help with? For example, if one foreseeable potentially beneficial task is creating descriptions for people who are blind, are the models that we're working on going to meet that goal? And two, if we do desire a beneficial outcome for our AI, such as providing descriptions for people who are blind, what should we actually be developing right now? The first lens might be called tech-centric, going from the math to what beneficial could happen. The second might be called person-centric, going from the beneficial goals we want to achieve for people in the future and working backwards from there to what we should be working on right now. So this gave me insight into what it meant to start taking basic research ideas and placing them in processes towards beneficial AI products. So first was defining the goal. What are the beneficial tasks we could create to help people in society? This is an imaginative task. It's a creative tasks. It's something that authors and playwrights and screenwriters are very good at doing, but maybe computer scientists generally less good at doing. And then second, sketching the hypothetical, outline at a high level the potential future models that can help reach the goals, and critically identify the harms and risks of a given beneficial task. So this includes things like dual use, technology developed for one thing but could be used maliciously for another. And then the third is, of course, do the work. So taking into account modern day state-of-the-art technology and where you would like to be for human benefit in the future, refine what you can work on right now. But one of the fundamental challenges to operationalizing something like this within a company is the organizational structure. So in a very cartoonish way, I have on the right organizational structure at a tech company that does research uses processes and procedures that are largely defined top-down. So leadership is in charge of the company, of the products that are launched, and the PR around the company. This defines at a high level what they would like from program and product managers, top-down. Program and product managers set up the processes useful for leadership to make launch decisions. And these processes are passed down to researchers to mold their work into the relevant processes in order to have their work considered for productionizing. But the flow I had in mind, which required long-term foresight towards beneficial AI products at the research stage, ran counter to this model. So in particular, while your research could be informed by the current products and PR, you also had to be thinking about the longer term products, the longer term goals. And there was no way for those longer term goals and this broader vision to be appropriately communicated upwards. So this could essentially amount to doing a ton of work towards something that would never come to be because you just could not communicate that whole picture. It's not your job to have the whole picture, generally. That's what leadership is for. But without the ability to talk through the larger picture, to minimally have a dialogue about it, it can be a barrier to having everyone understand or accept your research towards beneficial outcomes. The second corporate environment I had the privilege of working in was Google. Around the time I was joining, I was seeing some new research that had this same kind of foresight I had hoped for. So the sort of work that was being done clearly lent itself to long-term beneficial outcomes. And here I was able to work with an incredible coalition of people throughout the company who deeply cared about development that was diverse and inclusive, and creating models that would not be problematically biased or propagate harm. And one of the things we ended up doing was breaking down development into specific components where different kinds of problematic bias comes in. And it was in doing this that I began to understand how to operationalize AI ethics in current organizational structures, or so I thought. So the key was to figure out general protocols that can be used largely within the existing organizational structures, essentially setting norms for development so that bottom-up research working towards beneficial long-term goals could just more naturally be integrated into the development pipeline. So it wouldn't matter so much if there wasn't a ton of communication back and forth. The organizations themselves would have the processes where ethics-informed development would shape what the company produces. And this begins to get to the heart of my recent research on operationalizing AI ethics. So I'm going to dig into this a little bit. I'll probably skip through the slides rather quickly so we can ask questions and stuff about it. But I think it would be useful to sort of get everyone on the same page of what we're talking about when we're talking about operationalizing AI ethics. So in general, in an AI development pipeline, first you collect the data, then you train and test a model. You add additional post-processing, such as selecting among a ranked list or applying thresholds, and then people see the output. But before the process even begins, the data itself encodes a subset of human perspectives. So data is biased because it is a snapshot of the world. It is not all of the world. And so we see biases like reporting bias, which is selectively sharing only specific kinds of information. So think about how often people announce that they are breathing. It happens a lot and no one talks about it, right? But we also see effects like racism and sexism expressed throughout, reflecting basic human behavior. And these biases then have a ripple effect throughout the rest of model development, as the training data itself is the only information that a supervised machine learning model can learn from. It's very limited. Other kinds of human biases are then layered on top of this and injected into model development by the choice of the model, the choice of the objective function, how the model is evaluated, and these choices persist the rest of the model lifecycle. So for example, there's a strong default effect, which is going with whatever is default for a general model and assuming it's appropriate. So this happens in model architecture choices, this happens in optimization choices, and it's particularly in applied context that we really see this. There's a similar effect with anchoring bias, sticking with what you're familiar with. Human biases are further injected into post-processing. These are the kinds of biases that you need to pay attention to the outcomes, the situations, the context that things will be used in. And that means you have to do additional work in development to think through the ways that the model can affect different people. And this is a place where risk and harms analysis is really key. Finally, once a model is deployed, people see the output, begin to act on that output, and that serves as further data that a model can then be trained on. And I like to call this bias laundering, where the final model or system can have all kinds of ethical issues, and it can be difficult to pinpoint the exact sources that cause them. I also like to call it bias laundering because it allows me to use this animation I personally made and I'm very proud of. So the data set defines what we care about for the model. The default approach is to simply use the training data that's available in a specific data set and evaluate on the evaluation data that's available, usually in the same sort of data set. So if critical aspects of the problem space aren't represented in the pipeline, then deploying the model means you are making the value judgment, whether you're thinking about it or not, that these aspects shouldn't be represented. So if the data, training, post-processing creates models that disproportionately underperform on some populations or harm some populations, you're implicitly making the value judgment that some populations should receive worse performance or should be harmed. This is why awareness of the benefits and the harms and the risks is key to development. So machine learning development is not value neutral, and I don't think that should be revolutionary, but it really seems to be not part of current thinking. And what this means is that we have to think critically about the values encoded throughout the development if our goal is to advance ethics-informed artificial intelligence. So this brings us to the role of ethics in AI. Ethics doesn't provide an answer. It provides frameworks for analyzing problems in light of different human values. So some example human values are shown on the right, and these are exactly the values that can be incorporated not only within a development pipeline, but within the development culture more broadly. And having a basic understanding of the major ethical theories can help us learn how to articulate and justify our decisions. So I'll dive a bit into what this means driving the production of AI systems. I'm not an ethicist by training. I'm a computer scientist who applies ethics. So I'll give a bit of a description, but take it with a grain of salt. And broadly speaking, there are 4 main families of ethics. The 2 that are most important in the context of companies and organizations is normative ethics and applied ethics. Normative has to do with defining standards, norms, things you will and will not do. These are what provide the tools for ethical analyses. Applied ethics is basically those ethical theories in practice and within ethics-informed development. And this corresponds to organizational ethics, essentially. So one of the key ideas here is that we all have different senses of morality. Different cultures prioritize different values. But when we're working within an organization, these values need to be defined at the organizational level, providing a common ground of values that employees can build off of, create models around, and develop launch protocols based on. So there's often a question of whose ethics? It's quite simply answered, it's the organization's ethics. And how does the organization define the ethics? This can be defined by culling together values from different sources. Different companies may decide to prioritize different ethical values. And this can be seen as a business differentiator. Different companies with different ethical values. And that's whose the ethics, that's whose ethics that developers will be working with. So normative ethics is sort of a vehicle for operationalizing ethics within an organization. There's a few different types. In the context of applied ethics, employees would largely follow a deontological ethics, so doing what their company has told them, which is ideally informed by both virtue ethics, so doing what is good, and consequentialism, how things will end up. So turning again to this pipeline where I earlier highlighted how different problematic human biases can be propagated and amplified, we similarly see related kinds of ethical considerations. So collection of data includes concerns about copyright, consent, fair pay, diversity. Model training includes how appropriate different decisions are in light of the foreseeable effects of the model. And then in post-processing, values include consideration of trade-offs and aiming towards fairness of outcomes. So let's further examine what ethical values mean within the data stage. Defining values in data collection and annotation is one of the most pressing issues in technology currently. Let me say this again. Defining values in data collection and annotation is one of the most pressing issues in technology currently. Questions of who owns the data, whether it can be deleted, what sort of profit or benefit can be derived from it come into play. So one of the key solutions is operationalizing ethical data development. And here we put out some research on just how to do that, cited at the bottom. Further evidence that you can do ethical research. But for operationalizing ethical data development, that means defining the values up front, constructing data specifically based on those values, and that massively expands the current processes that are utilized within corporate tech structures. This can be seen as a life cycle for the data as a whole. It requires continual monitoring and analysis of the effects of the data. And these processes can ideally augment existing processes, but we're not quite there yet. So now let's talk about model training in a way that's informed by ethical values. So I'm going to share some thoughts on this via a case study. I had the opportunity to work on a coronavirus forecasting model, and we quickly found that there were a mass amount of model-based decisions that could drastically affect people when the model was deployed. So for example, false positives in coronavirus forecasting, a false positive error, means that deaths are over-predicted. So hospitals might be over-equipped, expecting a need for more beds, more ventilators. A false negative, not predicting deaths, means that there would be less resources than needed, which would end in death or could end in death. And there are trade-offs in both kinds of errors, but if you do the benefit-risk analysis, arguably a model that tends towards false positives is preferable to a model that tends towards false negatives. Better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. And one of the issues at play here is the choice of loss function. I realize this is not a heavily mathematical audience, so I'll just sort of quickly summarize to say that the loss functions being developed don't take these trade-offs into account generally. It's sort of this default effect where you use what's known, and they tend to use absolute values, meaning false positive and false negative are not even distinguished. So that means that you're conflating those two kinds of errors as being equally problematic. Moving on to some of the post-processing and final evaluation. In this stage, concepts like fairness, diversity, and inclusion are important. Some of these are more developed than others. So let me talk about fairness in particular, which is the most developed. And one of the most basic ways that fairness in AI can be understood is as different errors in a confusion matrix. So we'll see here false positives and false negatives, as I mentioned earlier. False positives is where the ground truth, the reality says something doesn't exist, and yet it's predicted. False negatives are where the ground truth says it exists, and it's not predicted. I'll just say everyone who ever talks about this still needs to look this up because it's so easy to forget for some reason. And in some contexts, a false negative is much more problematic given the foreseeable use in contexts. So that helps you understand how to train the model and how to evaluate it. So for privacy in images, false positives are generally better than false negatives. A false positive means something that doesn't need to be blurred gets blurred. A false negative would be something that needs to be blurred, not being blurred, which could end in something like identity theft. On the other hand, false negatives might be preferable to false positives in something like spam filtering. False negative, spam is in your inbox. False positive, a good mail that you want goes to your spam filter. But note that the usage and context still really matters here. So different populations will have different contexts and different considerations. So for example, if foreseeable users include those that are easily scammed, leading to a loss of wealth, then false negatives have greater risk. And model development needs to balance the different populations in determining those optimal models. There's so much more to say here. It's been like my research for the past 8 years or whatever. But the punchline is that considerations of each of these factors can inform ethical launch protocols of what eventually is released. So here's some steps forward. Number one, to ground the considerations of how well a system works, basic values can be used as a backbone to guide what matters. Establishing these within an organization helps handle the issue that everyone has different moralities and different senses of what is right is wrong, different senses of what is right and wrong. And we can borrow a lot of ideas from ethics in doing this. Number two, establish intentional processes throughout the pipeline where each stage has a variety of owners and stakeholders. And for this, I discussed the development life cycle and error analysis. And number 3 is that it has to be incentivized to do all of this within the development culture. And that means things like higher performance ratings and promotions when these processes are done well. So not just launches, but how it was launched, as well as norms across different companies to work towards a kind of greater good shared amongst tech generally. This is one of the areas where diverse and inclusive perspectives really come to bear. So diverse decision makers will be diverse kinds of future beneficial technology. Different people will think of different beneficial technology, and different people will see different kinds of harms and risks. So as we incentivize ethics-informed development, we naturally create a more diverse and inclusive atmosphere, because now we're thinking deeply about what benefits are there. Who knows? Who are all the people we could ask? What are the gotchas? What are the potential harms? Who knows? What are all the things we can ask? Suddenly we care about what happens to people and how people act. And now this means social scientists matter just as much as computer scientists. So one method that I've worked on to capture a lot of this and slot it into existing organizational processes is model cards. And broadly speaking, model cards provide a framework to share the ethical values at play in your system. It's intended to be shared transparently alongside a system or model in order to explain what that model is and how to use it, who it will work for, who it will not work for as well. And everything I've talked through comes into play to basically be summarized and shared with consumers so that they can understand when a model will work well and when it won't work well, what it should be used for and what it won't be good for. You can think of this as something between nutrition facts and a terms of service. Ideally, it's a card that can be put together based on the documentation from the ethics-informed processes throughout development. And this includes critical thinking about the foreseeable benefits, harms, and risks of how a model or a system might be used. And after all of this work, here was the ultimate barrier. Unfortunately, as has been shared heavily in the press, my former co-lead, Dr. Timnit Gebru, was said to be resignated for working specifically on harms and risks. Understanding harms and risks is fundamental to all of the processes I've discussed, and it's critical for research within a tech company to look at what these are in order to advance ethical AI. In the situation with Dr. Gebru, this specifically meant due diligence on a fundamental technology common across all tech, not a product, but a type of technology, language models. And there's been general agreement across the tech industry that something like model cards is quite useful. The punchline is that there are maybe some critical pieces that are off the table, at least for now. This brings us back to the same issue I mentioned at the start. The organizational blocks in place are such that researchers like me and Dr. Gebru couldn't share this bigger picture. We couldn't share that this was relevant to model cards. We couldn't share that language models were something that people were going to create model cards for, and so needed a source of harms and risks. For years, I've operated on integrating into existing processes and methods for advancing ethical AI, but I still didn't change the fundamentals of organizational structure. We need to do harms and risks analysis as part of the larger picture, as well as demonstrating, for example, that we can self-regulate. We have to be able to do due diligence on basic harms and risks. But if motivating and explaining the larger picture is off the table, then we can end up in a terrible spot. So, can you do ethical research in a corporate environment? I've hopefully shown yes. This is all based on research I've done. But whether all of the ideas can be taken seriously enough as a whole to complete the full picture, considering benefits as well as harms and risks and foreseeable uses, that remains to be seen. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Margaret. I'm hoping we can both be back on the screen now. There you go. I should look that way so that we're looking at each other. Thank you so much. Incredible presentation. I feel very lucky to have witnessed it, and as will the rest of the audience members, because that was truly a primer and a very detailed one in what is ethical AI. Not only can it be done in corporate research environments, but how to do it at a very detailed level. And I really appreciate how much depth you went into. So many questions, 10 minutes to ask them. I want to begin by seizing on something you talked towards the end of the presentation around diversity, and in particular diversity in terms of thinking through not only what beneficial products might be developed, and thus, from your person-centric model might give birth to the development of models, but also diversity and thinking about harms and impacts. And I just wondered do you think it's sufficient for computer scientists themselves to think through what might be the negative harms and risks as well as the benefits? And if not, how do we build in more kind of participatory processes? Have you seen anything good working in practice? And do you have any ideas about how to do that?
Yeah, so no, it can't and shouldn't be left up to computer scientists, and it shouldn't be left up to specific subpopulations. So tech tends to be male dominated, and obviously men will have different thoughts in general than women about benefits and risks. And I think, as I mentioned in my talk, once you start thinking about users, about people, about context, suddenly you need to know about society. And that's not something computer scientists generally know about, right? So you need to start bringing in people who understand how people work. Psychological, people who have psychological backgrounds, people who have social science backgrounds and sociology backgrounds. Suddenly this becomes just as important as the computer science work. So absolutely this needs to happen. It's still a bit of a battle. At Google, we were able to hire the first social scientist, research scientist. Wow. It took well over a year or two of motivating. But this is the kind of thing that needs to happen. It needs to be clear why, and it's not quite there yet, unfortunately.
Absolutely. And it was also struck me when you were talking about the bias issues and the ethical issues which arise at the training data stage. And, you listed there consent for data collection as being a relevant issue that needs to be considered when you're thinking about ethics in the round. And, I think as a lawyer, this is something that particularly appealed to me, which is how could a researcher themselves satisfy themselves that data had been collected conceptually? That feels like a very lengthy process to go through on its own, or at least one that would require maybe some knowledge of the legal framework in the particular jurisdiction that the data is being collected. So that type of thing feels like it in itself requires quite a diverse range of people in the room.
Yeah, and foresight about where regulation is going, right? So, as GDPR first came out, suddenly we were thinking a lot about these sort of longer term legal trends, but we didn't have general legal scholars. We had Google lawyers specifically interested in protecting the company. And that's very, very different than an understanding of what regulation and laws are coming through and what they actually mean for development. So yeah, absolutely. At each stage, as you bring this in, there's all of these different stakeholders, all these different people that really need to inform.
Yeah. You said towards the end of your presentation that critical pieces are off the table. And I wondered to what extent do you think the current structure within companies really puts business model or kind of productivity and products above ethical research? And I don't mean particularly in Google, I just mean generally in corporate structures. I noticed from the Wired long read that was published last week, and I know had various problems, and please let me know if this is one of them. They talked about performance reviews that you underwent, kind of labeling you as uncollaborative, and it strikes me. Do you want to correct that for the record then?
No,
it's true. No, okay, I wasn't sure.
We don't incentivize ethical processes. Yet.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Can ethical AI research, is it supposed to be collaborative, or is it supposed to be acrimonious? Should there be challenge in the system? And if so, how can ethical AI researchers be collaborative?
Yeah, so I mean, this also I think this answer sort of intersects with my gender. There's actually a few questions. So one was around sort of companies generally prioritizing ethics over potential profit. And the other one was around, I guess, incentivization within things like performance reviews. So to the latter, I'll say that why this like your uncollaborative thing was particularly ridiculous was because I was working across the entire company, integrating into all of these processes, talking to hundreds of people. But when I was leading something, then people got territorial. Then it became your uncollaborative. And that's something that you see for women and not men, right? So a woman leader is bossy and uncollaborative. A man leader is like a great leader. So this is like something that was like particularly bonkers to me. But that is happening, right? That's something that is currently actively happening in tech. So that means performance reviews are already just all kinds of messed up in terms of prioritizing the right things.
Yeah.
In terms of companies and ethics, you know, it is going to really depend on the company. I think more and more critical ethical thinking is a kind of business differentiator. I also think the market is asking for it more. And even within a company, you know, different organizations will prioritize this more. So for example, I worked with Google Cloud and they were awesome at thinking about this stuff. But then within research, I mean, as has been shown, not so successful. So it really
do you have any explanation for why they treated it like? There's a question in the chat about how you incentivize a company to prioritize it. Is there any reason why one part of the business was more open to that research than others?
You know, different people, different business models. You know, people in research leadership have been there for a long time, and that sort of propagates the same way of thinking. Cloud was rather a bit newer, sort of newer people, and that maybe modernized some of the thinking, and that's obviously a factor. You know, there's a lot of different factors at play, but by thinking about it, we can, you know, address this in the appropriate way.
Absolutely. It's such an interesting observation that being a woman was also impacted how this information was received. And it's an observation you can't help but make, that there are lots of the leading thinkers in this space of ethical AI, and not only women, but they're often Black women as well. And I think that tells us quite a lot. Yeah. There's quite a few people in the chat just saying what an inspiration you are to them. And I wanted to make sure that you heard that and really took it on, because you clearly really are pioneering the way. I wondered what advice you would give to junior researchers, in particular computer scientists moving into this space of ethical AI. And in particular, you know, if they're entering a large corporate firm, what should they be doing? What types of challenges should they be expecting to face? How do those differ from academia, for example? And you know, what might be some strategies for forging ethical practices?
Yeah. I mean, I think this goes back to what I said about organizational structure and communication. So as a PhD student, you're used to getting back and forth, right? You talk to your advisor, you say, I want to do this. And they say, no, you should do this. And, you know, you have a back and forth. You hopefully get into sort of healthy debates. Maybe you convince them. There isn't as much of a sense of hierarchy as a PhD student as there is within a corporation. Right. And so if you're in a position where you're working on fundamentals of ethical data development, for example, by working with a lawyer, and you can't say that, right? And you can't tell the people above that that's happening and why that matters, specifically because data is going to be more and more regulated, and it's within the interest of your business to pay attention to this. If you can't express that, then it will just be shut down. There's no back and forth, right? You're like, no, I'm trying to help, listen, but you know, you can't really like send that message upwards. So that's really the main barrier as far as I see it. And yeah, in terms of what current students coming into tech should do, that's really difficult for me to answer right now. I thought I was doing everything right. And so I think maybe I don't know the answer to that right now, unfortunately.
I was interested to see that Dr. Gebru said that she's trying to set up something external to industry, working on ethical AI research. I wonder what you thought were the pros and cons of that. And I mean, clearly there is a real question around access to products, access to data, access to models, and an influence that feels quite stymied if you're outside industry. So you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. And I mean, it may be that both approaches are necessary, but I wonder what you thought about that idea of doing this type of research outside industry and what the potential is for influence that way?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I guess maybe you're making a distinction between industry, academia, and government, or maybe something like this. I mean, I'm sort of loosely interpreting industry to mean something profitable.
Yeah,
things that are profitable. And everything else maybe is not profitable.
Right.
So obviously, industry is always going to have a very big, impact on things, and I think many people would argue that's very important. But yeah, in terms of the other sides of it, without a profit model, it is harder to get funding. So this is where things like taxes come in. This is where things like charging potentially, well, it's hard to say charging users if you're not industry. Yeah, I mean, basically, if you don't have a source of funding, then you can't fund sort of new research and initiatives. So, I mean, there are lots of institutes that have been set up with donors and philanthropists and things like that. And that's the direction that Dr. Gebru is going in, really trying to say, government has maybe surveillance applications, industry has maybe surveillance applications. Maybe there is something that's not that, and that's ideally with philanthropists.
Right.
And so, I mean, that's sort of something to think about in terms of what you do with your own money, what you do with your own funding. And it also suggests maybe there should be some sort of profit model, or at least basic, not for profit, but at least keeping things running along model.
Like a public infrastructure model.
Right.
I guess I'm also interested in the potential for external research to influence companies like Google. To what extent do you think that, to the extent that leadership are going to take into consideration ethical concerns, they have to come from within versus coming from outside the company? Have you been able to see the effect of external researchers on companies, or do you think having that internal challenge is really key to making leadership listen?
They're both key. And I think this is also tied up with who the people are. So people who are very aware of things like harms and risks are people who have tended to be harmed, right? And so this tends to be marginalized populations. And then obviously there's a culture that is marginalizing, so is not listening to as much, like not bringing them to the table. And so one of the ways that me and Dr. I keep trying to call her Dr. Gebru, even though I always think of her as Timnit, but so one of the ways that me and Dr. Gebru went was publishing externally.
Right.
Because then once it was external, it was like something real. Internally saying the exact same thing.
Right.
Externally as a paper, suddenly it was, real and really paid attention to. So we need, both in place, basically.
And leveraging that external exposure is really important from a reputation perspective.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We have to wrap up, but I'm going to ask one more question if that's okay. Which is, so some Dana Boyd and others at Data and Society coined the term ethics owners to describe individuals like yourself within organizations who have the job of owning ethical research. And I just wonder what your reaction is to that as a term. Do you think it's, it's a positive step in the right direction to have a small group of people responsible for ethics?
Yeah.
How do you make that work in large firms, for example?
There's a comedy show in the UK called like W3 or
W1, I think. Yeah.
It's like kind of boring name where there's like this odor of values or something. It's kind of like ridiculous a little bit. I definitely think there's a role for ethics champions, or I would say people who are very good at thinking with foresight with human values. Ownership, I think, starts to get into things like territorialism and politics a little too much, and can also have some of the effects like in that show where like no one's paying attention to it, and then it's like this one person's job to save everyone, right? So it does. I kind of push back against that, but I do see a role for people who are particularly expert in human values and in long-term thinking.
Great. And I hope there's also a place for a TV show about an ethical AI team in a big tech company, because I think that would be wonderful. Margaret, thank you so much for your time and your insight. Just an immense amount of inspiration and enthusiasm and energy, and it was really, really thrilling to hear about your work. So we really appreciate having you here and
thank you so
coming
much.
along.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
And I'll hand back over now to Andrew, who's going to wrap us up for the day and say goodbye to all of the hardcore hangers-on who are still with us.
Thank you so much, Carly, and thank you so much, Margaret. That was a fantastic, fantastic conversation. Some excellent points raised there. I want to thank all of you so much for tuning in today, the first day of the CogX Ethics and Society stage. Don't fret, there's 2 more days full of events on a range of different topics, including things like anti-racism and AI research, improving the trustworthiness of AI systems in health and care, AI and discrimination, diversity in tech, AI governance, geopolitics, and so much more. All of that will begin tomorrow at 10 a.m. On the Hopin link. We'll see you there. I will flag that I think there were just some very excellent discussions that came up today, that I just want to pull up 5 key themes that we stood out. So the theme for this year's CogX event is how do we get the next 10 years right? And across the conversations we had today, I think we saw a couple points that hinted at directions or requirements for the next 10 years to be perhaps a bit more positive than they have been in years past. First was in our discussions on vaccine passports, there was a really interesting notion about the importance of providing equal weight to non-technical solutions to complex problems, not rushing into developing shiny new technical infrastructures that may come with unforeseen issues or potential downstream costs. The discussion of biometrics and social media platforms highlighted the need for strong and thoughtful regulatory safeguards that take into account those who are affected by technologies as early as possible in their design and development. And the importance of inclusion also came up as a concept in our data divide conversation, highlighting the importance of acknowledging how the data divide between different demographics must be acknowledged when developing and rolling out new tech. Similarly, discussions on queer tech and the history of AI, curated by Hatuzia, highlight the importance of centering human integrity in the design and integration of various AI systems. And finally, Dr. Mitchell's excellent keynote highlighted that it's essential for corporate labs to think critically about the values encoded throughout the development process of their tech. Firms must not just implement harm and risk assessments throughout the development lifecycle, but for those to actually work, they have to be incentivized by leadership and by that firm. I think that was one of the clearest messages that came through. And I hope those things give us a sort of guiding path on some of the ways we need to improve over the next 10 years in the AI and tech ecosystem. I want to thank all of you so much again for spending the day with us today. We'll see you 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. My wonderful colleague, Alice Thwaite from Hatuzia, will be emceeing the entire day. But thank you so much again, and have a lovely, lovely night. Take care.